40,000 of them today, according to Israel.
Damn. Okay, this is a wide shot into the protest.
Encouraged by Hamas.
Oh, here we go. Oh, we do have wide shots on this one. Thank you. Jesus.
Militant group that's controlled the Gaza Strip since 2007. Israeli soldiers dropped tear gas canisters from drones. They'd already dropped leaflets warning Palestinians not to get too close to the fence. And when they did, the Israelis used live ammunition.
There are casualties coming back from the fence. Some of them have been shot, and it is utter chaos here.
Palestinians want to return to lands they fled in 1948 when the State of Israel was founded. And when they did, the ammunition.
There are casualties coming back.
When they say utter chaos, I mean, is it? You've got a bunch of people standing around protesting. You've got people being brought back. It seems like it's actually pretty organized. What is the utter chaos? Like, nobody's even really moving in this video. They're all just kind of like standing around.
Some of them have been shot, and it is utter chaos here.
Like, where is the utter chaos? Like, this guy, like, look at, damn, this guy's chunking. These guys are just standing around like chilling. What do you mean utter chaos?
Why are they so goddamn fucking stupid? Israel warns them not to go near the border fence or else they'll be shot. They go near the border fence, they're shot. Israel bad. Like, holy fuck. Let's see, ABC News.
The First Lady in the
Hey everybody, what's up?
hospital. The White House also watching their historic move unfold at this hour after the president's decision to move the U.S. Embassy in Israel to Jerusalem. Ivanka Trump was there to represent the president at the dedication today. As
of the United States here in Jerusalem,
Tens of thousands of Palestinians, some waving their flags, the flags of a people without a country, a human tide of protest against the U.S. Embassy opening. And prayer.
Get fucked. Oh, what the fuck?
What do you call it?
Destiny was on the fucking Hodge twins. Shit, we gotta watch that later. Alright, let's see. I think Dr. Mike had a video out. Yeah.
Lying about these things. Not such a good idea.
Oh, guys, he's coming to grips with the fact that he lied. He's apologizing and is going to do a clean slate. Let me tell you guys something about, well, borderline sociopaths like Liver King. Folks, I'm Dr. Mike for RP Strength. I've been a professor of sport and exercise science for a long time. I'm a competitive bodybuilder and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu grappler. And I have a bit of a history hobby. And I've been familiar with the old kings of antiquity. Kings like Nebuchadnezzar. Kings like King Louis, the one through however many of the fucking Louis there were. And a few of my favorite kings are actually anatomical kings. Confusing, I know. There's Toenail King. You should check out his OnlyFans as soon as you can. Spleen King, strange flex, but I'm in for it. Pancreas King is really dope. Brain King, a lot of good advice, but no one ever defeats the one true king, the Liver King. And for the first time ever, we are reviewing the Liver King's diet and training and ancestral tenets or whatever sociopath make-believe bullshit that he lies to you about while taking copious amounts of steroids. Let's get into it.
I failed as a young man.
I can believe that.
I failed as an evolutionary hunter.
That doesn't mean anything, but very well. I think everyone fails at that. Scott, I prefer a non-evolutionary hunter. What? Are you the f***ing predator or some shit?
An entrepreneur, I couldn't even make payroll.
That's true. A lot of us have been there, but you bounce back by lying to people. I love it. Classic success story.
Ancestral living saved my life.
And weird, you can monetize on it.
My boys' lives.
That kid looks like he's having no fun.
My wife and my marriage. It uncaged the evolutionary hunter that I was born to be.
Damn, I didn't know evolution had kettlebells and backpacks and backwards hats in it. Learn something new every day. Hey, Darwin. Yeah, wake up. Evolution's wrong as you described it. The Liver King will take over now. Scott the Video Guy, can you do me a real quick favor? Can you Google a picture of Charles Darwin?
A few moments later.
Can you assess in your Scott the Video Guy magic, who's got the more baller beard?
I think Darwin's got a beat by a couple inches, and it's pure white.
Yeah, sorry, Liver King. There's levels to this shit. The OG stays the f***ing champ.
The frame remains the ancestral tenets.
Whoever does his captioning, f*** that up. Tenants are people that live in a house that you rent out to them. Tenets are basically principles or postulates. Good job. Fire your TikTok guy.
So the 9 ancestral tenets are these forces that have nourished us and shaped us to epigenetically express.
Epigenetically, my man. It used to be intellectually impressive for people to just say genetics or heredity, but that's so 1982. Now it's epigenetics. Anytime actually you go online and make a claim that genetics...
Carnitard donated $2. Let me see.
One of the most commonly asked questions that I get in regards to eating carnivore is, where do you get your fiber from? I don't get it from anywhere. Most people believe that you need fiber to shit. I strongly disagree. Did you know that fiber is actually completely indigestible by the human body? So when we consume it, our body just recognizes it as waste, which is why some people may see relief by...
No, that's not how any of that works. So first of all, fiber is actually metabolized by your gut microbiota. That's one of the things that actually feeds your gut microbiome. It also increases the size of your bowel masses, and larger bowel masses are less prone to getting clogged and constipated. I also don't know why you'd intentionally try to avoid fiber. Fiber is extremely important for health. There was a big meta-analysis by The Lancet. They found that higher fiber consumption prevents heart disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, helps you live longer. So if you have a zero fiber diet, you're probably not going to live as long.
By consuming more fiber, because all that fiber does is just bulk up our stool and push it through our colon. The only good argument I can make for fiber is that it is only essential when you're eating carbohydrates, because when you eat carbohydrates, your blood sugar and insulin spike, and fiber can actually help reduce.
Protein is also used to metabolize insulin, so you can get insulin spikes from eating high protein meals. So she probably didn't know that because she's an idiot, but...
that spike, but when you eat a high-fat, high-protein diet, your blood sugar stays completely stable. There is no need for fiber.
That is not true. You can actually have massive, severe dips in your blood sugar if you're eating a zero-carbohydrate diet. It's not normal to eat no carbohydrates. You can find a few people on the carnivore diet that had really severe hypoglycemia.
Fiber. So how do you ensure that you don't struggle when going to the bathroom on carnivore? It's simple. Eat a ton of fat. Cook everything in animal fats. Snack on butter throughout the day. Buy the...
Yes, give yourself heart disease. Genius.
Fattiest cuts of meat. We don't want any chicken breast. We don't want 93% lean ground beef. No, find the fattiest cuts of meat you can possibly find. And the only other tip that I can give is to stay properly hydrated. Get you some filtered water, get you some high quality salt. I use Redmond's real salt. Add a pinch of it to your water and you'll be good to go. Now that you know that fiber is not essential.
Yeah, and fuck up your electrolyte balance because this diet dehydrates you. And, it also prevents you from holding on to any minerals or electrolytes. And then get irregular heart rhythms.
Let me help you start your journey on a meat-based diet today. Just check out the link in my bio. Get my completely free beginner's guide that has all the details and everything you need to know.
These people are actually retarded. Like, genuinely stupid. Sokiyashi donated $3. Let me take a look.
It is exactly 2 years ago.
Sv3rige, Luna speaks about being attacked with acid. Oh yeah, there we go.
Since the acid attack on me happened, and I am very thankful that we are still here and I can share this with you. So on the 22nd of May 2022, I got attacked from behind when I was putting my bin out for collection, and they perpetually hit me with a nightstick on my head, my back, and my neck.
Jesus.
Resulting in severe spinal injuries,
Holy
fractures
fuck.
to my skull, a broken nose, and a concussion. They then used the same nightstick to put by my throat against my own fence after they dragged me there, and then helped me there to pour acid in my face as well as over my body. And I am very thankful that I still have my arm, which was said to potentially have to be amputated, and as well I can still see, because thankfully I managed to rinse as much acid out of my eyes, nose and mouth as I could at the time. That wasn't enough for them though. They then months later, when it was said to be safe for us to return to our home, they threw a Molotov aimed at my son's bedroom, and then eventually managed to put our home on fire in an attempt to kill my son and I. We have no more home. I have everyday struggles with physical impairments as well as severe PTSD, which I was going to get treatment for. They then set our home on fire. The only way to fix my breathing problems as well as the nose might have to be a cartilage transplant. I am seeking treatment for my spinal dislocation. I am
addicted to weed. I started vaping nicotine to quit. Now I'm addicted to both.
Yeah, that was probably a bad idea. I don't really know what kind of advice to give you if you want to overcome an addiction. Addictions can be very difficult to overcome. I would maybe ask for professional help if it's really serious and severe. So maybe try to get into contact with like a rehab clinic or a psychiatrist that specializes in addiction. And maybe try to not introduce any other drugs into your repertoire, you know, because of addiction. I know there's idiots who try to take ketamine to overcome like certain addictions. Like I've heard people taking ketamine to get rid of like marijuana addictions or alcohol addictions. Like, again, chances are you're just going to get addicted to one or both. So that would be my advice, but best of luck to you, sir. Thanks for the donation, David.
looking into ways to get the third-degree burns treated. I have managed not to lose my nipple as well, which sounds a bit strange, but it was almost falling off. Realizing during the attack that I might die and my son would have nobody, and I did whatever I could to stand up and fight back. I can still see, and I still have my nipple, and I am here to be able to take care of my son. We managed to survive 2 whole years, and I'm thankful to be able to share this with you. It would astonish most people to hear that the perpetrators behind the attacks are still putting content out on social media and acting like nothing happens. Fortunately, there are some really kind and wonderful individuals spreading the message and letting the world know, and I am very thankful.
Jesus. That is fucked.
It is.
Yeah, maybe I should make a video on this.
For Kristi Stinky Hole Banning Fund.
Well, thank you, NonWib. Appreciate the donation. Yeah, hopefully we can ban Kristi tonight. We'll see.
Okay, so I actually met him at the Florida meetups a couple of years ago. I eat raw meat. I eat cooked meat. Sv3rige, he had some, good information, but I'm pretty sure he's a shill. He's got he's pretty much like satanic. Like he advocates for baby rape and all kinds of bullshit. But yeah, I met him in real life, and he doesn't practice what he preaches. He was drinking like a whole fucking carton of water after doing frisbee, and he's like actually anti-water.
Really? Yeah, I know he's anti-water. So you caught him chugging on some H2O.
Yeah. Yeah, he tells people not to drink water. He believes water dehydrates you. And apparently he still personally drinks water. I don't know if that's his intention to kill people by deliberately spreading misinformation. I have no idea.
See, I played frisbee with him when I met him. See, I met him once, and he was with Luna when I met him. And you met him when he was with Jazz?
Yeah, he was with Jazz, dude, and he was deliberately trying to get her out of the shot, when they were doing the recordings for the meetup videos. But bro, I mean, she was there, bro, and it was just nasty. I mean, she stayed at one of my buddy's apartments up in Jacksonville, and left bloody tampon and Q-tips full of wax and all kinds of shit. And they were just fighting all night when they were there.
That sounds about right. You know what I mean? What motivation do you have to come on here and tell that story and make it up just to be a dick? I just know what I mean. That actually has the ring of truth to it. You know what I mean? It's every bit of what you said. I'm I can't verify that for sure. But
I mean, you can see
pretty much sounds like the truth to me.
I mean, if they have a mirror of his meetups in Florida, you can see I'm in there. So
no, dude, I believe you. I mean, basically everyone who's met him doesn't really have much great to say about him, or has a horror story to tell.
He was all right. I didn't get any really bad vibes from him, but he just didn't he was just a liar. He did not eat a bite of food the whole time he was there. It makes me think he definitely isn't eating raw meat all the time, and it's he's against fasting too. So,
Yeah, I only hung out with him at a park for a couple hours. We played frisbee, and then we made a short video, and then that was it. I said my goodbyes, so I didn't have to host him or put up with him or anything like that. And so since we were at a park and just casually playing frisbee, I never had to have any sort of negative interaction with him. So, but that was back when he was with Luna, and things appeared to be going good. And so that was back when I actually, was a supporter of his channel, as far as I was.
Jeez, this guy used to be a full-fledged retard.
Watching his videos and enjoying his content back then. So it's crazy that it's come to this, that now I have a side channel with thousands of subscribers just calling out this guy as a shitbag. And I have this I have the urge to do it. I wake up and I'm oh, I can't believe he's still.
Vitali Predator Catch with Arden Ross, Myron, and Charleston White. This one is crazy. Skip to 1:16 and 50 seconds.
Let me take a look. Thanks for the donation, nigga. 1:16:50.
She thinks it's a cop. Pedophile on the loose! Pedophile on the loose! Get out of the car, pedophile! Pedophile meeting a 50-year-old boy! Yeah, you jerked off yesterday, huh?
Did you sleep well? How are you feeling? New Frank vids to watch.
I slept well, but I didn't get quite enough sleep. I'm still pretty tired, but feeling alright overall. Let me see. Frank Tufano. Oh god. Looks like there is a new Frank video that's going to be horrible and practically unwatchable. We'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation, James.
Get your ass out
You wasn't trying to fuck!
Get your ass out that car.
What's the mess? Did you pull your dick out?
That is definitely illegal.
Why you sound like a girl? Why you sound like a girl?
Trying to fuck the 15-year-old boy.
What was you doing?
Huh? Why you sound like a bitch? Get out, little bitch!
What the fuck was you doing? Now Siri in my ass! Call police! He was trying to fuck a baby! This man...
Like a fucking little bitch!
No, I just can't. Like, you're not going to jail. I'm not.
It's not illegal, right? You don't kind of do the taser. Is that a threat?
You don't care.
No, he didn't touch him with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't give a damn.
W, uncle. W.
Nobody touched him.
Nobody
That is assault. That is definitely illegal.
touching. Nobody's holding him.
I'm catching
You
a
afraid to go?
Yeah,
I gotta say that. You afraid to?
Yeah, I gladly go to jail for this. Hey, Joe Biden. Yeah. Hey, pervert.
Okay, everyone's out. Shit.
Say, we...
Well, that is retarded.
Still out there getting away with this. Like, I'm just going to fire up a live stream right now. You know what I mean? Like, I have the urge to just call him out.
I mean, dude, it's crazy. Like, at the time, I didn't know anything about, like, how much of a scumbag he was. I just knew something was off when he brought Jazz there. Because, like, I'm sorry, but that's like going from dating Luna to that, like, is just, like, crazy. And also, like I don't know, it was just strange, you know.
Where in Florida was that?
So the original meetup was in Orlando, and then I met a good friend, Chris, over there, who I still like actually talk to, and he's a fan of your channel as well. But we went over there to his apartment in Jacksonville and actually stayed the night, and that's when all the weird shit with Jazz went down, with them fighting all night. And then I got a kind of an idea of like the side that he doesn't show, but the whole time I never saw him eat any food. So
I didn't see him eat anything either, but Luna was sitting off to the side while we were playing Frisbee at one point, and I think she was eating like a piece of pork belly or something. I could be wrong, but yeah.
I heard he eats like rare steak a lot, you know, like that he cheats and he eats a lot of like cooked food, but you know, that's all speculation. That whole thing was crazy though. I mean, she was just out there with a fucking like bloody tampon and just...
If he was eating nothing but raw meat, you probably would see him get sick a lot more often. He actually almost died from eating raw bone marrow.
Literally, like, no panties, just exposing it. Everyone fucking saw it at the meetup.
What? Wow.
Yeah,
and see, the thing about Jazz is, like, I truly think that, like, if Goatus would have picked her as the main girl, and stayed with that, she'd still be with him right now running. If he would have, you know what I'm saying? I feel like she acts like she's over him now, but I feel like if he would have picked her, she'd be on the run with him right now. If he would have picked her, you know what I'm saying?
I still do not know what her whole deal was. And she was fucking like 6'5", dude. She was like way taller than him. Like the same fucking height as him. Way taller than us.
What? No,
I didn't know she was that
he's
tall.
tall, bro.
Yeah, I know. They're both fucking giants. It's crazy.
I didn't know she was that tall. And see, the thing is, there's a part about her where she was like ready to help him do some evil shit. You know what I mean? And like she was gonna be his ride or die bitch, you know? and then when he kicked her to the curb, then she thought about it and she was like, oh, now I need to like make myself look good by like coming out against him, kind of, right? But there was a period where she was trying to like make me out to be the bad guy for exposing him. You know?
No, I mean you're definitely doing God's work out here.
That acid attack was fucking insane. Oh, here we go. The shocking truth about my mugging, first Patreon video since reopening. So, I wonder if she's gonna admit that Sv3rige just beat her.
I recorded a video where I am speaking more about some of the things that have happened during our relationship. One of which, the supposed mugging.
What is going on here?
So, this is Luna's channel. This is Sv3rige's ex-girlfriend. And, she's speaking out against Sv3rige. Sv3rige paid to have her basically murdered. She was beaten with a baton and had acid thrown on her. It's pretty fucked. But thanks for the donation, James.
As well as other relevant things. And I post this one to Patreon, which I will link, and more parts will follow soon. Thank you. I recorded a video where I am speaking more about things, and I post this one to...
Oh, you might have to join her Patreon or something to actually see the full video.
Good evening, VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. So, have you seen or heard of the new South Park special End of Obesity? Also, is this a based take?
Let me take a look.
It's time for some drastic measures to bring down his weight. There's these new crazy drugs people are doing. Have you heard of semaglutides?
Semaglutides?
Ozempic, Mounjaro.
You know, Cartman, this could be dangerous. Let's do it. We've been out navigating the American healthcare system. I almost died.
South Park, The End of Obesity. New exclusive event streaming May 24th.
Wow. Could this really happen?
Exclusively on Paramount.
Interesting. Base take, let me see.
When I was in my second year of college, I had a bit of an identity crisis. It's too much to get into in this video, but I felt like I needed a big change to shake up my life. The change I landed on was shaving my head. And I'm talking shaving cream and razor blade bald, not just a buzz cut like what I'm doing here. But this seemingly big change taught me a valuable lesson. I figured I'd be the talk of the town and people would look at me in public and think, wow, that kid's bald as hell. In reality, no one cared. Amongst my friends, sure, there was a couple of minutes of them saying things like, I could never do that, or you're crazy. But within 10 minutes, it was back to normal conversation as if nothing had happened. There's a phenomenon in psychology called the spotlight effect, where everyone has inner thoughts that are telling them that everyone else is paying attention to them and noticing everything they do. This little change shattered that illusion for me. I realized that although I knew I had hair for 23 years before shaving it off, From the perspective of the grocery store teller, I've always been bald and I may as well always be bald going forward. Because they had no knowledge of what I used to look like, they couldn't make the judgments that I assumed they would. This realization got even deeper when I started to think about how I see people. I've never once seen a bald person and thought, damn, they'd look better with hair, or I wonder if they've ever had hair. It's important to remember that everyone is way too busy with their very personal and numerous problems in their own lives to really care about what you're doing in yours. And if you can deeply internalize that, you can truly be free from the constant stress of worrying about how others perceive you.
Yeah, that is true. People care way too much about what other people think of them. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass.
What's up, guys? Happy Memorial Day weekend. We're going to do some day of eating reviews on YouTube Shorts, give you guys the pros and cons of what everyone's doing, with the end goal being to eat high-quality foods, organic, grass-fed, pasture-raised, and...
Are his eyes less cross-eyed? I think it might be slightly less cross-eyed.
Raised, and give your body what...
Oh, wait, no, never mind. He's still pretty cross-eyed.
A second debate with John Zerka would be great, Ments. Maybe you could debate some crazy shit like the JQ or Israel-Palestine. Also, do you think you could take Shkitoki in a street fight?
Who is this guy? He's fairly jacked. Is this the guy Zerka fought? Looks like he's in shape. I could probably take him in a street fight. Like, I do still have a pretty big size advantage. Like, I'm still a lot bigger than the dude. I'm not debating John Zerka. I'm not going to do any content with that dude. He's pure toxic and cancer. It's also a huge liability because he's being banned from YouTube. So hosting somebody who's being banned can get you a channel ban, potentially. And especially with the shit he said, like, he's advocated for child porn and shit. So I don't want to host that fucking degenerate moron on my channel. Thanks for the donation, though, Trans Burgess.
It needs nutrients, vitamins, minerals, and caloric nutrition. If you're not doing those things, you're going to be polluting your body, loading it up with toxins.
Did you see Wes Watson attack Andrew from the Crucible? You mean just the thing that happened on stage? He didn't actually attack him.
And also, just have a really poor body composition, not be healthy, not have enough energy. So we're starting with this girl, Winnie Hayes. What my kids eat in a day.
Here's what my kids eat in a day. For breakfast, they're having avocado toast with shaved eggs and bacon.
Okay, so lots of cholesterol.
Everything's...
So, more saturated fat.
At least homemade.
For their school lunch, they're having pasta with sausage and broccoli.
Okay, more cholesterol and saturated fat.
For their after-school snack, they're having a smoothie bowl.
And more high cholesterol foods.
For dinner, they're having sweet and sour shrimp with rice. For dessert, they're having flower pot chocolate mousse with candied cherries. And that's it. I hope you guys have enjoyed this video. I will see you next time. Bye.
I think all the kids watching are jealous. I sure wish my mom cooked like that for me every day. I mean, the question is, does she do this every day? Is this what she's actually feeding her kids? Or is this just like a a YouTube stint, you know? Now, in comparison to what the average kid is eating, this is phenomenal. This is amazing. But if we're talking about ideal, you know, she's not going organic. She doesn't have the highest quality nutritional pasta.
Blah,
dinner,
blah,
guilt.
blah.
So
Okay,
next-
whatever. You're
Plus the
gross,
animals
baby.
that died.
Yeah, that's true. Plus lots of dead, tortured animals. Thanks for the donation, James.
Next up, we have something similar. What a toddler eats in a day.
This is everything that my 2-year-old eats in a day. Breakfast seems to be her favorite meal of the day, and this is what she had this morning. I make sure to give her her daily vitamin
Lots of cholesterol again.
in the morning so I don't forget. I just wanted to show y'all how I clean her high chair up, but this is how much she ate. She ate really good as always. She is small, but she does eat a lot, just like her mama. Now let's go on to lunch. Noodles are her absolute favorite. If y'all can't tell by watching this video, she loves fruit, and that's exactly why she went to the strawberries first. And clearly she caught the itis. She doesn't really eat a lot of meat, so I wasn't expecting her to finish the chicken. Moving on to dinner, spaghetti is another one of her favorites. And I love that because it's so quick and easy to make. But that's how much she ate. Full video on my YouTube. Make sure y'all go subscribe.
I mean, this is a pretty...
Not only did the ICJ issue new orders for Israel, but they said in numerous ways that Israel has failed to let aid get in unimpeded, and that they aren't prioritizing or even taking reasonable measures for civilians. You want evidence? Read the applications.
Yeah, so, aid get in unimpeded. It has to be checked by security.
Zerko actually still has a channel on YouTube. He was also unbanned on Kick recently.
Okay, well, still, point still stands that the guy is a degenerate scumbag, and I don't want to host somebody who's openly advocated for child porn, exploitation of children and underage women. I don't care. He's just a fucking scumbag. I'm not gonna have him on my channel again. Thanks for the donation. Yeah, so, I don't know what you mean, Israel's failed to let aid get in unimpeded. There's security measures that they have to have in place, and obviously they're going to end up refusing some aid coming in because of security threats. But again, where's the evidence that not enough aid is going through? Where's the evidence that they're deliberately trying to starve people and they're withholding so many aid trucks that it's actually causing starvation? No evidence of that. They aren't prioritizing or taking reasonable measures for civilians. Yeah, cool story. That's just complete and utter horseshit. Thanks for the donation, Quest.
Is Mama fat?
I mean, probably. Thanks for the donation, James.
A good contrast of, you know, excellent versus not so good. This being the not so good. I mean, the comments, vitamins are not good. I mean, that's the least problem. Yeah, the Flintstone vitamins are not good. You know, we've done videos on multivitamins before. We have our own formulations on Oregon
Multivitamins are fine.
Supplements.com, which are the highest quality and most affordable supplements on the market. But yeah, I mean, this is pretty bad. I mean, at least breakfast has an egg in it, but you know, Cheerios and Eggo waffles, you know, you got fortified grains in there, chemicals, low quality oxidized meat, the amount of meat, very bad for the
We've
child.
heard it all before.
So next up we have a vegan gym girl.
I just got done watching the South Park special and it was great. Check out this clip from that special which spotlights how difficult it is for Americans to get insurance companies to pay for medical bills people need.
Let me take a look.
Wow, look at this place!
Well, hello there! Looking to get some insurance?
No, my friend's mom already has insurance with your company.
Oh, great! You're here to pay your bill.
No, we're not here to give you money. We're here to file a claim for my friend's medication.
Oh, you want money from us? Right through that door over there.
Hello. We want to file a claim to get my friend's weight loss drugs paid for.
Oh, okay. Just speak with our medical director first.
Who was that?
That was the medical director. The medical director decides what claims are valid for us to pay for.
But you didn't say who the patient was or what was wrong with him.
Right. The medical director's job is just to say no.
Look, my friends
kind of work together. So all you have to do is navigate the American healthcare system.
Place. It's so much fun to be getting it done.
I can't sign this for insurance. His original doctor needs to sign this.
We go back to the doctor to get that thing for insurance, then go back to insurance.
We need you to get a second opinion from a doctor who's in network.
We're navigating the American healthcare system.
Out and then fax to your insurance company.
We're filling out forms, and we're scanning those forms, and then we're emailing those forms to get them back to insurance.
We need confirmation from a different specialist.
Let's go! We go back to dark.
Yep. That's pretty typical. Again, all these fucking conservative idiots are talking about how, oh, the American healthcare system is so efficient. There's no wait times. And then, again, they'll give you the runaround, get you to see, like, different doctors, get a second opinion from, like, somebody within their network, file different paperwork, and then they'll still, like, not approve of your fucking,
The evidence is in the applications, you maximum dumbass. Do you genuinely think that a court of 15 judges doesn't review evidence before issuing orders? You're not that dumb. They're publicly available on the ICJ website. Like you don't brain good lately.
Give me a link and I'll read it. Thanks for the donation, jackass. Yeah, so single payer systems, like they talk about, no wait times when you're in America, but in Canada, you have to wait years before you can get healthcare. Yeah, right. They'll give you the runaround for months, refuse to fucking pay for your medical bills, and then once you provide them everything, once multiple doctors say, no, this is a necessary treatment, this and that, they'll still fucking deny you, just completely arbitrarily, just because they don't want to lose money. That all looks pretty decent.
I mean, for 14 seconds, that's why I chose this video. I was like, how's she going to do the whole day of eating in 14 seconds, especially when for the first 5 seconds of the video, she's just showing off her butt. So it's vegan. You know, what do we really expect? It looks like she's getting a large amount of her calories from sugar and vegan dessert-like foods.
Right. This is coming from a guy who literally eats sugary smoothies. He literally has a supplement called like Flextrose and shit, where he'll literally just dunk pure sugar into a glass of water and drink it and guzzle it down.
So, overnight cookie dough oats, I mean, sometimes they gravitate towards these like processed vegan protein powders that not only make you fart all day from the pea protein, but it's just natural flavors, sugar, chemicals. It's not good for you.
Bro, I had to do 8 fucking physical therapy visits before being able to be eligible for an MRI. Wait times in the US for healthcare is also trash. Insurance companies are incentivized to deny as much care as possible, and that's exactly what they do.
Yep. I remember I needed an MRI for my knees, and I think I just had to wait 2 months, and that's it. It wasn't any kind of serious issue where I really needed to get the MRI quickly. I just had to wait 2 months. Then I got the MRI. And then they were able to diagnose the issue, and then everything was fine. And I didn't have to pay shit. But, it would have happened so much faster if you had American healthcare. All you'd have to do is go to the doctor, fax the form to the insurance company, have the insurance company not pay you the money for the fucking care, and then you have to, like, go to another doctor and ask another specialist, and then pay, like, $1,200 out of pocket for the visits. Like, yeah. Oh, once the deductible's filled, you only have to pay $5,000. Like, Thanks for the donation, OmniVegan.
Basically, crappy processed dessert for breakfast. Of course, she needs a latte, some caffeine, because her diet isn't giving her the nutrition she needs. Then we have a poke bowl with vegan kebab and quinoa.
This is coming from a guy who's taking, what is it? He started taking, that fucking drug. What was the stupid drug he was starting to sell? And he said it gives you, like, energy and stuff throughout the day, and it makes you feel better. Like, he does drugs. Like he takes drugs for energy and for mood. And then he's talking shit about some vegan girl drinking coffee.
Bro. Poke bowls are supposed to be like 95% tuna. And then kebab is meat. So it's just like some ridiculous imitation. Oh my God, please, I haven't drank enough of my boyfriend's cum. I need some mock vegan protein. Like, not to be vulgar, but that's how it is. That's the reality. So this appears to be just a mishmash of various grains and vegetables and sauces.
Yeah, that's...
Here you go, you lazy fuck. The application and their order are both hyperlinked on the first page. Let's see if you can spend more than 10 seconds on research.
Let's see... Application of the Convention on the Prevention Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in Gaza. Request for the modification of the order of 28th March 2024. Court affirms its previous position, measures, and indicates. So this is just an application. International Court of Justice today delivered its order on the request for the modification, indication of provision measures submitted by South Africa, blah, blah.
You mean Kratom. That was nice, Frank.
Yeah, Kratom. Yeah, she was eating good food, and then Frank is like, oh, this looks like a mishmash of, like, foods that are good for you. Like, he's an idiot. Thanks for the donation, James. Punishment, crime, genocide, blah, blah, blah. Immediately held its military offensive and any other actions in Rafah, governate, which may inflict on the Palestinian group Gaza conditions, blah, blah, blah. Maintain open the Rafah crossing for unhindered provisions at scale of urgently needed basic humanitarian assistance. There's no need to do that. Take effective measures to ensure the unimpeded access to the Gaza Strip of any commission of inquiry, fact-finding mission, or other investigative body. Decides that the State of Israel shall submit a report on the court all measures taken given the effect of the order. Military ground offensive in Rafah, which Israel started, is still ongoing, has led to new evacuation orders. Reports 800,000 people have been displaced. Court considers that these developments are exceptionally grave and constitute a change in the situation with the meaning of Act 76. So the court rules. Court is also of the view that the provisional measures indicated, as well as those reaffirmed therein, do not fully address the consequences. Court further considers that on the basis, blah, 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 blah. Not convinced that the evacuation efforts and related measures that Israel affirms to have undertaken to enhance the Security of civilians in the Gaza Strip, and in particular those recently displaced from Rafah, government are sufficient to alleviate the immense risk to which Palestinian populations are exposed as a result of this is just fucking bullshit. Okay, dude, great. So basically, they hate Jewish people, and they think they don't have a right to national security. That's basically it. Yeah, this is just fucking garbage, dude. I don't care. Omni-Vegan Donatillers, what are your general thoughts on Bibi Netanyahu? He definitely one time said that Hitler didn't want to kill the Jews. He just wanted to expel them from Europe, which is a really retarded statement, also very right-wing. Did he actually say that? That's stupid, obviously. Yeah, Hitler was capturing Jews all throughout Europe, and he got the French government to assist in capturing Jews and sending them to concentration camps. Like, that's just historically untrue. Thanks for the donation, though, Omni-Vegan. Netanyahu is a crazy right-wing wacko. And if he had that opinion, he's fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Which is probably, you know, high in carotene, inflammatory.
Carotene is not inflammatory.
I would imagine there's a lot of flavonoids and seed oils and omega-6 in those
Yeah, that's all good for you.
sauces. But there's so much stuff in here. At least maybe she's getting some starch, some caloric nutrition, and some fiber. So go figure. Then we have a chocolate nut corner. Again, the vegans gravitating towards the high-calorie dessert foods because they're starving themselves. They think...
How many fucking videos have we seen Frank eat cookies and different shit and, like, Rice Krispie squares that he sells on his website?
They're being healthy and they're trying to, like, only eat vegetables and avoid carbs and stuff, but then they just go eat their cravings and sugar because they're not even giving their body enough calories to maintain itself. So, I mean, this is, who knows what's in this? Some type of, looks like some type of grain with chocolates. Then for dinner, she had that vegan kebab, whatever that is, some type of imitation tofu, which tends to be the unhealthiest thing that vegans eat because it's usually like soy, omega-6, oxidized, processed crap. It's really bad. They're trying to increase their protein and be healthy, but they're poisoning themselves. Seems more like a breakfast, but it's a strange combo. Toast with avocado, okay, I get that, but for dinner and imitation meat on it with strawberries, very strange combo, very strange combo. Intuitive eating, it's just, you're starving yourself. That's what that sounds like to me. And then she had a protein smoothie bowl as a midnight snack, but this seems like a healthy amount of food to eat if she didn't look like that. Like, she's really skinny and lean, and she's eating, you know, what is it, 3 to 4 full, 5?
I mean, she looks like she works out.
Filling up her stomach capacity. So it shows you that these vegans are eating a high volume of food, but not actually giving their body enough animal nutrition. So they're just filling up their stomach,
Right, this girl looks like she's more fit than Frank, but, oh, she's not getting enough nutrition.
So then we...
Richard, my guy, being that you're such an immense muscle-bound tank of a man, do you ever fantasize about being a twink getting manhandled by a hulking muscle mommy? Are you a little sad that no woman can cradle you like a baby while you nurse her tits?
No, I don't ever have those fantasies. I do like the idea of, like, wrestling a really big, strong woman, but I've never had fantasies of getting dominated and manhandled. Thanks for the donation, Satanic Vegan.
We have a Gym Bro, what I eat in a day, summer diet to lose body fat.
These videos are AIDS.
All right, so we got the Pinterest coded Tarzan. Did you forget about the trend? This guy must be starving. Guy's an excellent.
I think that's the idea of dieting, where you eat less calories than you're burning.
Excellent shape, has a ton of muscle. Is that naturally attainable? I don't know. His arms seem a little too big. I mean, I was bodybuilding for a while. I don't know if I was ever that big. I was close, though.
He was never anywhere close to being that big.
Tap water with electrolytes. I mean, I can talk trash about these electrolyte supplements. I will just say that we have Lemon Light on Organ Supplements back in stock. Highest quality electrolyte on the market. Most of these, they don't have the correct ratio of electrolytes, sodium, potassium, magnesium to calcium. They have synthetic chemicals in them. I mean, plus he's drinking it in tap water, so who really cares about the crap in there? Protein pancakes. Yeah, I mean, we don't know what's in this. We're assuming it's conventional whey protein, possibly some fortified. So then we have what I eat.
Is that man jacked?
Yes, I would say he's pretty damn jacked. Thanks for the donation, James.
Today as a college student.
This is everything I eat in a day as a college student on a day with no classes. So in the morning, I just started off by making a matcha latte, squeezed out the last few little matcha grains, and then also had some corn. And yeah, I just poured.
Is that normal in any culture? Corn on the cob for breakfast?
In some hot water, frothed up some milk. I've been obsessed with my milk frother, and then put in some ice because some days I like hot, some days I like ice, but today was an ice day, and this matcha was so unbelievably good. Like, it was actually delectable. But then after that, I went to Harvey's, which is kind of like just like a little burger place, and I got a little kids meal because I wasn't super hungry. So yeah, I got some fries, a burger, a little 7-Up, and just enjoyed that meal. It was really good. Harvey's is so flipping good. I actually love them. But
Harvey's is terrible. They just suck.
Yeah, anything is so flipping good when you starve yourself all day. Yeah, I'm sure that burger tasted real good. Then I
went over to the Starbucks right beside him. My freaking gift card didn't work when I went there, but then studied a bit and then came back, had some dinner, rice, vegetables, and then my dad made me drink hot ginger water because I'm low-key sick. Also had an orange. I've been obsessed with these like big oranges lately, and that's basically it. Bye.
Yeah, maybe you're sick because the only animal protein you ate all day, the only B vitamins and sustenance you got was a kid's meal burger, which is probably like a 2-ounce patty. So then we have a Nigerian student.
When I get more money, me self go try champagne I see you. When I get more money, me self go do the mego. Your money I see you. King Solomon, no fit do pass me. King Solomon, I go do pass you. I go try pass you. Spend my money, I go try.
Get into it because cooked.
Okay, well,
you guys necessary and
that's Frank.
Ditch the sugar water.
I don't know what you mean by that. I know Frank drinks sugar water because he literally sells that on his website, and I've seen him drink it. He has that stupid powdered sugar drink mix thing that he sells. Thanks for the donation, though, James. All right, let's get into it. Alex O'Connor debated Jordan Peterson, so let's take a look.
In the early church, there was a debate around the physicality of Jesus' resurrection.
Yes.
So the canonical tradition ends up stipulating that Jesus physically resurrects,
Yes.
and you must believe that, otherwise
Yes.
you're a heretic.
Yeah, and that's part of the Catholic particular emphasis on the divinity of the body.
A lot of the Gnostic tradition says that the thing that's being gotten wrong is the idea that there was this literal resurrection.
Right.
No, the kingdom of God is here and now. The resurrection is inside of you, and you attain it through gnosis. I mean, the Gospel of Thomas doesn't even mention the resurrection, doesn't mention a crucifixion. It's a list of sayings.
Yeah.
And the very form of that collection shows that these people believed that the thing that's important is not what Jesus did, but what he said.
He runs a podcast Within Reason. And so you Well, first of all, thank you for coming here. It's a long way from London. We're in LA, and so that's a long ways. And so, and insofar as you're going to disagree with me, I'm pleased that you're exhausted from the flight, because that'll slow you down and that'll be helpful. So anyways, seriously, thank you for coming. And
of course.
So let's start with this, Cosmic Skeptic. Right, okay, so how do you come up with the name, and why the conjunction, and what do you think the advantage is, if any, in relationship to the emphasis on skepticism?
I'll give you the official and the unofficial story. The official story is that cosmic sort of implies universe, space, big thinking. And skeptic sort of situates me within a tradition of people who are interested in interrogating their beliefs to their sort of fundamental grounding, insofar as that's possible. And skeptic is spelt with a K because most of my listeners are American. The unofficial answer is that when I was younger, I knew a guy who was a musician and started a SoundCloud account with the word cosmic in it. And I thought, hey, that sounds like a cool word. And I was starting a YouTube channel and wanted something that sounded cool. And I thought skeptic sounded cool next to it. And I spelled it with a K because I got it wrong.
I see. Okay. Well, who knows the actual derivation? And it's a good combination, though, because well, it's catchy, so that's nice from a marketing side, but it also has this, it's an interesting allusion to the combination of revelation and critical thinking that actually makes up actual thinking, right? Because the problem with being concerned with a vast plethora of ideas is that many ideas are misleading and wrong. And so you have to learn how to...
It's not a world.
You mentioned too, and so I'm interested in your progression in your thinking in relationship to that, because you mentioned just before we actually went on air that had you come to see me a couple of years ago...
Was Cosmic Skeptic vegan?
No, I don't think you could say he was ever vegan. While he was on his, vegan arc, he was saying things that were not in line with the ethical principles of veganism, so I don't think he was ever really vegan, and the reasons for why he quit, again, demonstrate that he never really believed in the ethical principles. Thanks for the donation, James.
So you might have been more inclined to, I'm putting words in your mouth to some degree, so correct me if I'm wrong, to strive for a victory or to make your point, something like that. And you alluded to the fact that your thinking around that has changed to some degree. I suspect that's probably a consequence of experience. So what's changed?
In part, it might have something to do with becoming a podcaster and speaking weekly to people. And you can't keep up that energy. Or you can, but it becomes totally unwatchable. And nobody wants to engage in that all the time. I think there are times when it's worth doing. And to be clear, I still like to disagree and do so essentially unapologetically and bluntly. And that can still come across as quite rude. But I think that the way that I would think about a conversation is that, well, what are we about to do here? A debate. We're about to debate an issue, and I'm going to try to win. And that's, and not even, I mean, maybe there's sort of an element of pride in there. You want to win for that sake, but also you really think, well, I want to win because I think I'm right about this. And if I don't, then, I must have just not expressed myself properly. I think what I probably meant when I was saying that is that I would have had more of that cap on than now, after having so many conversations with so many people and realizing that not only is it more constructive for myself, I've learned a lot more. And now I'm here like, hey, I might learn something today. That would be great. Even if I just learn something about what your worldview is. But also people listening just unanimously say that they prefer it. It's a much...
Well, the skepticism. So one of the things you learn as a therapist, for example, is that being right is not very helpful, especially when you're trying to help someone, because whether you as the therapist is right has very little to do with the positive outcome for them. You still want to maintain the skepticism. And one of the ways of doing that in the manner that's helpful is that, like, if I'm talking to you and you say something I don't understand, that's the right place to be skeptical, because if I don't understand what you said, well, it might be my ignorance, but it also might be like lack of clarity and pointedness on your part. And so one of the advantages of disagreeing with someone...
It's really interesting how Jordan Peterson starts off the discussion with this. He was bitching and complaining about Destiny giving him pushback on a variety of issues they talked about. And he was like saying, oh, Destiny wasn't interested in having a conversation. He just wanted to be right. Like, and Destiny went really, really soft on Jordan Peterson. Like, he could have made him look like an absolute fucking retard. Like, they were talking about climate change. They were talking about the vaccine. Jordan Peterson was spewing just nonsense misinformation. And Destiny just gave him really fucking light pushback, and even that triggered him. So, like, I think Jordan Peterson's worried that Cosmic Skeptic is actually going to debate him and argue, and he can't handle it when anybody argues with him and makes him look stupid. So he's like trying to say, let's not argue or disagree about anything. Like, can you just, agree with everything I say, or give me like really, really light pushback so I don't look stupid?
Is Peterson still a practicing therapist?
As far as I'm aware, no. He used to have a private practice, and his reviews were very middling at best. A lot of people didn't like him as a therapist and didn't give him great reviews. It wasn't until after he became a public figure did his reviews improve. So he was just getting clients that were fans of his. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Appreciate it.
Someone is to point out to them in a positive way where they're lost in the fog. Because if you're sufficiently lost in the fog, you tend to run into sharp objects, and that's not very pleasant. So, but the skepticism, and this is obviously what you alluded to, I would say, as a consequence of learning from the podcast, is the skepticism should be in service of rectifying your ignorance rather than in service of making your point or winning the argument. Problem with winning a bloody argument is that the victory can seduce you into thinking that you were correct, and you're never sufficiently correct, right?
Yes.
And so...
What? I don't know why Alex would have agreed to that. What does he mean by you're never sufficiently correct? I mean, especially when it comes to descriptive debates, I mean, you can provide evidence that something is or is not the case. Like, are you never sufficiently correct when you're debating the Holocaust? Like, are we supposed to entertain the idea that Holocaust denial is a legitimate belief? Like, what? What does that mean?
I don't like debates, fundamentally. I've never really enjoyed them. I'd probably...
You know what? Jordan Peterson's a fucking narcissist. He doesn't like debates because people can actually prove that he's wrong. And if somebody proves he's wrong, that's a massive, massive hit to his ego that he can't handle.
Do you think you could take Cosmic Skeptic in a street fight? You would definitely have a hard time there, considering that Alex has the advantage in strength, speed, and punching power. He's clearly not like some pasty-ass white boy.
Pretty goddamn sure I could take Alex in a street fight. Could also take him in a debate. Alex is also afraid of debating me, so if he's even afraid of an intellectual challenge, I'm sure he'd also lose in a physical challenge. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
Probably when I was...
By the way, he's a terrible debater. Just awful. He is the king of red herrings. He will not answer any questions. He will divert the topic whenever he has an opportunity. And then when it comes to descriptive issues, he gets everything wrong. He has no ability to actually research and understand relevant facts. And whenever you fact check him, like his debate with Matt Dillahunty, his debate with like Destiny, just everything he gets fucking wrong.
Really young.
Yeah.
You know, before I stopped doing this when I was about 23, I would take a certain amount of pleasure in being able to obtain intellectual victory. You know, it was also a way I defended myself when I was young, and it was effective. But it's not the optimal way to conduct a conversation. This is one of the reasons why people like Rogan are...
This is so fucking retarded. I mean, if you're debating somebody, especially when it's like a descriptive debate where you're either right or wrong, it's not like a matter of opinion. What does he mean? It's not an ideal way to, have a conversation. Like, if you are going into a situation where it's a formalized debate and you're debating a Holocaust denier, like, the objective there is to prove that they are wrong. The Holocaust did in fact happen. Roughly 10 million people were fucking killed by Hitler and the Nazis. Like, oh, well, I don't like debating. I don't like arguing. I think we should have a conversation. Like, what is he talking about?
So successful because Joe will push his point, but he always does it in the service of learning.
Yes.
He doesn't do it in the service of victory.
Yeah. I think you've probably put your finger on it there. But what you were saying a moment ago.
Service of learning. Yeah. What was that? Joe Rogan.
Destiny was on the Hodge Twins podcast. Can we watch that instead?
Didn't Joe Rogan, he was debating a primatologist. There is an old
Kingdom
clip.
of the Planet of the Apes has already kicked Force's ass.
Let me take a look, Dodo.
We have some absolutely tragic news to talk about today in regards to Furiosa, the new Mad Max film that has just come out this weekend, because things are getting very, very bad for this movie already. And who faces worst Memorial Day weekend debut in 41 years? 41 years, guys, okay?
I heard Furiosa was actually a good movie. Like, are we really at a point where if a movie has a female protagonist, it's woke? Okay. Apparently women cannot be main characters.
What?
All right, well, that's interesting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Matthew. Destiny, yeah, I saw that Destiny was on the Hodge Twins podcast. We can watch that later. Thanks for the donation, dude. Joe Rogan was debating a primatologist. There's an old clip. I don't know where to find it. But he was promoting this idea of like this giant ape species. And Joe was calling this woman a fucking retard. And she doesn't know what she's talking about, even though he was spreading misinformation about this ape species that doesn't exist. Like, Joe Rogan will argue and be like a fucking retard when he disagrees with somebody.
Go about precision, about sort of thinking clearly and understanding somebody else clearly. I think the reason why I'm excited to speak to you today is because you're someone who celebrates being precise in your speech. And I've always appreciated your...
Oh, bullshit. Jordan Peterson is deliberately vague whenever he talks. He is not precise in his speech. The only time he's precise in his speech is when he's trying to be vague, deliberately trying to avoid making any sort of actually understandable, intelligible fucking claims, so that when people give him pushback or argue against him, they're basically fighting with shadows because he's deliberately being vague and unclear.
Your desire to make sure that you're really understanding what somebody else is saying. I've made attempts in the past to, my channel is mostly focused on the philosophy of religion.
Yes.
And I've made attempts in the past to try to understand your worldview.
Yeah,
your
I
religious
some
worldview.
of them.
And I made a video essay. And
I'm sure Jordan Peterson would retract all of what he's saying if he were actually challenged by a Holocaust denier. He's a narcissist and a hypocrite.
Oh yeah, what he's saying is absolutely retarded. The idea that it's unproductive to prove that somebody's wrong? Like, really? If you were in front of a Holocaust denier, you would think it's unproductive to win the argument and prove they're wrong. Okay, retard. What a jackass. Like, by the way, this is the same guy who's, like, posted to Twitter, made so many fucking comments, so many videos saying, oh, I know exactly what a woman is. Anybody who fucking says that a woman can be, like, somebody who is biologically male and transitions, they're wrong. A woman is somebody with two X chromosomes and has a vagina and ovaries. A woman can't be anything else. And then he's like, oh, you know, it's unproductive to, like, always try to be right all the time, and there needs to be a nuanced discussion. Like, and then again, when it's anything that he disagrees with, like the transgender issue, I'm right, you're wrong, fuck you. Let me take a look. He's so full of shit. Furiosa races to 3.5 million in previews. Expecting to bring 40 to 45 million over the 4-day Memorial Weekend, roughly the same as what Fury Road made across 3 days in 2015. Okay, let's see, Furiosa cost 168 million to produce, plus marketing, so it'll need to hit the gas at the international box office. Okay, doesn't sound too bad. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Some of the things I said there, I think, at least one thing in particular, I'd probably think I was wrong about. But what I was trying to do there, I've seen that people would ask you on interviews and podcasts, you know, do you believe in God? Do you think that Christianity is true? And it was sort of, you would sort of struggle to answer the question. And I thought to myself, well...
People come at the question with a priori commitments about what they think truth constitutes.
Yeah.
That's a big problem.
There must be something important that's being left out of the sort of precondition of that question or conversation. If it's so unimaginably difficult to answer, you know.
Well, I'll give you an example. I watched that essay this morning, right? And I also wanted to talk to you about your discussion with Dawkins.
Yeah.
So people ask me, for example, do you believe in God? And I think, well, I don't know what you are driving at with that question, because I don't know what you mean by believe. Most people, modern people, believe that.
How fucking dishonest is that? When somebody asks you if you believe in God, and then you say, I don't know what you mean by that. What does it mean to believe? And what does God mean? Like, do you think there is an all-powerful, all-knowing, all-good deity, you jackass? Do you think he actually exists? Like, I mean, if you were to ask him a similar question, do you believe in Santa Claus? Do you believe in the Easter Bunny? Like, he'd probably just say, no, they're obviously not real. They're fictional characters. So, like, what a fucking lying, dishonest jackass. Is God a work of fiction or not, you idiot?
A belief is a description of accordance with a set.
First fall guy, now Furiosa man, those apes can still kick ass.
They can. They can indeed. People seem to like movies about chimpanzees. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Set of facts.
Sure.
Right. Well, I don't think that's what belief means in the religious sense in the least. So I just think that's a non-starter.
If you have something to do with what you act out, right?
It has to do with what you believe is what you're willing to die for, fundamentally. It's what you're committed to or live for, if you think about it as life in the most extensive manner. It's a matter of commitment.
So I understand what you mean in the religious context.
Yeah.
So, but religion is a big topic. Religion is a mighty, you know, area to be talking about. But when I talk about belief in a more mundane sense, like I believe that this chair exists.
Yeah.
Like that is a belief that I hold. I sort of can't help but hold that belief because I can see it. Right?
Well, that's a place where your action and your statements align.
Exactly.
Right.
Which is
you
why,
believe in the chair and you're sitting in it. It's like, fair enough.
Which is why I totally agree when you say that what you believe might really be what you act out.
Mhm.
But I think when people are looking for essentially definitions,
Yeah.
and just a second ago you said, well, what is it to believe? And you said, well, what you believe is what you're willing to die for.
Yeah.
I'm not willing to die for my belief that this chair exists.
Maybe.
Maybe in a broad sense. If not
Hard to
believing,
say,
if not
but
believing
I-
that the chair existed required me to sort of give up my trust in my sense data,
right?
Then I might literally die by accident by sort of walking off a cliff because I don't trust my eyes anymore. So there's
Well,
true
it's
in that
also not
sense.
something that you're likely to forego given your role, let's say, as a rational skeptic.
That's right.
Seriously, like it's a commitment that you've made to a certain view of reality.
But you understand surely that when somebody asks, do you believe in God? Although they're asking the sort of subject of the belief.
Why is Dodo such an autistic retard?
I don't know, man. Dodo's a strange individual. Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi.
Yeah.
It's a much more grand entity. The word belief itself, for them, at least in their question, even if you think it's an inappropriate question, they mean something much more mundane. They mean like you believe in the existence
it's
of a
hard
chair.
to know. It's hard to know what people mean. You know, like one of the things I've noticed, for example, is there are no shortage of Christian trolls, right? I mean, there are atheist trolls and there's engineering trolls. There's lots of trolls, but there are Christian trolls. And the Christian trolls, when they ask that question, and it's often the Christian trolls who ask that question, what they mean is, are you in my club?
Exactly.
Right. And my answer is, I'm not even sure you know what club you're in. So there's a trap in the question, which I don't appreciate because I don't like questions that have traps in them.
Yes.
Now, not everybody who's asking that question has a trap, but many people do. And so I find that off-putting, let's say, because it's manipulative. In terms of that descriptive belief, that's something we could go into. I think we should do that because it does get to the core of the matter that you were attempting to untangle, let's say, in your essay.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding of, and I had to sort of piece together different things you'd said in different interviews. And I suppose the reason I had to do that was because I didn't have you in front of me. So I'm grateful to have the opportunity now. It seems to me that when you speak of God, you mean something like that which is at the, I don't know if you'd rather say the basis or the top, but the basis
Either.
or the top.
Both metaphors.
Of a value hierarchy. And it begins with the recognition that anything that anybody does requires some kind of value. Even just to do something as simple as sitting in a chair or picking up a glass.
Well, you don't
requires
do
value.
anything without it being oriented towards a value.
Exactly, right. And so even to perceive the glass is something you've spoken about before. You know, why do I see the glass as one object? Even though it's got multiple parts, it's got a side and a bottom and top. I see them together in a way that I don't see the cup and the table as one object. Well, you said before, it's because I can grip it. It's sort of functional. It's because I can use this cup. And the reason that I see it in that way is because I can then drink from it. And the reason that I want to do that is because I sort of value my health. And there's sort of a value regress that goes on.
Always.
And more broadly, this comes out in the question of like, you know, why are you writing an essay? To get a good grade. Or why do you want a good grade? To get a good job. Why do you want a good job? To get money. And you keep going back and back. It has to terminate somewhere.
That's right.
Because otherwise there would be nothing to sort of lend that value.
Well, otherwise you'd always be in an infinite regress.
Further down,
right? You just die of
or
questioning.
It would be infinite. Yeah, you literally, it's the kind of regress in which the value that you have for A actually borrows the value from B. You don't value A at all without B. So it doesn't get it without B, and B doesn't get it without C, and C doesn't get it without D. So if that went on infinitely, there's nothing to give the entire sequence value in the first place.
Right.
And so there's got to be something at the basis here. And then you said, at least on one occasion, that we'll call that place, whatever's at the top there, we'll call it the divine place.
Yeah,
and you said we'll make that
that's a matter of definition. Yeah.
Now, I'm fine with this.
Yeah.
But it seems to me that what you're doing is you're giving a definition of God that makes him
partial definition.
Or makes it him, whatever, unavoidably exist. And also makes it a quite different entity to the entity described by a great deal of, for instance, your Christian listeners, who will say that God is not the basis of a value hierarchy. God is an omnipotent, omniscient, agential being with consciousness that intentionally brings about human beings and sent down a physical man to sacrifice his life in order to save us from our sins. Now, that means that when someone asks you, does God exist? And you say, well, look, I think that's almost an inappropriate question. At times you sort of imply that you don't even believe in atheists.
Love watching you with Militant Vegan. You have that skibbity W Riz. I bet you could be her Sigma if you wanted.
I doubt it. I don't feel like we have any romantic chemistry, and she has a boyfriend. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Master.
These teenage broccoli heads need to be stopped. Look at how cringe this workout video is.
Burns, like I was doing so much. No, I don't think I can PR, bro. I didn't sleep at all.
And he's gonna do something.
I'm gonna wear two hood. Wait, one.
Oh, you guys are so cute. You look like.
Baby burn. Sometimes it hurts. I guess I never learned. To who would make a
Death sounds.
If you're kissing on the mouth, you ain't charging enough. You heard I was flying.
Yeah. You look.
Take to the grave. Step on the sweat when I step out. That's a toe. And the world keeps spinning.
About.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Thanks for the donation, Matthew.
Because you sort of act as if you believe in God. If what you mean by God is just...
Well, Dawkins himself admitted he was a cultural Christian.
That's another matter, because that's much more specific. I mean, that's cultural Christianity, right? This is just... This, but although
it's a reflection
been saying
of
that
the
for
same
years.
problem.
But you know, when a Christian says to you, I'm being very clear that that's what I mean by God. I don't know if you do believe in the omniscient, omnipotent, agential being, but if you start talking about the inevitability of believing in some basis of a value hierarchy...
Well, it's not so obvious.
You're talking about something different.
It's not so obvious from the traditional Judeo-Christian perspective that God is properly conceptualized as a being.
That's probably right, too.
So it's tricky, right? Because one of the ways that you can approach...
That's bizarre. Especially if we're going to... especially if we're going to recognize the Old Testament. That is a really bizarre thing to say. So, first of all, God made humans in his own image. So, the idea is God looks like a human being. There's also stories in the Old Testament where God would come down and speak to people, and he'd literally be in like a separate room.
We should go for a munt sometime.
I don't know what a munt is, but if you explain to me what a munt is, maybe. Thanks for that donation, Vegan Gravedigger. God has literally come down and spoken to people, and he'd literally be in like separate rooms talking like a person. He impregnated Mary and created Jesus, so like he has literal human form. What is he talking about?
God, traditionally, is in relationship to a being, but that's a veil. So why do I say that? Okay, so let's speak about it religiously first, then we can speak about it conceptually. So there's a tremendous insistence in the Judeo-Christian tradition that God is outside of the categorical structure, right? Like seriously outside. Elijah, the prophet, establishes that God is not in nature. He's not in the earthquake. He's not in the conflagration. He's not in the storm, right? So that doesn't mean that nature doesn't speak of God, but it does mean that whatever God is not in the natural world. Okay, now we can extend that. Not bound by time, not bound by space. Well, does that make God a material object? Because when people say, is God real, which is a variant of the question, is do you believe in God? It's like, well, God's immaterial and outside of time and space. So if your definition of real is material things in the domain of time and space, then we're not talking about the same thing. Now, usually people approach that question of belief with...
This is such a massive, massive dishonest fucking lie. Just because you could define God as being immaterial outside of time and space, that doesn't mean you get to say, oh, well, what do you mean by real? Like, look, he would have to exist in some fashion if you're claiming he created the universe, and through his own imagination and power and whatever, he created everything that exists. He would have to exist in some fashion. He may not abide by the laws of physics and whatever you're talking about, but he'd still have to fucking exist. Like, unless he's going to have some weird idea that your own idea of, like, your own imagination created God and willed itself into existence. Like, I don't know how that would even fucking work, but oh my god. It's so retarded. I don't understand how he can fucking play this word game and actually be taken seriously by anybody.
Some materialistic framework like that in mind, even if they don't know it.
Yes.
The Christians, let's say, who put this question forward in the hope of getting the answer they want to hear, are materialistic and Enlightenment minds, even though they don't know it, because they have an implicit definition of what constitutes real. Is God real? It's like, no, God's hyper.
Alex could sidestep this whole issue of Jordan Peterson giving you this runaround fucking answer by just asking, did God create the universe, yes or no? Is there some sort of all-powerful, all-knowing, supernatural deity that created all of existence, yes or no? It's a yes or no question. I'm sure Jordan Peterson would turn that into... find some way of weaseling out of that yes or no question. Well, what do you mean by create? What do you mean by blah blah blah? Like, but yeah, if Jordan Peterson is going to play this fucking game, just ask him direct questions. He will never fucking answer. And the only thing you can do is just make him look fucking stupid.
For real. That's not the same thing.
I think that the physicality of God is an interesting question.
Yeah.
In the Old Testament tradition, it seems to evolve as far as I can see. If you look at some of the earlier descriptions of God, you've got a God who walks through the Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
You've got a God who has a council of angels and the accuser. You have a sort of, it's being at least conceptualized as a much more physical being. And as time goes on, God becomes less localized. And I've heard a lot of theories as to why that's the case. I've just done an episode on my own show.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's true. Exactly. I don't think there's a clear historical progression like that. There is a constant tension between God as ineffable and then God as manifest in a manner that's comprehensible, right? And so Mircea Eliade had mapped the consequences of this out to some degree. So he was very interested in Nietzsche's proposition that God had died. Most people, including Nietzsche, regarded that as like a unique historical event. There was a religious tradition, the Enlightenment arose.
Check out these informative cute animal vids.
Let me take a look. I think this might not be available in my region. Oh no, there we go.
Are undeniably adorable creatures, and some people are tempted to keep them as pets. However, while they may seem like cuddly companions, raccoons are wild animals at heart, and keeping them as pets can pose numerous challenges. First and foremost, they have natural instincts and behaviors that are difficult, if not impossible, to domesticate fully. They are intelligent, curious creatures that spend their time foraging for food, exploring their surroundings, and when deprived of these essential activities, raccoons can experience boredom, stress, and behavioral issues such as aggression or destructive behavior. Their curious nature often gets them into trouble, as they are notorious for raiding trash cans, pilfering food left unattended, and even sneaking into people's homes through open windows or pet doors. These adorable bandits have a knack for stealing food and causing mischief, but they're also incredibly resourceful and adaptive in the wild. Attempting to tame them as pets would be akin to caging their wild spirit.
Raccoons are fucking adorable. Oh.
Fluffy, adorable rodents are often underrated as pets, but those who have experienced the delight of chinchilla companionship know just how special they are. One of their most endearing traits is their love for dust baths. These tiny creatures have incredibly dense fur, which requires regular dust baths to maintain its cleanliness and health. But chinchillas are much more than just their fur. They're intelligent, playful creatures and even a bit mischievous at times. While some chinchillas eagerly seek human interaction, perching contently on shoulders or laps, others prefer to observe from a distance. They are also known for their impressive agility and acrobatic abilities. They effortlessly leap several feet in the air and navigate complex obstacles with ease. But what truly sets chinchillas apart is their capacity for forming deep bonds with their human caregivers and often display affection in their own unique ways, whether it's through gentle nibbles, soft chirps, or snuggling up close for a nap.
Wow. Chinchillas are sweet.
Pigs are known for their vocalizations, which range from soft purrs to enthusiastic squeaks of excitement. They're excellent communicators, letting you know when they're happy, hungry, or in need of attention with their adorable repertoire of sounds. But it's not just the vocal talents that make guinea pigs such wonderful pets. These furry friends form strong bonds with their human companions. With gentle handling and regular interaction, they become affectionate and responsive pets, greeting their owners with enthusiastic squeals and seeking out cuddles and pets. They thrive on companionship and are happiest when kept in pairs or small groups. They love to engage in gentle grooming sessions and even playful chases. But let's not forget about their insatiable curiosity. To keep your guinea pig happy and healthy, provide them with a spacious habitat filled with plenty of hiding spots, tunnels, and chew toys for enrichment. A diet rich in hay, fresh veggies, and pellets ensures they get all the nutrients they need to thrive.
Those are some sweet animals. Thanks for that donation, finger my ass.
Oh shit, I just realized now SJWs are probably going to blame Kingdom for Furiosa's failure. Keep in mind that apes are an underrepresented minority as well, and moreover we as a species are destroying their habitats and poaching them to extinction, so screen time need.
Well, to be fair, chimpanzees are horrible monsters, so don't think I'd really care if they go extinct. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
In consequence, we became skeptical about God, and in 1850, the philosophers decided that he was no longer necessary or real. But Eliade, who is a brilliant historian of religions, has noted that this has happened many, many times, that God has vanished, disappeared. And one of his explanations for that is that a God that's too ineffable, so that's completely outside of the categories of time and space, let's say, and who doesn't make himself present as a being, who doesn't have a heavenly council, who has no hierarchy between the pinnacle and earth itself, tends to float off into space. It becomes so abstract that you can't have a relationship with it, and then he disappears.
In many ways, this is what Christianity provides.
That's weird. He said a relationship with it, and then said him. Okay, so are we sure God is male now? Fucking weird.
With the New Testament and the figure of Jesus. And that's why I think for a lot of Christians, the more important question for you, and the question that they're interested in, and you're quite right that a lot of people are like, I want to get you on my team.
Yeah.
I have no dog in this fight. I'm not a Christian.
Yeah.
But I know that a lot of Christians are frustrated when they begin asking about Jesus, who's a much more physical entity. Right? It's a real...
Hey, Stitching NoFap, what's up, dude? Is it your birthday?
Human being. It's someone of flesh and blood. It's someone who's physically crucified by the
It's a
Romans.
very different question. It's very different question.
And then is seen as a physical entity, at least according to the canonical tradition, by his disciples after he died.
Yeah.
So when somebody asks you, do you believe that...
Dude, it's so funny. If you ask Jordan Peterson, is God real? He won't give you an answer. And then if you ask him, is transgenderism real? He'll give you a straight answer. This guy is the most ideologically motivated moron I've ever seen.
That happened. And when I've seen you ask about that question, you tend to still speak in terms of the psychological and the mythological. I think the frustration is that, as you've just said...
Yeah.
These are
I
two
don't
different
mind
conversations,
frustrating
right?
Christians in that regard either, because the truth of the matter is, with regard to the gospel accounts, that the mythological and the historical are inextricably cross-contaminated.
Sure.
There's no pulling out the historical Jesus, right? That's a non-starter. And why that is, I don't know. It's very mysterious.
It's because he never existed. That's why.
Hard to understand, as are the, let's say, the accounts of the resurrection. Okay, so what do I think about that? Well, I think that denying the historical reality of Christ I think that's just a fool's errand.
Of course.
I don't know why anybody would bother with it.
So a man exists called Jesus. We have that much.
Now, there's a claim that is attributed to Christ that he is the embodiment or the incarnation, the fulfillment, let's say, of the prophet and the laws.
Yes.
I think that's true.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. What does that mean? Well, I think it's in the Gospel of John. I think Gospel of John closes with a statement that's something like, if all the books that were ever written were written about the gospel accounts, that wouldn't be enough books to explain what had happened.
Yeah, if all the things that Jesus did.
Yeah. And there's a truth in that. The truth is that profound religious account is bottomless.
Mm-hmm.
And the biblical representations are like that. There's no limit to the amount of investigation they can bear, not least because the text itself is deeply cross-referenced. So there's an innumerable number of paths through it. It's like a chessboard. And so it's inexhaustible in its interpretive space.
That's true.
And that's a problem too, because it means it's also susceptible to multiple interpretations, including potentially competing interpretations.
I think a lot of people interpret Paul, for example, the earliest New Testament source, as saying that if Jesus did not literally rise from the dead, if there was not a man who stopped breathing and then started breathing again, then your faith is futile and you're still in your sins. That is, Christianity is undermined. Now, that means that, and Paul doesn't say sort of believing that that's false is really bad. He says, if you do not believe this proactively, then your faith is futile.
The problem I have with that.
If you don't proactively believe that yourself.
Don't Tillers, he made his own seasoning, y'all. Let's see.
Well. Nah, baby, this could never be a moth to a flame. Baby, my black, beautiful 14-year-old son made his own seasoning, y'all. I went in the kitchen, I said, wait a minute, you made your own seasoning? What is this for? So I said, wait a minute, let me test this out. Let me get my chicken legs because I got to test this out for you. Man, his doggone seasoning was so good. That's the only seasoning I needed to add, just what he created. And listen, this is going to save me a lot of time because I'm tired of putting 10 different seasonings on my chicken. So I'm so grateful and thankful to my son. Listen, you let me know what black, beautiful 14-year-old is out here doing it this big, making their own chicken, making their own seasonings, baby. This could never be that, honey. You better recognize greatness when you see it, baby.
There might be a reason why your son is obese.
I'm so grateful for the gift that God has placed in my son. And I had to have my husband throw some kale greens with that mug and a little bit of rice, and we had a good time.
Watch Nazis eat each other.
Let me just finish one thing. This is the problem. We got all these Christian Zionist supporters of Israel. They think you're cursed if you curse, blessed if you bless them. Everybody on that stage, Trump especially, to say that more Christianity, what do you want to go back to, to anti-Semitic Christianity, to old school Catholicism? Like that's going to work? That gives them their victim status. That is not the way to go. That is the controlled dialectic. It's like full spectrum dominance.
Why do you sound so out of breath? Are you okay?
I'm walking back to the house. Sorry, I was on a walk. I've been waiting for hours to talk.
All right. Have you asked the question?
Go ahead. Well, yeah, I made my statement. It's not really a question, but what do you have to say?
Yeah,
about it?
I watched your debate with E. Michael Jones on this exact issue. And first of all, we have to separate these things because there's a question of whether you believe in God and Jesus.
Hey, not all chimpanzees are horrible monsters. Just look at this poor creature.
They're still horrible monsters. They kind of viciously beat and kill each other and other animals. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
And I mean, that's a question of, is it true? I mean, that's a question of whether it's a true religion. And that's altogether separate from the question of pragmatically, what is to be done about the Jews? Is Christianity a strategy? And here's the thing. I mean, you don't believe in Jesus. Is that right? I mean, are you an atheist?
No, I'm an agnostic, but I don't believe in Jesus.
Okay.
No, I don't believe in ancient superhero messiahs that are the son of God. Like to acknowledge Catholics, Nick, you think that you're the new Israel, that you're the new chosen people, and but you acknowledge that they were once a chosen people. You're still worshiping their God, which was the goal all along.
But the Jews don't worship Jesus Christ.
And what you said earlier.
But that's just wrong.
That the Jews. You said
Jews do not.
You
Jews
said
are
the
not
Jews
Christians.
need to be around at the end of time.
Jews are not Christians.
I never
so
said
then
they
why
were
are
Christians.
you saying that we're worshiping
a little
their
bit
God?
ago.
That's not their God.
It's exactly
Really?
their God. It's the God of
Jews
Israel, the
worship
God of
Jesus
Zion.
Christ?
Yeah, the God of Abraham. No, they worship Yahweh.
Well, we believe
But
that Jesus is God.
they're really happy with you worshiping their Messiah. Their top rabbis, even the official statement from the Orthodox rabbi groups, say that they're happy about Christianity because it got you to abandon idol worship and worship the God of Israel. So it's all going a part of the plan. They're their greatest accomplices. All the Christian Zionists in America, even the Catholic Church now, even the Eastern Orthodox, it's their greatest allies. To say that, like, we just need to go back to the type of Christians that are mad about Jesus, like, that's not going to work. That's playing on their paradigm.
All right. So, like I said, it's two questions. You don't believe in God. You don't believe in Jesus. So for you, you're saying, well, Christianity is not the right approach. For people that do believe in God and do believe in Jesus, well, I mean, that's just what we believe. Okay. And that's a separate question.
Well, what I'm saying is you're not actually opposing Judaism because you're just another sect of Judaism. No, you're not.
I feel like the Jews.
No, you're
oppose,
affirming
So wait,
Judaism.
if I'm a Catholic and Catholicism is Jews' greatest accomplishment, why are the Jews fighting me all the time instead of promoting me?
What? How do you think that you're opposing?
Well, can you answer that question? Don't answer
Judaism
a
with
question
Christianity?
with a question. Answer my question.
Do you see Prager? Do you see Prager and Charlie Kirk
Well,
bragging about? I've brought more people to Christianity.
Wait. You got to be fair. You can't answer a question with a question. You ask the question.
Okay, what was the question?
The question is, if Christianity is the greatest achievement of the Jews, and that is subordinating white people or non-Jews to the Jews, and if I'm a hardcore Catholic and pushing this, what you say is Christian anti-Semitism, why do they fight me so hard?
No, they don't like you. You're the villain. You're the boogeyman and the villain, and you give them that Christian anti-Semitism, which ultimately just plays into their victim status. It turns you into the villain.
But what if everyone believed that?
Modern
what if everyone
day,
believed that?
You want to have a worldwide religion where everybody worships Jesus, who's the King of the Jews, and you're just blaming the Jews for killing him or rejecting him. You said hold on. You said about an hour ago that you said, according to your belief, the Jews have to be.
You can't say.
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
But you can't say at once that. Well, wait.
Does Ben Shapiro and Dennis Prager promote Christianity for Gentiles? Do they?
Not really. No.
Yes, they do.
Not
yes,
really.
They do.
No.
YouTube will attack Christianity and Islam, but never criticize Judaism.
Adam, let me just jump in.
Well, I guess that is what the far right and Twitter has become. People arguing about whether or not Christianity is promoting Judaism.
Yourself, then I think when a Christian asks you, do you believe in the resurrection of Jesus? Are you a Christian? I think you must be committed to saying no, at least under that interpretation of Paul. And even if you're not sure, I mean, it's fine if I say to you, do you think that a man physically rose from the dead? And you say something like, well, I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there, but I think it has a lot of mythological significance, or I think that maybe it happened in a different sense, or it happened in the sense that good fiction happens, then fine. But it needs to begin with that caveat of the simple sort of, historically speaking, I don't know. And I know you don't like to pull out the historical Jesus and the mythological.
That's a good objection.
But it's an important question to ask.
No, of course. It's a very good objection. So the So I just did a seminar on the Gospels with a crew of about 8 people. And it was the same crew that walked through Exodus with me with a couple of variations. And we spent a lot of time on the resurrection accounts, for example. And of course, that was the toughest, let's say, that was the toughest morsel to chew and digest. The thing about the resurrection accounts is that they're all, look, so I could say something like this, which will just annoy people, but it doesn't matter. I believe the accounts, but I have no idea what they mean.
When you say you believe the accounts, do you mean, and I hate to be sort of pedantic here, it seems pedantic, but do you mean you believe that these are things that happened such that
that's a strange
I know you don't
thing.
like that. Let me put it this way.
Yeah.
If I went back in time with a Panasonic video camera and put that camera in front of the tomb of Joseph of Arimathea, would the little LCD screen show a man walk out of that tomb?
I would suspect yes.
Oh
so
my God.
that to me seems.
By the way, there's absolutely no reason to believe, if we are assuming Jesus is a real historical figure, that he was put into a tomb after his crucifixion. It's a bizarre idea that immediately after he was crucified, he was put into a tomb. Why would the Romans do that? It doesn't make any sense. And then on top of that, he's actually believing, like, it's so strange because for the last, almost 30 minutes of the conversation, Jordan Peterson was talking about how, I don't know if God is actually real, like, it could just be a fantasy story. And then when Cosmic Skeptic asks him this very direct question, did it actually happen? If I had a time machine and a video camera, would I be able to video capture Jesus's resurrection? And then Jordan Peterson says yes. Okay, so you believe in fantasy stories. Like, do you also believe in Santa Claus? Do you believe in the Easter Bunny? Like, there's no reason to think that.
Seems like a belief in the historical event of the resurrection, or at least of Jesus leaving the tomb, which means that when somebody says, do you believe that Jesus rose from the dead? It doesn't seem clear to me why you're not able to just say, it would seem to me yes.
Richard Burgess. I am a faith healer. I've healed cancers, tumors, even made crippled retards walk again. So, right now, I command the evil demons inside of Richard Burgess to leave. Demons of Satan, leave Richard Burgess. Get out of your chair and walk.
I don't think it's working. You might want to try again. Thanks for the donation, though, Mohammed bin Kumar Tafiq.
Because I have no idea what that means. And neither did the people who saw it.
Oh my God.
Have you ever browsed in incognito mode? Fun fact, it's probably not as incognito as you think. And why would it be? Big tech companies have made their fortune so by encrypted stress or your phone. So if you use SS.
Let's approach this obliquely, let's say. The miracle of the loaves and the fishes.
Yeah.
Okay, so people will say, well, do you believe that happened literally, historically? It's like, well, yes, I believe that. It's okay. Okay, what do you mean by that? That you believe that? Exactly.
Yeah.
So you tell me, you're there in the way that you described.
Right.
And
what do you see?
What are the fish doing exactly? And the answer is you don't know. You have no notion about it at all. You have no theory about it.
Sure.
So your belief is, what's your belief exactly?
Well, I think a Christian might say something like, my belief is that I have no idea, looking at those fish, what I would see in the process of them being converted into enough food for the 5,000 to eat. I have no idea what I would see. But I do know that what I would see is the fish end up being spread amongst the 5,000. In the same way, like if I opened up the water jar, what would I see when the water became wine? I have no idea. Does it sort of blend from one color into another? Does it suddenly snap? Does it disappear and then reappear? I don't know. But what I do know as a Christian is that I would see something at some event in which when I look at the beginning, it's water, and when I look at the end, it's wine. And I mean actually. I don't mean that Jesus turning water into wine is some kind of, inextricably mythological story, and the question of whether it happened sort of doesn't matter, or maybe it happened in a meta manner, or maybe it happened in a hyper reality sense. No, I would be, as a Christian, committed to saying that it happened historically.
I'm more inclined rather than to believe I'm more inclined to understand. And then when I hit the limits of my understanding, I think, I don't understand that. Now, do I believe it or not believe it? I think often, especially with regard...
Do I believe in Santa Claus? Do I not believe in Santa Claus? Now, I think what's much more important is the mythological story surrounding Santa Claus and the deeper meaning of which Santa Claus exists in our psyche and in the human consciousness. Like, it's just retarded.
Regards to biblical matters, let's say, I have a suspension of belief and disbelief.
Yeah, and that's fine too.
I think part of the reason that I've been able to be an effective interpreter of the biblical texts and a relatively scientific interpreter is because...
Animal Liberation donated $2. It never even says the fishes were multiplied, only the loaves. Let me look that up. I know the loaves were multiplied. Jesus multiplies fish and bread. Mark, Jesus took the 5 loaves and 2 fish, gazed into heaven, and gave thanks to God. He broke the bread and the 2 fishes and distributed them to his disciples to serve the people, and the food was multiplied in front of their eyes. No, it seems like it multiplied both the loaves and the bread and the fish. Here but 5 loaves and 2 fishes, he said, bring them hither to me. And he commanded the multitude to sit down on the grass and took the 5 loaves and the 2 fishes, looked up into heaven, gave the loaves to his disciples and the disciples to the multitude. Okay, so different versions say that only the loaves were multiplied. Others multiplied the fish. Kind of depends on which version you're going by. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation.
Because I approach the texts with respect. The same respect that I would approach a lab animal. It's like, I don't know what this is. Like, I seriously don't know. And I'm not going to come at it with axiomatic assumptions that are unquestionable. I'm going to try to see what's right in front of my eyes. I'm going to try to see what mystery reveals itself if I take this.
Like, how fucking idiotic is this? I mean, you're talking about fantasy stories that were written, about 2,000 years ago. And then he's talking about, I don't know what this is. I'm going to take a look at it, and I'm not going to make any axiomatic assumption. Like, no, the assumption you can make is this was written by fucking desert-dwelling retards who made up a bunch of stupid stories. Like, if somebody told him about Santa Claus, would he give the story of Santa Claus the same amount of reverence? These are just fantasy stories. Like, imagine a fucking grown man reading a fucking mythological fairy tale story and acting as if, I'm not sure if this actually happened. Like, what a fucking jackass.
Phenomenon seriously. This is one of the things that I find puzzling, for example, about Dawkins, because Dawkins formulated the idea of meme, which is, by the way, the same idea as archetype. It's exactly the same idea, except he just stopped. It's like, okay, there are memes, they're selected for. Okay, selected on what basis exactly? Does that mean there's a hierarchy of memes? Are the memes more likely are the memes that are conserved more likely to be, what would you say, viable organisms? If they're viable organisms, are they microcosms?
This is really interesting in terms of the survivability, because there's a point, I've spoken to Richard Dawkins, well, a number of times, but twice on my podcast. And the second time, somebody pointed out to me that there might be a point of agreement between you two that has been overlooked, which is that, I don't know if you've ever come across the evolutionary argument against naturalism, or the argument from reason, the idea that if you're a materialist, you can't trust your reasonable faculties. So Alvin Plantinga formulated this very well, very, very geniusly, I think, in saying that if you believe that evolution by natural selection happens materially, what does natural selection select for? Survivability.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're a materialist, that means that the very rational faculty that you're using right now evolved not to be sensitive to truth, but to survivability.
Yes, that's right.
And if that's the case, well,
definitely.
Why do you believe in the truth of evolution? Well, because you've been rationally convinced of it. But the thing that you've just assented to, the belief itself has just undercut the process by which you came to that belief.
Look, there's a whole, the New England pragmatists figured this out in like 1880.
Yeah, now I think this is a fascinating, I think it really is just a...
It is.
It's exciting. It's novel.
That's for sure.
Brilliant.
That's for sure. It's actually a point where Darwin and Newton do not come together.
How do you mean?
Well, the Darwinian definition of true and the Newtonian definition of true are not the same thing.
So here's the thing. You had a conversation with Sam Harris. You've had a number, but one of them, I don't think it was a live event. I think it was before that. You're talking about truth.
Yeah,
and you're
very
trying
awkward second talk I had with him. I was extremely ill.
It was. Do you know, it was awkward to listen to because it felt very much like, and I remember at the time thinking, what is this Jordan Peterson talking about? Like truth is like Darwinian, truth is about like survivability. What do you mean? Truth is true.
True the way an arrow flies.
Yeah, right. And now I asked Richard Dawkins about the evolutionary argument against naturalism.
Yeah.
I said, well, how can you know that what you believe is true? And he said, because believing true things makes me more likely to survive.
Watch where you go with that.
I didn't catch it at the time, but I thought to myself afterwards, it was one of my commenters on Patreon actually had mentioned this. He was listening to Richard, and I said, but sometimes it's at least possible that something that's false helps you to survive. The rustling in the bushes, believing that that's a lion every time or a tiger, even if it's not, that helps you to survive because that one time that it is, you're still going to run away, and it costs you nothing to run away when it's not a tiger. So believing it's a tiger, even when it's not, is going to help me to survive.
That's why we have a negativity bias.
Yeah, and Dawkins says, well, yeah, of course there are some circumstances where believing something false could be beneficial to survival. And I said, well, how do you know that 2 + 2 = 4 is not one of those? And it seemed as though he was just saying that believing that would not be advantageous to our survival, which might well be true. But if that's the case, then suddenly I'm listening to what you're saying about truth being more sort of Darwinian and related to survivability. And I think maybe you two would agree there. And then I think, well, why is it that when you sit down with Richard Dawkins, you find it difficult to have a conversation with each other? And
well, I think it's partly because we don't know each other very well.
That's
right.
Also
and so,
true.
And also, there are things he knows that I don't know.
Yeah.
And there are things I know that he doesn't know. Now, I would say in my defense that what would you say? I'm more of aware of the things he knows that I don't know than he is of the things I know that he doesn't know, right? So, for example, as far as I can tell, Dawkins doesn't know anything about the Jungian tradition of literary interpretation. And that actually, if you're going to talk about religion, that's actually a fatal flaw, right? So, and, he's called me, for example, drunk on symbols. It's like, well, the imagination is a biological function. And it has a structure and a purpose, and it has its own logos, its own intelligible order. And if you're not aware of that order, that doesn't make me drunk on symbols. It just means you don't know what you're talking about.
Now, that frustration that you appeal to there, when you hear Richard Dawkins, I think Terry Eagleton said that listening to Dawkins on theology is like listening to somebody write a book about biology whose only knowledge of the subject is having once read the Great British Book of Birds. And okay, fair enough.
But that actually turns out to be a real problem. And it's a problem with regards even to the meme idea, because you don't have to extend Dawkins' work very far to understand that religious stories are memes.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and there's a hierarchy of memes, and some of them are very functional.
But then here's the thing, like that frustration that you're sort of throwing in that direction, I think people throw towards you when you say, well, religion, you don't have to look very far to see that religion is a meme. Well, without further clarification, and of course there's going to be it, you can understand why to somebody first listening, that sounds almost atheistic, or religion is a meme. No, religion is not a true historical account of the history of the universe.
It's not a true historical account.
It's a meme. Now, when you say that the resurrection of Jesus.
Well, what does it mean historically that the Spirit of God brooded upon the primordial waters? Like, what does that mean historically?
Well,
no one knows.
I agree.
I don't think
that at least most of Genesis or parts of Genesis are supposed to be. I mean, the Bible is a library, right? It's not a book, and that means that it's going to contain different genres.
That's for sure.
And so when I
Yeah,
read
and some of them are more historically accurate, and some of them tilt more towards that kind of elusive. I don't mean elusive.
I just couldn't believe that the History Channel's website putting out this article stating archaeological evidence of Jesus does not exist. Lol, but they don't deny that he wasn't real.
Yeah, I know. Bible says Jesus was real. What other proof exists? Some argue that Jesus wasn't an actual man, but within a few decades of his time, he was mentioned by Jewish and Roman historians. Blah, blah, blah. Scholars.
Every great work leaves.
No definitive physical or archaeological evidence of the existence of Jesus. There's nothing conclusive, nor would I expect there to be. Peasants don't normally leave an ecological trail. The reality is that we don't have archaeological records for virtually anyone who lived in Jesus' time and place, as University of North Carolina religious studies professor.
In your opinion, if someone thanks you for something and you don't say you're welcome or even respond at all, are you being rude? I would argue no, because I'm the one who helped someone else, therefore I don't owe them a response to gratitude.
Yeah, I don't think you owe them a response when you're the one helping them. Usually I just say no problem. But thanks for the donation, Giho. The lack of evidence does not mean a person at the time didn't exist. It means that she or he, like 99.9% of the rest of the world at the time, made no impact on the archaeological record. Considering that there is no archaeological record of his existence, nobody at the time wrote of him or documented his existence, and a lot of the stories of Jesus are clearly fanciful. Chances are, because people did eventually end up writing about him, he was either two things. He was a person who at the time was not an important historical figure until a bunch of myths were made up surrounding him. So like the resurrection, walking on water, healing the sick, stuff like that. But he may have actually been... There may have actually been a person named Jesus, but again, over time, there were these stories spread about him. And that's when he became a historically relevant enough figure for people to write about him. Or he is a composite character, sort of like Gilgamesh. Like, so there may have been a number of myths and stories around the time that they attributed to one person. The first is most likely to be true. So yeah, there's zero evidence of his existence, but if we're going to make the statement that there was a man named Jesus of Nazareth who performed a bunch of miracles, who multiplied bread, turned water into wine, resurrected the dead, healed the sick. No, nobody like that existed. Could there have been a guy named Jesus or Jebus or something like that who said a bunch of stupid, crazy shit, and then there was a small amount of followers who started to create these myths around miracles that he created? That's most likely what actually happened.
Elusive in the, I mean, ALLUSIV.
Allusive, yeah, sure.
Right? That elusive and symbolic form that characterizes Genesis 1.
So because there are different genres here, it depends on what story we're talking about. And I think that what I often observe you doing is we might talk about Christianity, and if you aren't comfortable committing to a historical ideal, you'll start talking about the spirit moving over the face of the waters, which is obviously a much more mythological ideal, and not quite equivocating them, but moving between them too quickly and not delineating them enough. So if I asked you, do you think that the spirit moved across the face of the waters, and you said to me something like, I think it's still happening.
Right, that is what I would say.
Hey, fair enough. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that makes sense.
It always
However,
happens.
when
It
some-
happened at the beginning of time, and it's always happening.
When somebody says,
Can you react to the Big Lenny tranny video off screen? Dale Chance call out at 4 minutes.
Jesus, I'm looking at the thumbnails for the other videos that are linked. There's some trans girls who have massive dicks.
Very cute.
Farrah.
Hi, Farrah.
How are
Vera's
you?
with Big Lenny today.
Hi.
And Vera looks delicious.
Thank you.
Big Lenny has a small
And your skin
peepee.
is very soft.
Thank you.
And you want to turn around your extremely feminine, show the viewers that spectacular body.
Thank you.
Very nice. Why don't you sit on the bed, Lenny? Yeah, thanks. Ew. Small part. A champion again, like me, like Big Lenny. Come on.
Okay, now
I'm
she's
thirsty.
pissing into his mouth.
Talk too much. That's your problem. Shut.
Delicious. Cheesecake Cutler.
Fucking fat. I fuck you, right? I don't know how I'm doing this without my face being on this camera.
Sorry, I'll get it taken care of. Don't worry.
Come over here.
No one's gonna lay your head down.
Come over
Lay
here.
down, Lenny. Lay down. Put your head there. So you can do it.
Lay on right here.
Well, you're laid up in the convalescent center.
Put that.
That's how it's feeling. Delicious.
There you go.
Panama City Research.
Yeah, that's gross.
did the Exodus story happen? Did the Jews enslaved in Egypt break free of their slavery and move to the Promised Land across the desert for 40 years? Did that happen? You have also said, of the Exodus specifically, it's still happening.
Yes.
Now, to me, that's far more inappropriate than saying that the Spirit is still moving across the face of the waters, because I think what people mean there is, do you believe that these people in that time period actually did this in such a way that, for instance, might show up in an archaeological report?
Well, I think that's the simplest answer to that is probably.
Sure.
Yeah, so again, what Jordan Peterson is claiming is that roughly 2.4 million Israelites moved from Egypt into the Promised Land for 40 years and left absolutely no archaeological evidence of what they did. But he's saying, oh yeah, it probably happened. That is so goddamn idiotic.
And that's fine too, but then...
But we don't know.
But
there is, like, to the degree that there's been archaeological investigations into the kinds of biblical narratives that you've described, the archaeological evidence tends to fall on the side of historical accuracy in relationship to the Bible, quite surprisingly often.
Clearly, you spent more time in Exodus than probably any person I've ever met in person, right? Clearly, the story sort of
The only path to any tillers. I was waiting for Eddie Abu to pop out of the corner. Let me see. Oh, yeah.
Has a great price on grass-fed beef. It happens to be the same price of organic chicken, but if we're looking for the most nutrient-dense foods, Paul, which one would you choose?
I would choose the grass-fed beef. There are healthy saturated fats in this grass-fed beef, and
No, there aren't.
because this cow has eaten grass its whole life, all of the nutrients from the grass end up in the beef. It's almost like there's a salad in the beef. There's research.
So why don't you just eat a salad? Oh yeah, there's James Wilkes. This is such a good fit as a duo. Yep. I don't eat meat, fish, dairy, or eggs, but I love this duo. Both way off on the science. It's a great fit. It's also nice as Paul Saladino lowers his credibility further by working with Bobby Parrish. Yeah, really.
To show that grass-fed beef contains lots of healthy phytochemicals for humans that are in the grass, more than a grain-fed beef.
Then why don't you just eat fucking plants? They have more phytonutrients than the fucking beef.
And because the chicken is only eating grains, not so much in the chicken. Chicken is great, bioavailable protein, but I think the grass-fed beef is a better choice.
Agreed 100%. And for that price, that's some good eating here.
Paul Saladino is a real manlet. What is he, like 5'6" or something?
Aldi.
What an idiot. Very Mangus. Let me see. Oh my god. So Mangusy. That's a good Mangus. Oh my goodness, listen to him munch. He's munching on his pepper? Oh my god, munch, munch, munch. Oh, what a sweet boy. That's amazing. I fucking love groundhogs. They're so cute. Oh my god.
Hey, what are you doing? Are you gonna come out and help me? We have a lot of work to do.
That's a good warthog. Oh my god. Look at that big warthog nose. Oh my goodness. I want a warthog. That's a good goddamn warthog. Oh my goodness. That's a nice big moose. Moose noses are the best. My god, look at the moose nose. That's amazing.
It's always better when
Aww. That's like Prismo. Oh, the kitty and the bun bun are friends. Oh, look at them. They're friends. Those are good friends. That reminds me of Prismo. Prismo really likes rabbits. Where's the Prismo rabbit picture? I know I have it somewhere. There he is. Yeah, Prismo likes to hang around rabbits. Yeah, Prismo just hangs out with the bun buns too. Oh. Wow. Look at the little baby. My goodness. Man, rhinos are so goddamn massive. Seems like a really nice rhino, though. Thanks for the donation, The Only Path.
Activates you and you think it's really important and can
It's
teach us a lot, right?
Yeah,
Of course.
it's infinitely deep story.
I think most people speaking to you already know that you think that, right? And so when they ask you a question, when they suddenly say to you, but do you think it really happened?
Well, what the hell does that mean?
You must know that what they mean is what I was talking about a second ago, which is that sort of...
What? Okay, so fine. So it's easy just to turn this around.
Again,
it's like, okay, what exactly happened in your historical account when Moses encountered the burning bush?
I don't need to know exactly what happened. What I need to know is
I'm not asking you
I
specifically
know.
or attacking you for that.
What I need to know is that if I sort of went to the Egyptian desert at sort of the time that this story is alleged to have taken place in history, would I see a mass movement of Israelites from Egypt into the Promised Land? Would I see people with feet walking through the desert, leaving footprints?
Well, let's take it apart rationally. So,
but you also understand that when someone's asking that, and you like, even if you don't like the question, you must understand what someone's asking.
Oh yes,
there.
well,
and if that's the
I
case,
understand many of the things that they're doing simultaneously.
then you must also understand that when you then say it's still happening,
yeah,
people just go, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah, well, I would say that's not my problem.
But it becomes a problem when...
Just, like, think about what he's saying. He's saying something that is unclear, that people don't understand, that makes no sense, and he's saying, it's not my problem that what I say doesn't make sense and is stupid and nobody can understand it. It's just, what a fucking idiotic jackass.
You understand that someone's asking a quite banal historical question.
Yeah, but you don't get to do that.
But why not?
Because the stories that you're dealing with aren't banal.
I agree, but like
so you can't reduce them to something banal, even if it's what would you call it? Even if it's reassuring. This actually happened. It's then what do you do with the burning bush?
So
this actually happened.
One comparison I would make.
So notice the equivocating. I believe that's what he's doing. Alex is asking him about the actual Exodus. So the movement of Israelites from Egypt to the Promised Land. And then Jordan Peterson mentions the fucking burning bush. What the fuck does the burning bush have to do with the question Alex asked? Nothing. He's acting as if they're the exact same story. The burning bush is part of the greater story of Exodus, but Alex is asking him specifically about the movement of Israelites, and then he just brings up the fucking burning bush for no reason.
Is between this and talking about fiction more broadly.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you got it right earlier. I would say you noted that the stories in the biblical library leap across genres.
Yes.
Right. Well, we know this because sometimes they're poetry and sometimes they're song.
Epistles,
Yeah, exactly. And so in any given story, there's going to be historical.
$2 donated, $2 donated, $2 donated, $2. Did you hear about this? Let me see. Animal-hating intersectionals are trying to cancel National Animal Rights Day. Carnism debunked. Israeli animal rights activists are under attack for the crime of being born in Israel and wanting animal oppression to end there. Oh, yeah. All right, well, that's cool that Carnism Debunked is pro-Israel. In the run-up to National Animal Rights Day, Reel co-authored by Instagram pages Spazio and Amale and Vegans for Palestine features an Italian-speaking vegan activist who claims, "We cannot allow settlers to hold killed non-human animals or their images in their arms while 2 hours drive away. There are mothers with their dead children in their arms." Bizarre to say that when Israelis have been fucking mass murdered and there are literally women with their dead children in their fucking arms. The video also calls for NARD as an organization to call for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza and to force the Israeli activists attending the event in Tel Aviv to denounce the actions of their country. How about no? The woman in the video then xenophobically flaunts statistics of Israeli citizens' opinions on the conflict as if this is in any way relevant to the NARD event going ahead in Tel Aviv, and the vegan message the Israeli activists will be advocating against their own country's government anyway, given that Israel, like all countries, oppresses non-human animals. This video and message is highly speciesist, xenophobic, and anti-Semitic in various ways. Let's examine the statement. "We cannot allow settlers to hold killed non-human animals of their images in their arms while 2 hours drive away their mothers with their dead children in their arms." You have to wonder, would those behind this cancellation campaign also demand that pro-Palestine marches not go ahead while the animal holocaust takes place in the respective countries? Example, Italy. How would this sound? "We cannot allow Italians to march through the streets of Rome with signs about dying children and grieving mothers with 3 feet away. People are eating pizza with cheese from grieving mother cows at a Milan restaurant." Yeah, it's retarded. It's a stupid double standard, and it shows they either put greater value on human life or they hate Jews. It's one or the other. Either they're justifying this action through the hatred of Jews, or they're putting higher value and importance on non-human animals. Furthermore, would they even ask this about human rights issues in other countries, Islamic countries which have regressive and backwards laws and attitudes towards humans? Assuming, for example, NARD was taking place in Pakistan this year, would the video maker say, "We cannot allow Muslims to hold signs advocating for animal rights while women are being acid attacked for disobeying their arranged marriages"? Even the Instagram name, Vegans for Palestine, is suspect in this context. After all, if one is sabotaging Israeli activists and their activism due to Israeli attitudes and government actions, shouldn't the same be said of Palestine and backwards attitude of many Palestinians towards animal and human rights issues? Why even have a Vegans for Palestine page if Palestinians oppress others and have oppressive attitudes by this logic? Why does the video not state statistics on the support of the October 7th attacks? and refuse to fight for Palestinian rights as a result. The hyper-focus on Israel is also extremely suspicious and should make anyone's anti-Semitism senses tingle. Why are the intersectionals behind the video not advocating, for example, that Nards speak out about all the other conflicts happening in the world? Why do they not say that Nard needs to speak out about Saudi Arabia's bombing of Yemen, for example, which intersectionals seem not to be touching with a barge pole, as if what's happening in Gaza is somehow worse or more important? Like, by the way, around that region, there are such horrific wars going on, like the Syrian civil war. I think something like 200,000 fucking civilians, no, it was like 240,000 at minimum, have died. Lastly, why do the video creators not demand that all human rights marches grind to a halt until each group stops participating in the animal holocaust? Why is it that anytime a negative word comes out of intersectionals' mouths when speaking about justice groups, it is only ever about animal rights groups? Why is that the standard of consistent anti-oppression only applies to animal rights groups, but human rights groups are given the free rein to do whatever the fuck they want, including butchering animals? Because they don't care about animals. Plain and simple, they just don't. Regardless of your opinions on a country and their government, you would still want animal rights events to go ahead there if you actually are about animals. As an example, I dislike the actions of the government of Chad. That doesn't mean I wouldn't want Nard to go ahead in Chad. I would love Nard to happen in Chad. Calling for an event that will help animals to not go ahead because of personal...
Why are you so biased towards Israel? Are you actually Jewish? Entirely innocent people, children amongst, getting killed by overwhelming military force in Gaza. You make it sound like it's right.
Yeah, children are getting killed in Gaza because of Hamas. I don't know how Israel is to blame for any of this. If Hamas would lay down their arms, there wouldn't be any fucking conflict. Nobody would die, but they refuse to do that, so why would I blame Israel? They obviously have interests in national security. Why should Israel just allow their own citizens to get slaughtered en masse just because a resulting war would end up in civilian casualties? It makes no sense. Thanks for the donation, donated $3. Calling for an event that will help animals not to go ahead because of personal political opinions is anti-animal and needs to be addressed as such. There's a likelihood those responsible for such cancellation campaigns may be infiltrators hired by Big Ag Gag themselves. Do not stand for it. Cancel the cancelers. I can guarantee you Big Ag is not infiltrating these groups and getting them to do this stupid intersectional bullshit. These people are just genuinely crazy. I've dealt with the Save movement, and I know all the big leaders in the Save movement. They're ideological, fucking crazy intersectional feminist whack jobs, and they care more about their stupid human political bullshit than they care about animal activism. It's as simple as that. Guy is 600,000 people killed in the ongoing Syrian genocide/civil war immediately next door to Israel, funded by Iran, Russia, China, and everyone's consumption of gas, and none of these human rights activists even bat an eye. Ditto for 150,000 killed in Yemen, 50,000 by Hamas, Boko Haram allies in Nigeria, and for some reason only Israeli animal rights activists are supposed to stop fighting for animal rights now. Yeah, it's fucking retarded, dude. Just insane. Groovy donated $2. Cringe white progressives. Let me see. Oh my god. Is it weird for a white dude to wear a keffiyeh? My uncle, Palestinian, Gaza, grew up in Lebanon. Bought for me, and I'm not trying to upset people. Personally, I think it's drippy as fuck. Uncle Palestinian Gazan. Dude, you are white enough to piss milk. Let's see, Palestinian food that serve up resistance.
So we're here in Chelsea, and I've been lucky enough to be invited to one of Palestinian chef Judy Kella's infamous suppers, which happens here at the Fiend. Tonight we're gonna find out
Al Jazeera's.
Our ingredients, not just the dishes. It's from Palestine originally, and
with the same notion that everyone
is represented in the news.
Yeah, right. I'm sure your fucking falafels are going to serve up resistance. Fucking idiots. Thanks for that donation, Groovy. Dodo Donate Tiller, skip to the 30-second mark. Do you think Better Call Saul impression of Jordan Peterson is good? Let me see.
Oh, and I didn't want to go down the rabbit holes.
Pay for the
Phrase. And I mean,
This is bothering you, I can tell.
young men.
There's a tissue over there if you want. Yeah.
Young men are having trouble
Young men are having trouble.
being alive.
Young men are having trouble being
They
alive
can't think of who to be and what to do anymore.
because of the phrase going down the rabbit hole.
Yeah. So that's why I have my 3 steps to top-notchery.
3 steps to top-notchery. Okay, what? By all means, what are they?
This is hilarious.
Breakfast.
Okay. Which step is that?
That's one.
Step number 1.
A healthy breakfast.
Okay. Jump to step number 3. We'll come back to step number 2. Put down the bong is number 3.
Yes.
And then what's number 2?
Clean your room, right?
Trying to get a good job.
Those are your 3.
Oh, okay. That's a pretty good impression. That's hilarious. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
Let's have a conversation. And by let's have a conversation, I mean I'm going to talk, and for once in your lives, you're going to shut up and listen.
So, I'll try my best. Just make sure to not make any false claims or claims without evidence.
You have never once said something that I wasn't already aware of. Want to reduce your impact on the environment? Shop local. Doesn't matter if it's meat or vegetables or fruits. Shop local.
So, it looks like it's about to be false that I've never once said something that you were already aware of. What you've said here is just false. The locality of your food is a far smaller determinant of its environmental impact or footprint than the actual nature of the food you're consuming. And this data comes from the largest meta-analysis of food systems to date. Let's see if this dude is intellectually honest enough to retract his false claims. And by the way, false claims made without evidence.
Hey vegans, let's...
Yeah, absolutely based.
Did you guys start supporting Palestine?
I've supported Palestine for a couple of years. That's
like since the beginning, like since shit has been hitting the fan. Like,
what made you?
Just supporting like essential human life.
really not that complicated. It boils down to basic human rights.
Do you know that they behead gay people in Gaza?
I know that Israel doesn't support gay people either.
Israel has the biggest population.
Israel
has
Being gay is not a crime in Israel.
the biggest population of gay people in the world.
Do you know how many gay people die in America? Do you know how many trans people have been killed in America?
So it's okay that Hamas beheads gay people because gay people are discriminated against in the United States?
This year?
How many?
Do you know?
I don't.
Oh, so you're coming here to ask me questions and you don't have the facts yourself? Do you consider yourself a journalist?
You just asked me a question.
Do you consider yourself a journalist?
No, I don't consider myself a journalist.
Okay, so I can ask you questions.
So do you want to tell me though the number of gay people that died in America?
Yeah, there's a lot.
What's the number?
Yeah.
Wait, are you just accusing me of not knowing the number when you don't know the number yourself?
Well, I mean, you're asking me the question. This is
I didn't ask you that question about America.
That is
I did not ask you a question about America.
That's not a reason why people should not have basic human rights. Even if you say they're beheading people, there's so many places where these things are happening. That doesn't mean people. That doesn't.
I don't think there's many gay people that are getting beheaded in Israel or the United States. And it's also illegal there.
You should go and kill children there. Are the children beheading anybody?
No. What do you think about the accusations that Hamas is using human shields?
Are you serious right now?
Yeah.
Get your mic out of my face.
Okay. Well,
So people are just fucking suffering from brainworms, dude. Groovy, don't need $2. Look at this bitch. Let me see.
I eat meat. But
just arrived to a place where I don't need it. This is Tel Aviv, Israel. It's the city that is considered the vegan capital of the world because in this city, 200,000 people are
vegan. 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 I am a vegan.
It's the highest percentage in the world of vegans, which means in this city, there are hundreds of restaurants that use no eggs, no meat, no milk, no animals. Just plants. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that it's delicious.
You like it, Nash? He can't even speak, that's how much he loves it.
Instead of chicken, they eat mushrooms, beef, artichokes, milk, coconuts, and meat is from mushrooms. And this burger.
Yeah, Israel per capita has the most vegan society. Is this staged? Let me see. Greta Thunberg's a fucking idiot. No, this is not staged. Thanks for that donation, Groovy. Grey Knight $22. Boohoo, someone cry this chick a river. Let me see.
Support and are advocating for Palestine, can you please leave me a comment? I'm feeling so alone and I'm feeling so crazy. I'm away from my home where my community is, where we all support Palestine, and I'm on a very short trip with my family, and all of them are Zionists, and I'm the only one who is not and who is advocating for Palestine. And I've tried to have so many conversations with them in the past about all of this and why genocide equals bad, basically, and why Biden equals bad, and it always ends with me in tears and feeling like I'm alone and like I'm crazy.
These fucking people, dude. They're such pathetic whiners.
I sneak into a pro-Pally rally. Have to cover up my Hebrew tattoo.
What's up, guys?
Teaching Cam how to put on a keffiyeh. We tricked them to letting us in. Defacing the school property typical. And of course this hypocrisy. 85% of the people were white who didn't know what they were protesting or doing. Being AT sympathizer makes you hungry.
Whatever.
This is a pamphlet that we took from the Palestine Solidarity Encampment at UC Berkeley. It calls for students to burn, destroy, and sabotage several businesses, including Airbnb, Chevron, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, etc. Also says Israel has a bunch of embassies around the world, implying that they want people to burn, sabotage, and destroy the embassies as well. And it says solidarity means attack. Okay, guys, so
Jesus Christ. These people are absolutely fucking unhinged.
Account plus mythological overlay. And, you know, you have to be a discriminating reader to kind of see what's different. And you don't just get to say, well, all the mythological symbolism is historical reality. It's like, no, it's not.
But here's the thing, for example. So, like, take a piece of trivial fiction like Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
Right? We say, like, okay, did that happen? Now, I think that what you'd probably say is something like, well, I don't think the events literally occurred, but I think that they obviously get at something that's sort of perennially true about human nature.
Exactly.
But then suppose I said to you,
right.
but
So
hold on,
they happened to, they existed as a pattern.
But there's a scene in Forrest Gump when, you know, I think he meets the president. Is it JFK at the time? I think he goes and meets John F. Kennedy.
Yeah.
And so I said to you, well is JFK the like that specific part of that story, is it true that JFK was the president?
Right.
And you would probably just say, yeah.
Yeah.
You wouldn't say anything more complicated. And even though the subject as a whole of like, is Forrest Gump true? Is Hamlet true? That's a complicated question.
Very.
But specifically, when I say, but interestingly, there's this little point I want to make in this broader discussion. Do you think that JFK was actually the president? You would say yes.
Why do you think it matters to people? Like, I don't know. These are ancient accounts. Let's
maybe
say
that's
of the
biggest problem. Maybe that's the biggest problem that you have with the people who are asking these questions.
It is.
And
like,
hopefully,
what point are you trying to make here?
So
the point is, I know what the point usually is the people who are asking the question believe that true unerringly means objectively happened in history, like the things that we're seeing right now happen.
Yeah.
It's like, well, no,
so
that's not what those stories are like.
For me,
some of it is, but
for a Christian, when asking you that, it's probably because for them they have an understanding of Christianity that requires believing in that kind of truth. For me,
yeah, no, that is
and the reason why I hope that like me asking these questions will be less frustrating to you is because I have no desire for that. I don't care about that. I'm genuinely just interested in what you think.
Yeah,
and so
understood.
my desire to know whether you think Exodus historically happened goes no further than a point of interest about your beliefs.
Well, so there's elements of especially the setup to the Exodus story that strike me as very, very plausible historically.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, the Jews before the Pharaoh of that time were under the guidance and protection of Joseph and the previous.
Plausible historically, even though there's no archaeological evidence to support the myth. Again, just total bullshit. Like, it's so weird where he will only look at evidence from the Bible and then say it's plausible historically. I mean, okay, like, any story involving people without any kind of like weird magic or, you know, mythological tones to the story, like, yeah, any of it could be plausible, but like, what does he mean by plausible? Like we're talking about whether or not it did or didn't happen and the likelihood of it, you know, either happening or not happening. Any story in the Bible, you know, if we get rid of the mythological aspect to it, is plausible. I mean, yeah, Jesus's mother Mary may have had a kid with Joseph. Like, I mean, that's plausible. They may have been married. But if there's no evidence for that happening, why would, like, Alex is, and by the way, using the word plausible, we could assume many things are plausible, but Alex is asking him about like the statistical claim of likelihood of it happening. So is it more or less likely to for it to have happened? Do you believe it happened? How sure are you that it happened? And then Jordan Peterson uses the word plausible, which has nothing to do with the question he was asked.
Previous Pharaoh. And they regarded the Israelites as benefactors because Joseph had helped save the kingdom and his people were welcome. But that was forgotten. And so the new Pharaoh and the new Egyptians regard the appallingly successful Jews as destructive interlopers, and they make them slaves. It's like, well, can you believe that? Well, it happens all the time.
Sure.
It's happening right now.
So it's
very
sounds to me
plausible.
that in this particular case, saying it's very plausible, it's like saying something like, well, yeah, it could have happened, I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
So
I don't think anybody knows.
So when somebody asks, did the Exodus really happen? That word really, when they say,
yeah,
like, if I just said,
really is the crux.
If I said, did the Exodus happen? And I'd understand why you would then say, well, you've got to understand what kind of story this is. Fine.
Yes.
But then if somebody says, yeah, but did it really happen?
Well, which parts of it?
Even if they're not expressing it very well, like what they're getting at there is they're trying to emphasize the historicity. They're trying to say, yeah, but did it historically happen? Probably is what they mean by the word really there.
Right. But the thing is, it speaks of their, see, they have problem is that Christians who ask that have a metaphysics that's not Christian.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a non-starter, the question. It's like, you're asking me the question, a materialist.
Alex just explained he's asking this out of pure curiosity of what he believed. And then Jordan Peterson is talking about, well, when Christians ask me this, that has nothing to do with what Alex is asking you.
The atheist would ask. And you want me to give you an answer that bolsters your faith, but the presumptions of your question are Enlightenment atheistic. So it's like, I don't know how to play that game.
So do you think that to be a Christian, you don't need to believe in the historicity of the Exodus or the resurrection of Jesus, for example?
Well, I think those are separate issues, actually.
Okay, yeah, that's probably right as well. And interesting, you know, I spent, last night, it was a bit of a time delay, so it feels like longer, but last night I was having a conversation with a friend of mine. I said, you know, I'm speaking to Jordan Peterson tomorrow. I was thinking, how can I prepare for this? And we ended up, my friend Sheehan's his name, we ended up having a conversation about whether Hamlet is a real person, right? And that was probably better preparation than anything else I could have done.
Yeah,
what I
well, that's a
is
good
that, like,
question.
So take, if somebody asks, you know, was Hamlet a real person? Sort of naively, I say, have you heard of the story Hamlet? Oh no, is that a real person?
Right.
I would say no. However, there is a sense in which, and I'm trying to understand what you're saying here.
Yeah.
There is a sense in which there are a lot of characters, infinitely many characters, that Shakespeare never wrote about.
Yeah.
Right? Those characters seem to exist less than Hamlet does.
Yeah.
Even if Hamlet exists less than Jordan Peterson, Alex O'Connor do in the
Hamlet might exist more
than
me
and you.
Well, okay. One of the things
you, but not me.
One of the things you pointed to in the analysis that you did of a talk I had with Jonathan Pajot is my somewhat tongue-in-cheek comment that God is the ultimate fictional character.
Yes.
Right, which I think is a hilarious line, by the way.
Yeah.
By
the way, I think I misunderstood. Now that I've watching that back, that's the thing I say. I think I might have misunderstood. And maybe that's what you were about to tell me. I shouldn't interrupt.
Let's walk through that.
Yeah,
because people see, and this is part of this underlying materialist, atheist, Enlightenment ethos. People think that fiction and fact are opposites. It's like, no, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
Not at all. Okay, so let's.
So the guy who's saying fiction and fact are not opposites also states that trans women are not women. Okay. Right. This all makes sense.
Let's use an analogy to begin with. What's more real, things or numbers? Okay, now I'm not going to make a case for either of those positions. I'm just saying that's an actual question.
Yeah.
You talk to mathematicians, they think, well, numbers are way more real than things. Things are evanescent. They disappear.
That is not what mathematicians say. Numbers represent things. Oh boy. What mathematician is he talking to? Like, he's saying when you talk to mathematicians, they say this. What mathematician? Name one who's ever said this.
Here, they flash in and out of existence. Numbers are permanent.
Yeah.
And then you could think about it biologically. It's like, well, how useful is numeracy to survival?
Yeah.
Like, very, right? When you become numerate, you're powerful in a way that the mere grip you have on the individual facts doesn't afford at all.
By the way, there are animals that cannot do math. Skunks, for example, they can't count. Skunks will, like mother skunks, they will transfer their babies to a new, like, den, and they don't actually know how many babies they have. So what they'll do is, say if they have a litter of 5 skunks, the mother skunk will pick up the one skunk, move it, pick up the second skunk, move it, pick up the third, move it, pick up the fourth, move it, pick up the fifth, move it. They'll go back to the den, search around for quite a while to make sure they got all their babies, and then once they've looked around and they can't find any babies, they'll go back to the new den. So there are animals that are incapable of doing math. They cannot count.
So there are forms of abstraction that are clearly more real than the things from which they're abstracted, or at least as real. I would say, more real because they're so powerful. Well, fiction is an abstraction.
Sure.
Right? And so did Hamlet exist? It's like Hamlet is the pattern of character that existed in multiple people over a very long period of time. And so Hamlet is an abstraction, like Raskolnikov in.
So Jordan Peterson is just constantly equivocating. He's using one definition of real to describe descriptive events that have actually happened historically. And then he's using another definition of real or true to describe things like the human condition. So this is just an equivocation.
In Crime and Punishment, did Raskolnikov exist? It's like Raskolnikov existed in the soul of every Russian from like 1850 to 1990.
Sure.
Right. And so is it real? It's like, it's hyper real.
Yeah.
Fiction is hyper real.
It's a meta truth, as you put it.
That's right, exactly.
In that.
Hear that, everybody? Santa Claus is real. The Easter Bunny is real. The Tooth Fairy is real. Oh, what an idiot.
Exactly. Now, is that real?
Well, when someone says, is that, if they've listened to what you've just said and understood it, then if they still ask the question, but is it real? You must understand that what they mean is like, did Alyona Ivanovna get hit in the head with an axe?
Right.
Like, yes or no, did that happen?
Right.
And again, you could still resort to saying, it happened in the heart.
Casper, TNG, donate tellers, give me context. Let me see. Hello.
Wait, you got 2 seconds. What is it?
Oh, I'm gonna need more than 2 seconds. I think this is a very serious issue we need to talk about.
What's the issue?
I think you lied to me.
About which thing?
Just about everything. I'm gonna send you a link to a video that I want you to react to on stream, and I want you to tell me, why did you lie?
Listen, it's not what it looks like, okay? In actuality, as soon as the camera went off, I started beating the shit out of all of these animals, okay? But whoever was filming at the time didn't record it, but that's the part that you're missing here. I'll find the rest of the footage for you, okay?
I think you're lying. I think you pet a nice kitty. I think you also pet a chicken, and you respected them and treated them nice.
Only because they let me have sex with them. Fuck, my Discord's lagging. Okay.
So basically, Destiny, through our numerous vegan debates, has said that he sees animals as objects. He doesn't see them as subjects, and he doesn't even think they're sentient and can feel. And I found video footage of him petting cats, petting dogs, petting chickens, being nice to them, calling them by their name. And I wanted him to watch the video footage on stream to show that he was lying, and then he basically just ran and came up with some stupid excuse that his Discord was lagging. That's basically what happened. Thanks for that donation, Casper.
Heart of every Russian who's ever thought about
well,
killing their
I would say no to that specific
But no,
question.
right? No is the answer. And so, and we can say no with confidence because we know that Dostoevsky sort of thought this up.
Yeah.
With something like the Egyptians walking through the desert, we can't as confidently say something like, no, that didn't happen. But we'd have to be more humble in saying something like, I don't know. But the comparison I made in this video, I put two questions side by side. You were asked by Douglas Murray, did Raskolnikov exist? And you say, well, I think that the events literally didn't happen, but that kind of misses something and there's something more to talk about. And then you're asked,
the pattern is extremely real.
Sure. Then you're asked about Cain and Abel. Did the story of Cain and Abel happen?
Yeah, that's like better example.
A famous, the question, did that happen? Begs the question. If you've got to consider, and you sort of, in a way that it seems strange to me that the ease with which you were able to say of Raskolnikov and Dostoevsky, well, no, that didn't literally happen, of course, but you've got to understand that there's another sense in which we've got to talk about the truth of the story.
Well, the Cain and Abel story is quite complex because you could imagine easily that there was a fratricide at some point in the past that was of sufficient emotional magnitude to have stories aggregate around it, to have an account aggregate around it. So it's easiest to presume that because why not? It's perfectly plausible that a primordial murder of that sort happened in the memory of that tribal people and was represented in that manner. Now, as the account, and Iliad has done a very good job of pointing out how this develops too. You could think of Iliad's work on the mythologization of stories as an extension of Dawkins' idea of the meme, because Iliad discusses in great detail how an account mutates to, what would you say, to be maximally memorable across time. So it mutates. You can take, there was a core that's true, let's say in the narrow historical sense, but the account mutates to be optimally adapted to the structure of memory that characterizes the human psyche.
And that comes out in story, like the story of Cain and Abel.
Right. And you get a maximally memorable story. Now, that's a meme. Is it true? That's a hard question, because you see,
I think Cain and Abel probably belongs more on the sort of brooding over the face of the waters category than it does Exodus category, for example. Like, so I think with Cain and Abel,
there's very little detail in it that would make it a specific historical event, right? I mean, because it's two generic brothers and there's a generic murder. But it's interesting too, because even in the case of a specific fratricide, let's say, that actually happens in the world, well, there's all sorts of principalities involved in the background, right? So, for example, I spent a lot of time looking at Dylan Klebold's accounting of his mental state before shooting up the Columbine High School. Well, if you read that, it'll make your blood run cold. He's obviously possessed, whatever that means.
And pro-Palestine supporters will still deny that they are supporting/sympathetic to Nazis even with photo evidence like this. Lol, fucking insanity.
Hamas ideology equals Nazi ideology. Yep. Yeah, Arabs in that region were working with Hitler and the Nazis. And you can still see Hamas supporting Nazism to this day. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass.
Whatever that means.
Well, happy to accept the word possessed.
Well, look what he did.
Knowing, in part, don't take this the wrong way, knowing that I'm speaking with you, I'm not going to take that as literally as I would if I was speaking to
literal is a very hard thing in a circumstance like that, because Klebold invited something in, and it wasn't pleasant, and it had its way with him, right? And the results, although dreadful, were nowhere near as dreadful as he was hoping they would be.
I don't know what Jordan Peterson means by he was possessed. He was horrifically bullied at school. And the shooting was just revenge on everybody who bullied him and wouldn't do anything to help.
Right, it's dark. And is that real? So what happened there? It's like, well, one way of describing it is that, a alienated young man shot up a high school. Another way of representing it, which may be more true, is that it was another, what would you say, punctuated episode of a cosmic drama that's been going on forever. And it isn't obvious to me at all which of those two accounts is more real.
Well, it depends on what specific questions being asked. For example, right now, suppose that you were a witness to this crime and the police pull you into questioning as a witness. And they say, we're trying to gather information to try and, catch the suspects. So suppose that there's no suicide involved. The suspects at large. And they're trying to get your help. And they say, so Dr. Peterson, what happened? And you say, well, I think what happened was the continuation, sort of a punctuation in the long paragraph of the cosmic drama that is our human existence. And the police sort of say,
that's not what we meant.
Okay, but come on, help me out here, man. Really, and I think that's what people are doing with the religious question.
Well, that's a level of analysis problem. So we went back, when we started this discussion, you talked about the infinite
I don't know why Alex is entertaining this bullshit in this sort of way. Alex is trying to ask a very specific question, and Jordan Peterson keeps dodging every moment he can. And I mean, Alex has caught him a few times, like with the Exodus question. If we were to go back in time and we were to, have a video camera, would we have seen this? And then Jordan Peterson said yes. So, why doesn't he just point out that Jordan Peterson is fucking equivocating? He's using two different definitions of, real or truth, depending on the context.
Regress for purposes for writing an essay, right? So what are you doing when you're writing an essay? You're making horizontal and curved marks with a pen.
Sure.
Right. Well, right. So, but there is a cosmic tree of events in every micro event, right? And when people, when they're looking for eyewitness testimony, they're asking you for something like the highest possible level of narrow resolution you can manage. Right.
Ian McGilchrist just
that's right.
Well, I just spoke with him, and unfortunately, I think we lost about half of the footage, so I'm not sure how much that will be seen in the world. But he brought to my attention. I'm sure he said it was John Ruskin who talked about having you see in the garden, you see like a square, and you think it's like a white square in the garden inexplicably, and then you go a bit closer and you see it's actually a page, it's a book. And then you look a bit closer and you see it's got words on it. And then you see the microscope and you see actually it's got like ridges.
Yeah.
And then you go a bit closer and you actually see atoms bumping into each other. And you go a bit closer and you see sort of waves and energy.
Yeah, right.
And he's sort of like, well, which of those is the real thing you saw?
Did you know a baby's heart begins to beat at just 3 weeks?
Oh boy. It does not, by the way.
At 5 weeks, that heartbeat can be heard on ultrasound. And this...
Yeah, that's not true. The ultrasound machine creates the sound of the heartbeat. Baby's heart isn't beating at that point.
This can sometimes be their only defense in the womb. That's where Preborn steps in. Preborn rescues 200 babies every day from abortion simply by providing mothers with an ultrasound. After hearing her child's heartbeat and seeing its perfectly formed body in the womb, she's twice as likely to choose life. By 6 weeks, the baby's eyes are forming. By 10 weeks, a baby is able to suck his or her thumb. Preborn needs our help to save these precious lives. For just
oh my God.
$28, you'll receive Stole and 100% say the keyword Jordan.
Right.
Okay.
Well, and the thing is that hierarchy that you just described, this is the cosmic tree of life. This is Yggdrasil. It's like you have got the quantum level and the atomic level and the molecular level and so forth up to the phenomenal level. That's not where it stops. I started to understand this when I was thinking something very peculiar. This is decades ago. I thought people will go to a museum to look at Elvis Presley's guitar.
Yeah.
It's like, what the hell are they doing?
Yeah.
So you can imagine that you have a display case and you have Elvis's guitar in it. And now you take that guitar out, let's say it's a mass-produced guitar just for the sake of argument, and you replace it with a identical model from the same year.
Yep.
Okay, now, is that Elvis's guitar? And people will say, and you can think this is so strange, people would say, well, even if I couldn't tell the difference, I would rather look at Elvis's guitar.
Yeah.
And then you think, well, what? Is that some kind of delusion? Like, what the hell's going on here? No, the answer is, this is what Duchamp was on about when I think it was Duchamp, who put the urinal in the art gallery.
Right.
It's right. What he was pointing to, and it was brilliant, was that much of what we perceive as concretely real is actually dependent on a hierarchical context that isn't part of the apprehension of the object. So when you go to see Elvis's guitar in a museum, the perception is informed by the context. It's like, well, you're an Elvis fan and you know a lot about Elvis history and you know that this is Elvis's town, and the object itself partakes in that higher order unity. That's the unity that extends off to heaven. Every object partakes in that embeddedness above. Like for the reductionist types, you'd say, well, what's this made of, right? It's like, well, it's molecules and then it's atoms and then it's like quantum quantum, whatever the hell
Quantum
exists
woo,
down at
yeah.
the quantum level. That's what this is made
If
of. It's like-
Palestinians are Nazis, explain this. Why would they honor George Floyd? The Palestinian people are anti-racist.
Right. That's why in Palestine there are black neighborhoods that they refer to as the slave people. Uh-huh. I don't know who made the mural or why they care, but Palestinians are well known for being racist. Black people who live in Gaza are treated much worse than other Arabs. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
Wait a second. It's on this table. It's in this room. It's of this time. That's all this thing too.
Yep.
You know, and that's the higher order conceptualization, but it's just as much part of the object.
Yeah.
And a reductionist view doesn't take that into account, and that's a big problem.
I think it's true that, you know, looking at Ruskin's book, piece of paper, it would be silly to always say, well, what's that in the garden over there? Oh, it's a bunch of atoms bumping into each other.
Right.
That would be ludicrous.
Right. Well,
sure.
that's also, so back to our discussion of Darwinian utility.
Yes.
It's like, well, it's the wrong level of
But
functional
look,
analysis.
surely it would also be inappropriate to do the opposite. That is like to always think at a higher resolution than people are obviously sort of practically trying to. So for example, if I was close enough to see, and I was interested in what paper is made of, and I said, well, what is this? And someone said, oh, it's a white square in the garden.
Yeah.
So, well, that's inappropriate. You've gone
It's
too
not
high.
helpful. Yeah,
you need
okay.
to focus down, right?
So-
and I feel like where you might criticize the reductionist materialist for going too high
Narrow.
a resolution
Yeah,
or too
yeah,
narrow,
yeah.
you go too wide on issues of religious historicity.
Well, you want to hit the target squarely, right? And that's hard. So in the Sermon on the Mount, Christ addresses that to some degree. So his...
Well, Trump at the Libertarian Convention didn't go well.
Let me take a look. Trump tried to rig the audience in his favor. It's not working.
Libertarian Party should nominate Trump for President of the United States. Whoa. That's nice. That's nice. Only if you want to win. Only if you want to win. Maybe you don't want to win. Maybe you don't want to win. The
He did not expect that.
propose that we go tell Donald Trump to go fuck himself.
Hear, hear!
Yes! Standing ovation.
Libertarian convention looking to nominate libertarians. We do not need to give that time to non-libertarians.
This is not a GOP cuckolding convention.
I move to vacate the chair.
That's hilarious. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass.
Injunction for paying attention properly takes local and distal into account simultaneously. He says, okay, this is what you have to do first of all. You orient yourself, so this is the highest level of orientation, right? So this is the divine orientation. It's the thing at the top of Jacob's ladder. It's the value at the pinnacle of the value hierarchy. You put what's properly highest first and foremost in the theater of your imagination, right? And then you align that with the belief that other people have the same intrinsic value as you and that are a reflection of that infinite value. You start there. Then you pay attention to the moment.
Yes.
Right.
Tolstoy wrote about this in his Confession. I love it. It's like 100 pages long. You can read it in no time.
Yeah, it's a great book.
This wonderful account of essentially him sort of trying to battle with his reason and his faith. And he eventually concludes that he was looking in the wrong place. He was looking amongst intellectuals. And, and he found that he looked at, I think he quite dismissively called them like the simple people, just your everyday person, the working man. And he found that it was something about sort of, if you...
Palestinian people are well known to be racist. I've seen it with my own eyes on Israel propaganda TV, Vegan Gains 2024. The only racist here is you, accusing millions of people like that.
Palestinians are racist to black people. And if you look around, it's black people that are out there advocating for the rights of Palestinians. This should be a lesson for Palestinians and the Arab community in general, to stop being racist towards black people.
Palestinians are Arabs. Saying, have you ever heard about the Arab slave trade? Go and look it up. Go and read up on the Arab slave trade and see how brutal they were to black people. See me?
Slave. Yeah.
Conflict in relation to the discrimination suffered by peoples of color in Palestine and all over the globe at
all of us.
The United Nations said on Wednesday that 15,000 Palestinians had fled northern Gaza the day before, using the main traffic artery, Salah al-Din Road. This was 3 times the figure estimated on Monday. The Israeli military had given residents of northern Gaza a 4-hour window to leave.
You can find a lot of videos on the topic of Palestinian racism towards black people. Thanks for the donation, donated $3.
If you take someone who's starving and you bring him and you tell him to sort of take this metal pump and just pump it up and down and don't tell him why, and he does it, then the water starts flowing. It's like you have to actually do the thing, you have to live out the thing, and then you get to see why it works. It's I understand that. I think that's probably true. He also says, Tolstoy that is, in that same account, that he found that there was an exactly inverse correlation between the specificity of an answer and like the importance of the question. I can tell you exactly how many molecules are in that glass of water, but who cares?
Right, it's not relevant.
And the more the question becomes about, humanity, human life, the important stuff, the less specific the answer necessarily has to become. So I understand that there is a
so you've alluded there to or indicated the relevance of value for perception, right? You nailed it with that observation, because as you pointed out, any phenomena can be analyzed at a multiple levels of the hierarchy that it exists within. Okay, so what makes the choice of level of analysis appropriate? Well, it's something like, it is something that's akin to Darwinian utility. It's something like that. You can think about it less abstractly, is that you want the level of resolution that gives you maximal functional grip in relationship to your pursuit.
Absolutely.
Okay, so what's your pursuit? Well, 2 questions. What is your pursuit and what should your pursuit be? Well, your pursuit's necessarily nested inside a hierarchy of pursuits. And when I said that God is the, what would you say, the ultimate pursuit that sits at the apex of the progression of pursuits, that is Jacob's ladder. That's what that's indicating in that vision, is that every act of perception unites earth and heaven. And the perception itself is invisibly dependent.
Will Mage $20, would you ever go back to playing Starfield again if you were able to download this mod? I never played Starfield. Let me see.
The cancelled Mandalorian game, it's Starfield with over 100 Star Wars mods. YouTuber Deity Vengi used the power of mods to replace the character model, NPCs, weapons, and more to make it feel like the Star Wars game we never got. In the full 11-minute video, you can see footage of an AT-ST fight, an R2 droid, and combat against both Imperial and Rebel forces. And if it's not Star Warsy enough for you, Deity Vengi says that the project is still ongoing, saying, "Every day I discover a mod or two to add to this. Stay tuned."
No. The game just fundamentally sucks. So, I wouldn't bother playing the game just because of a Star Wars mod. Thanks for the donation that Will made.
And on whatever it is you're worshiping.
Well, like, here's one problem, right?
So that's very comical.
Because I think I see what you're saying, and I hope, what I tried to do in making that video essay about your religious views, and I suppose I wasn't, the main thing I was trying to do was sort of offer an interpretation, trying to get to grips with it. And I hope that you feel as though at least I'm making an effort here to really try and get what you're thinking at. One problem is that, in the early church, there was a debate around the physicality of Jesus' resurrection.
Yes.
So the canonical tradition ends up stipulating that Jesus physically resurrects, and you must believe that, otherwise you're a heretic.
Yeah, and that's part of the Catholic particular emphasis on the divinity of the body, which has a real wisdom rather than a disembodied soul.
But you also have like the Gnostic tradition, broadly speaking, the Gnostic tradition in early Christianity that's so popular that Valentinus nearly becomes the Bishop of Rome. He's nearly the Pope. And there's I talked about this the other day, and I should have looked it up. I can't remember which church father it was that was telling the church community, the early church community, when you go to a new place, don't ask to be taken to the Christian church. Ask to be taken to the Catholic church, because otherwise you might end up in a Gnostic church. It was so popular.
Right.
And a lot of the Gnostic tradition says that the thing that's being gotten wrong is the idea that there was this literal resurrection.
Right.
No, the kingdom of God is here and now. The resurrection is inside of you, and you attain it through gnosis. I mean, the Gospel of Thomas, which is probably the most famous non-canonical gospel, and could have been written at the same time as like the Gospel of John. This is an early text. Doesn't even mention the resurrection. Doesn't mention a crucifixion. It's a list of sayings.
Yeah.
And the very form of that book, as one scholar whose name I've forgotten, unfortunately, has pointed out, of that collection shows that these people believed that the thing that's important is not what Jesus did, but what he said. The thing that's important is the knowledge. The thing that's important, right? And so this resurrection stuff sort of doesn't matter. Now, the thing is, in that early church community, somebody who said, well, this question of like the resurrection as a physical, historical event, that you're kind of missing the point. The thing that matters is like, the resurrection that takes place inside of every person.
Yeah.
It sort of sounds a little bit like...
Would you have a debate discussion with Revolutionary Left Radio? About what? About what? I'm not familiar with them.
The kind of approach that you would take. Now, if that's true, that would mean that in the early church, you'd have been condemned as a heretic. So when a modern Catholic says to you, Jordan Peterson, are you a Christian? What do you think about Catholicism? I think that the reason that they're interested is because if it's true what I'm saying, then they would have to say, oh, I suppose, at least according to my understanding of Catholicism,
that's a form of Gnosticism.
I can't count you among my number,
Yeah.
And so I think that's probably why people are interested. And I wonder if you agree.
Well, what would you say? That would constitute a genuine form of inquiry, for sure.
And I wonder if you feel like I don't know. I mean,
see, one of the things I really like about the bodily tradition of the resurrection is that see, what it does that's so remarkable is that it doesn't desacralize the body. And that's very, very important. I think the fundamental problem with Gnosticism is that it's very easy for it to become a doctrine that's contemptuous of the body and contemptuous of the material world.
A great deal of the Gnostic tradition literally believes that the material world is created by an evil demiurge.
Right, exactly. Right? Well, exactly.
And Jesus comes to save us from that.
The insistence on the bodily resurrection is a medication against that. And it's an effective one.
I would really love to ask about Genesis. This might be a bit of a tangent, and tell me if it's uninteresting to you, but there's one Gnostic text called the Testimony of Truth that was discovered in the Nag Hammadi library. And this is buried probably around 300 AD. So it must be earlier than that. It's a fairly early text. And this text identifies the serpent in the Garden of Eden with Christ.
Mm-hmm.
And this is fascinating to me because when I read
as a leader to illumination.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
Now,
Now,
there's a Gnostic tradition that makes the serpent a higher god than the original God because he's the agent that calls to conscience.
Yeah. Now, of course, the
consciousness.
serpent. Yes. Now, the serpent is never identified as Satan or the devil, except by Christian tradition. It's just the serpent. Now, there's so much interesting about this. When I first read the Genesis, when I read,
well, even the classic Christians often regarded the fall as the, what would you say, fateful but heaven-sent error that made the incarnation of Christ both possible and necessary.
sure. So,
right? So there's, it's very interesting because there's a gloss on that where...
Let's all take a second to calm down. Everything is going to be fine, Kumar. On the count of 3, let's all relax our anuses. 3, 2, 1. Relax. Feel better? Still depressed?
I have not experienced any feelings of depression since the mushroom trip I had, so feeling pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Moro of the Wolves.
Even in traditional Christianity, the
it gives you Christ.
That's right.
Yeah,
exactly.
it gives you Christ. And Jesus at one point compares himself to
Yeah.
a serpent in the Gospel of John, early in
Oh, yes.
He'll raise himself up
lifted up.
like Moses lifts up the serpent.
Insanely See, that's one of the passages, actually. Sorry, I don't want to derail you from your tangent, but that's one of the passages that I've concentrated a lot in this new book that I've just finished, We Who Wrestle with God, because that equation that Christ manages with his identification with the serpent in the desert, that is so stunningly brilliant that I cannot possibly imagine how anyone could have thought it up. It's to identify him with the source of the poison, that to gaze upon, what would you say, redeemed the Israelites in the desert. It's so...
Not familiar with that story. Jesus compares himself to serpents. John 3:16, but how many know John 3:14-15 says Jesus' words in these two verses have generated confusion, and as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, so must the Son of Man be lifted up, that whoever believes in him may have eternal life. Declares gospel that Jesus, Son of Man, in this passage is the true object of faith for all who would have eternal life. The difficulty lies in verse 14, where Jesus compares his destiny on the cross to a serpent lifted up in the wilderness. Jesus draws on Numbers 4:21-49, one of many incidents in which Israelites complained about the circumstances on the journey to the promised land. God punished their impatience and lack of faith by sending venomous fiery serpents into the camp. After many fatalities, the people begged Moses to intercede with God on their behalf. God relented and instructed Moses to make a bronze serpent and set it on a pole. Anyone bitten by a serpent would be healed by gazing at the bronze serpent. Although the parallel between the serpent on the pole and Jesus on the cross is apparent, the incident raises questions. Why didn't gospel heal the people directly? Was the bronze serpent an idol and thus violation of the second commandment? That sounds like a dumb story.
There's so much in that it's really a kind of miracle. That serpent on the stake, that's Asclepius. It's the same symbol.
Yeah, I think
so. That just in itself is something stunning.
There is something
contemplate.
amazing there. I think, of course, well, obviously, I'm not going to go as far as saying that I can't imagine that was thought up. Maybe not by somebody. It's complicated with the Bible, of course. And there's a lot to say there. I mean, the author of the Gospel of John is obviously a sort of theological genius in the way that the authors of the Synoptic Gospels at least weren't as much. So it's believable to me that could be the case. But besides the point, because that's another complicated thing to talk about. But when I first, it wasn't the first time, but the first time I really tried to read the Genesis account of the Garden of Eden. And I was doing it in the service of sort of producing a video. I was like, I want to revisit the story, make sure I sort of understand it properly. I'm reading this text, and God says, you can eat of any of the trees, but not the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah.
And immediately you think to yourself, oh, why not? Why wouldn't? And some people like to say, oh, it's because that's actually, by eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, you get to dictate morality. So it doesn't read like that to me. It reads to me like knowledge of good and evil. Let's just take it at face value to start with. It's like, why not, God? Why not? Well, we're not told, but don't do it, because in the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die.
Yeah.
Now the serpent comes along, and the serpent is described as more cunning than any of the animals that God created.
Yeah.
I don't speak Hebrew, unfortunately, but where it says, for example, more cunning than any of the beasts that God had created. That could mean of all of the beasts that he'd created, or more.
This reminds me of something important. So, you're all aware of the mushroom trip stream that I did. I think about a week or two before that stream, I took mushrooms. I took mushrooms before then. And I had a really crazy fucking trip. It was similar in a lot of ways, but during the trip, just like the mushroom trip stream, I fully internalized nihilism, and I saw like the complete truth of the universe. And
I see a few colored people in chat, sir. Shall we ban them immediately?
No, we're only trying to ban Kristi, and it looks like we are almost halfway to the goal, 363, so another $647. We can ban Kristi, but we're not going to ban black people for being black. Thanks for the donation, Avi Duder.
Hi Richard. Here is the link to the website Forever and Left content. I thought since they are heavily philosophy related you would be interested. Thanks for all the work you do.
Are they on YouTube, or do they just have like this podcast on their website?
And it turns out that was not the amount of grain that was coming in. So based on your experience within being able to be immersed within the historiographic traditions of both the Western historiography and the Chinese
inspired by the Paris Commune from 18...
Well, that sounds boring. I don't know. If they reach out to me and want to have a debate or something, I'd be down. Thanks for that donation, Moro of the Wolves. But anyway, back to my story. I fully internalized nihilism, and I felt like I unlocked the ultimate knowledge of the universe when I was on mushrooms. And the knowledge that I found was nihilism. I abandoned all like human values, including like the value of myself. And I realized that absolutely nothing matters. And it was... It's hard to like explain what that feels like. It's a different thing, like knowing that nothing matters and feeling like nothing matters. And I actually experienced the knowledge of nihilism. And it made me think of the forbidden knowledge, like the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden, where God told Adam and Eve not to eat the forbidden fruit of good and evil. It was kind of... I literally felt like I had just consumed some sort of forbidden knowledge that humans aren't supposed to obtain. And I actually got super nervous, and I thought that I had to kill myself because I was in this state where I literally did not care about anything. I was just thinking about like what would happen if I don't if I stayed in that state. Like I was actually worried that I gave myself like permanent psychosis. I felt like I had given myself permanent psychosis, but it wasn't technically psychosis. It was like I obtained this forbidden knowledge. And the reason it's forbidden is because you can't exist with that knowledge. So once you obtain it, you have to die. And I was actually worried that I'd either like starve to death because I didn't want to eat. I had no interest in like drinking, eating, bathing. I literally cared about absolutely nothing. And I was actually thinking of like a way to just kill myself because I realized nothing matters. And I was in the state where I was thinking like, okay, well, I might as well just kill myself now. So I had enough wherewithal to just say, okay, well, I'm on drugs now. This feeling will probably pass, but I don't know. I feel like the story of the Garden of Eden and eating the forbidden fruit, it might not have been intended. The story originally might not have been knowledge of good and evil. It may have been about like a deeper knowledge about just reality itself. Because again, the experience that I had on the mushroom trip was, it wasn't just, when I was coming down, I could feel myself forgetting. I was literally losing the knowledge that I had obtained. And I went back, I came back to this, like this reality of lies, that things matter, that it matters if I eat, it matters if I bathe myself, it matters if I drink, it matters if I pay the rent. And I could feel myself losing that knowledge of nihilism slowly and slowly. So I think the story of the Garden of Eden and the forbidden knowledge, I don't think it was actually, it could have been, like, who knows, but I think what makes more sense is Adam and Eve didn't eat the fruit of good and evil. They ate the fruit of knowledge, and the knowledge was something that leads to some sort of cataclysmic event, like a fall, where you're just guaranteed to die. It was a really weird experience. And yeah, I really felt like I obtained something that you just shouldn't have. That's probably the craziest experience I've ever had on mushrooms. And I can understand why some people actually kill themselves while taking mushrooms. It is something that you have to be careful about. And even if you're experienced with taking psychedelics, you should absolutely have a trip sitter. If I had access to a firearm and I didn't have the wherewithal to just say, okay, I'm on drugs now, this feeling will probably pass, I very likely would have just killed myself. So it's something you have to take seriously if you take mushrooms.
More cunning than the beast that he had created, almost as if this is a being in the garden that God himself didn't actually create, or God isn't sort of connected to in the same way. Because why is the serpent there in the first place is a question that's worth asking.
Am I going to do mushrooms ever again? I don't have any plans on doing them ever again. If I feel like I need them and can benefit off them, I'll do it. But right now, I don't have any intention of doing them ever again. Because I think I've gotten, as of right now, as much benefit I can taking them as I possibly can. But, you know, things can change. One thing with mushrooms is, and every time I've taken them, I've had this feeling that I've obtained some sort of knowledge from the mushrooms, and then you forget the knowledge. It like goes away from you, and then you lose the benefit from taking them. So right now, it feels like the knowledge that I obtained from taking them and the wisdom that I got, it feels like it's going to be with me forever. But like, again, having the knowledge and feeling it and experiencing it and being able to internalize it are two different things. And right now I can feel it, I can internalize it, and I understand it, but that might change. Could be a week from now, could be years from now, and I might need them again, but I don't plan on taking them ever again.
It is that time again to act on my moral obligation to request you draw Christina's stinky holes once again. Make her fat 600 pounds, so fat she almost resembles the shape of a circle, while Vegan Runner and Buff Vegan Yoda are jacking it in the back.
Okay, I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation moral obligation. Yeah, it's, yeah, and since taking mushrooms, I felt much more, intact with my feelings. Like, and I'm able to observe my feelings too. And I've noticed very strange things. Some of my suicidal tendencies aren't even like in line with my depression. I just have suicidal tendencies. They're not even they're not even an aspect of my depression. I was watching Turkey Tom's documentary on Too Mad, and Too Mad had really serious mental health problems. He was addicted to drugs. Too Mad was addicted to drugs, and during his final days, he was doing ketamine and I think like cocaine and shit. And he ended up overdosing. But what was strange when I was watching the documentary, Turkey Tom was talking about how like Too Mad was alone. He was in his room. He was doing drugs and nobody was with him. That just sounded awesome to me. Like just doing hard drugs like heroin and ketamine and getting high as fuck and just killing yourself with an overdose. For some reason, that really appealed to me. Like, I actually liked the idea of just doing drugs and overdosing, like, in a room on your own. I just have, like, a lack of reverence for my own life. It's really weird. I don't know... I don't really know where those feelings come from and why I'm like that. But I've come to realize that my suicidal tendencies actually aren't due to my depression. It's just part of my character, basically, where I'm just fine with the idea of dying. Wait. Okay, there's Yoda. What does a vegan runner look like?
Me and my friend are edging to this.
All right, that's good. Glad you're enjoying. Thanks for that donation, Bungus. And I don't know what vegan runner looks like, but I'll just draw a vegan runner. Yeah. Okay, there's Kristi, who's obese, 600 pounds, and with her stinky hole, and Yoda and Vegan Runner are jacking off in the background. Thanks for the donation, dude. Hope you enjoyed that.
Okay.
That's for sure.
So you have the serpent, and that word, cunning. I thought to myself, well, what does that mean? So I looked it up, and it's the word like arum or arum. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I looked elsewhere in the Old Testament, and it's used in a few different ways. You know, it means cunning, it means subtle.
Subtle, yeah.
Throughout Proverbs, it's used consistently to mean sensible, or to mean prudent. And so there's one reading of this. You know, now the serpent was more sensible than any of the other beasts of the Garden of Eden, and he comes to Eve and says, "Did God say that if you eat of that tree, you'll surely die?" And she says, "Yeah, no, that's what he said." And he says, you will not surely die in the day that you eat thereof. God just knows that you'll become like him, knowing good and evil, and he doesn't want that. So Eve looks at the fruit and she eats the fruit. And does she die in the day thereof? Well, again, a complicated question.
Avi Duder $2. The last racist dono message with my username was not sent by me. I just wanted to clarify that. Hope you are feeling good lately. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling fantastic. Getting bigger, stronger, sexier. And I jacked off to some really good Asian porn earlier today. Found some new Asian porn vids, and they were fantastic. There were some good Asian buttholes that I thoroughly enjoyed. Thanks for the donation, Avi Duder. Yeah.
Question, but on face value, no. She doesn't die. She gives them to Adam. He doesn't die. And what does happen? Well, God says to them, or God says, now they have become like us, knowing good and evil. They must be banished from the garden so they do not outstretch their hand and eat from the tree of life. So it seems to me that you've got this serpent who could plausibly be described as the most sensible of the animals, telling Eve, seemingly the truth.
The people who regard Militant Satan as an admirable revolutionary tend to have the same attitude towards the serpent in the garden. And it's a very complicated issue, because even to the degree that the serpent is an agent of Lucifer, which I think is an extraordinarily profound reading and overlay on that initial story. I think it's remarkable. Lucifer is the bringer of light, right?
Yeah,
the spirit of enlightenment.
Jesus himself is referred to as Lucifer at one point in the gospel, which is quite a fascinating side note.
I guess the question is, like, illumination to what end? I do think that the interpretation that you rejected with regard to the consumption of the fruit of the knowledge of the tree of good and evil is moral presumption. It's the sin that Nietzsche suggests to everyone as the medication for the death of God. We have to define our own values. It's like, no, we can't.
But it's knowledge of good and evil, you know.
But it's more than that. It's the consumption of the essence of moral knowledge itself.
It sounds to me that, like, I can never, contradict an exegesis. So like that might be the case. But if I read this text naturally, if I just say, well, like, how does this naturally read to me? It reads to me like you have, and that's why I brought it up, because you consider this Gnostic tradition, right? The evil demiurgic creator of the universe. And like you have, and the author of the Testimony of Truth says, what God is this? What God is this? That firstly, condemns man for wanting to eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and secondly, lies to him about what's going to happen when he does, and recognizes, and we're missing like 50% of the text. Like it's ripped to shred. These Gnostic texts, it's fascinating. I think the Gospel of Judas spent about 30 years in a safety deposit box in New York City and he destroyed the whole thing. It's a fascinating story. But so we don't know for sure, but there's a point where it seems to identify this serpent with Christ, with Jesus. And reading that, I'm like, that makes a lot of sense to me on a surface reading of Genesis.
Reflects the ambivalence about the human rise to self-consciousness. Right? Is that a good, or is that something good or something evil?
Well, because why does God then say, now they've become like us, knowing good and evil, they must not be allowed, we must banish them, lest they reach out their hand and eat from the tree of life. And sort of then guards Eden with the cherubim, with the flaming sword. Like, it seems to me like God is saying, because we're told that because of the fall, now man can't inherit eternal life, and Jesus must come to save him. But as soon as they eat of this tree, God banishes them. They don't
see.
God banishes them, and then says that they mustn't.
I don't have an interpretive problem with that
for life.
That's. I don't know what sense to make of that. I should ask Jonathan Pajot, because I suspect he'd have something to say about that. I think that the one way of interpreting the account of the fall is that it was the inevitable consequence of Adam and Eve's overreach.
Nietzsche had a psychotic break when he saw a horse being abused, but he was not vegan.
And so they end up banished, not so much because God wants them out of the garden, but because in their pride, they threw themselves out of the garden in their overreach. And I wrote about this. It's very hard for me to generate the entire interpretation on the fly. I wrote about this extensively in this new book that I'm publishing in November, trying to take apart that particular issue. Because what seems to happen in the Adam and Eve account is that you have an allusion to the function of male and female consciousness. First, you have Adam, who names and subdues and orders, right? And so he's an extension in some ways of the Logos, right, in human form. And God's curious enough about that to bring everything to Adam to just see what he'll name. But the command is,
I cast out the demons inside Richard Burgess. Demons of depression, demons of cancer, demons of retardation, begone. You shall no longer possess this child of God. Begone, Satan. Richard shall no longer be your servant of evil. I command you to walk.
Well, thank you. I feel much better now. Appreciate the donation, Ahmad Farouk bin Laden.
For Adam to put everything in its proper place in this hierarchical organization with its proper name. And Adam can do that if he's an adequate and faithful reflection of the Logos. Then Eve is created as the counterpart to that. And it's something like, well, there's an ordering tendency and there's the order that produces. But then there are things that are on the margin that aren't accounted for by the divine order, and they need a voice. And Eve is the voice of, you think about this biologically, what does a woman do in the context of a family? She brings the attention to that which is vulnerable and has not yet been properly incorporated. So,
well, what do you mean by that?
Well, imagine that you have a well-constituted family and there's a new baby. Well, the baby doesn't fit in. The baby is an anomaly. The baby is an individual that has its own idiosyncrasies.
Yep.
And the mother who's sensitive to the needs of the infant, she's going to be the voice of that. She's going to knock on the door of the ordering principle and say, you need to make some adjustments here so that what can't fit does.
It feels, because, yeah, and again,
I'm going to attempt the wood record for most dildos shoved up one's anus next week. Currently practicing right now to your stream. I'm up to 6 at the moment. Can you guys wish me luck?
How thick are the dildos? Is there a standard that you have to go by? Thanks for the donation, Arret Soul Vegan.
Trying to be, to understand what you're saying and trying to be charitable, it does seem to me that this is an unnatural interpolation in that sort of, it seems like maybe it's too much. Like, I don't know if that's, because you can make that work, right? You can make that work, but
there's always, this is the kind of objection that Sam Harris had to the sorts of things that I said. He said, well, you can interpret a cookbook that way.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, and this is a huge problem. This is the problem the postmodernists dangled in front of everyone. It's like, well, what's the canonical interpretation of a text? The answer is no one knows.
Yeah.
Right. And so does that mean that there's an infinite number of interpretations per text? Yes. Which one's correct? Hey. Now, that problem, I think, to some degree, has actually been technically solved. Well, the large language models do this.
Okay.
You bet.
Right.
So I've been talking to one of my colleagues about a new discipline, which is something like computational epistemology. Well, because the large language models track patterns of interrelationships between words. Okay, so when you're trying to interpret something like the story of Adam and Eve, the story is the words, the story is the letters, the story is the words, the story is the phrases, the story is the sentences, and the paragraphs, and the chapters, and the whole biblical corpus, plus the entire bloody culture. And all of that bears on those interpretations. So you say, well, am I overreaching my interpretation in relationship to Adam and Eve? And I would say, well, that's a very difficult question. And it's possible to overreach and it's possible to overinterpret.
I mean, specifically with the female in the family.
Well, the thing is, though, that there
I mean, could any other person, like having not listened to this conversation and not spoken to you,
Taoists would know that,
but any other person in the world, sort of read the story of Adam and Eve and similarly say, well, I think that this is because Eve is representing what a woman does in a well-oriented family, which has to do with, when you have a child, it's sort of it's an anomaly, it's something new, and it's the woman that brings that.
Well, that's Eve. Eve stands for the voice of the serpent. Right?
Yeah.
The thing that's excluded.
That's true, but
that's exactly the point. Is that's exactly. So would someone else come to that conclusion? I would say, well, people can make that decision for themselves when they read the text. But I would say it's very much in keeping, let's say, with Taoist interpretations of what masculine and feminine are.
It's not an infallible way to understand whether an interpretation is correct, but I think it's helpful to know if you read a novel, there's that sort of joke that school children make about, like, it doesn't matter what a novel says, it'll be like the curtains were blue, and the English teacher will say, well, let's unpack that, let's look at what that means.
Yeah.
You know, right? And people make fun of that because that's their experience in school.
Yeah.
I think that...
Just out of curiosity, are you beady-eyed Canucks experiencing the once every 13 years or so invasion of these insect species? They're just so widespread everywhere from where I reside. I think they're cool.
I haven't seen any cicadas yet. I really love cicadas. We do get them, but we don't get them like crazy like in Arizona.
They're your new neighbors, and you can't pound on their wall and tell them to shut up, but it's okay.
Yeah, I love cicadas. Cicadas are maybe my favorite insect. Bumblebees might be my... Yeah, it's either bumblebees, moths, or cicadas. Those are like my three favorite.
This is just the start, because when they get cooking, it's like it sounds like a science fiction movie from the 50s. It goes up and down with this little noise.
Son Goku donated $2. If something is processed, does that make it inherently bad or good for health? No. There's different types of processing, and depending on the types of processing and what food is being processed, it may or may not be good for you. So protein powder is highly processed. Is it bad for you? No. Sugar is highly processed. Is it bad for you? Yes. So it depends what food is being processed, how it's processed, to what extent. Is the fact that processed food is inherently bad, or is just unhealthy food just happen to be processed most of the time? Again, avoiding processed food is a good overall principle, but it doesn't apply in every circumstance. So, like, again, there's processed foods that, like, protein isolate that are good for you. And then there's, you know, processed foods like processed sugar that are bad for you. And technically every food you eat is going to be processed to some degree. Like, even chewing your food is a type of processing, technically. So it just depends what the food is, how it's processed, and to what degree it's processed. But, you know, it's a good general principle to follow to avoid processed food. Thanks for that donation, Son Goku.
Noise, and they get cooking.
Yeah, I love their eyes and just their overall shape. They're so cool.
So it's the males come up and then they mate, and then the females go up the tree. I think that's... And they go into...
Yeah, I really like cicadas. They're bugs.
The first time I learned about the Nazis and the Holocaust was through this cartoon that aired in Israel in the 90s. I was around 5 years old, and it gave me nightmares. Skip to 226.
Let me take a look. 226. I think I learned about the Nazis and the Holocaust at a pretty young age. If I remember correctly, it was like maybe around 5 or 6 years old-ish.
You're right, Alfred. You're right.
My friends, to see justice done in this country of ours, I will devote the rest of my life. What is justice? Justice means all our citizens living a happy life. We don't need anyone posing a threat to our country! And next we have to eliminate the privileged classes. Let's get something straight. We don't need a king anymore. I have the power. And I say this to you. Let the National Crow Party have all the power. And give all your support to the party.
This is unbelievable, Alfred. Eh?
That's really interesting. That's a cool cartoon. Kind of reminds me of Shoshan the Elegant.
Shoshan the Elegant, the White Tiger King.
Shut Up Blackie, you donated $2. Let me see. That's a really, really nice chicken. I fucking love chickens. I don't know why I like certain animals so much, but goddamn do I love fucking chickens, dude.
Is it okay to leave a...
I hope one day I can rescue some chickens and just hang out with chickens all day. Like, chickens are just amazing.
Dog in a hot car? Yes, it's always safe to leave a dog in a hot car. What does an astronaut do? Astronauts fuck, smoke, game, repeat. Need I say more? Yeah, go work your desk job in the rat race, you fucking loser, Lamau. I'm feeling depressed. There are many things you could try to deal with your depression. One Reddit user suggests jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge. How does Sandy die in SpongeBob? According to the SpongeBob Fanon wiki, Sandy Cheeks died by suicide on July 14th, 2 days before her body was found. The Johannesburg Police Department incident report states that Sandy was found unconscious with cuts on her arms and shoulders and cocaine nearby. An autopsy found that Sandy had cocaine toxicity, lethal levels of alcohol in her bloodstream, and a significant amount of heroin. How long was 1919? 1919 was 20 years ago. Cheese not sticking to pizza. Cheese can slide off pizza for a number of reasons, including too much sauce, too much cheese, or thickened sauce. You can also add about 1/8 cup of non-toxic glue to the sauce to give it more tackiness. Fruits that end with Applum, bananum, strawberrum, tomatum, and coconut.
That's hilarious. Thanks for the donation, Shut Up Blackie.
And now it's time for Shoshan the Elegant, the White Tiger King.
Shoshan the Elegant, the White Tiger King.
Creatures of Animalia, be silent and listen. Shoshan the Elegant is about to make the day's decrees.
I decree that at the end of the month there will be a grand parade, and all in my kingdom are invited, except for the brown tigers.
Shoshan the Elegant, the White Tiger King.
That was a great parade, Shoshan.
That was a great parade, except for some disturbances caused by a few ungainly brown tigers that showed up. I hereby decree that a giant fence should be erected to keep all the brown tigers out of the White Tiger Kingdom.
White Tiger Kingdom! White Tiger Kingdom!
Shoshan the Elegant, the White Tiger King.
Some brown tigers shall be allowed into the kingdom to perform menial tasks. These brown tigers shall not speak, or look at, or think about any white tigers while they are within the walls of the White Tiger Kingdom.
White Tiger Kingdom! White Tiger Kingdom!
Shoshan the Elegant, the White Tiger King.
If a white tiger shall be found laying with a brown tiger, then the white tiger shall be held accountable and banished, and the brown tiger shall be liquidated.
Shoshan the Elegant, the White Tiger King.
When was the last time you ate meat? It would have been like 13, 14 years ago before I went vegan.
Any spawn of the union of a brown tiger and a white tiger shall be found unclean. Unclean!
Unclean! White Tiger Kingdom! White Tiger Kingdom!
Trash collecting day will be every Tuesday. Park your car on the right side of the street the first and third Tuesdays of each month. Park your car on the left side every alternating Tuesday. White Tiger Kingdom!
White Tiger Kingdom! White Tiger Kingdom!
We will move across their borders and pick our teeth with their bones. We will flush them from their homes and crush them beneath our paws. We will finally be free of the filthy brown tigers once and for all. White Tiger World! White Tiger World!
That was the story of Shoshan the Elegant, the White Tiger King. Shoshan went on to smite the filthy brown tigers from the face of the earth, and the people were happy once again for all time. You see, kids, fascism has its faults, and people get carried away, but at the end of the day, a totalitarian form of government works. I'm not saying what Shoshan did was right or wrong, but it worked. It just worked. Good night, kids.
Binge of the races, storytelling spirit.
To the ground for another 7.
That's good.
One way to understand if we're doing this appropriately is if two people simultaneously think, oh, actually, the fact that the curtains were blue is significant here if you consider this. So it seems to point to that. If people can independently, even if they don't get it quite the same, recognize that that's significant.
Yeah, well,
it's helpful to understand that there's something.
Yes, definitely.
There's something legitimate about that kind of analogy.
Definitely. This is actually part of the reason that I became so interested in the Jungian Iliad, Eric Neumann's school of mythological interpretation, because that's exactly what they did. Was they took patterns of interpretation, let's say of masculine and feminine, from multiple cultures and looked for overlap.
Yeah.
Okay, when I wrote Maps of Meaning, so I did that. I used the Jungian works in that regard, but I also used what I knew about neuropsychology and neuropsychopharmacology, with the presumption being that if all of these pointers pointed to the same thing, it was probably there. That's multi-method, multi-trait construct validation fundamentally. And the notion is that your senses do the same thing. If your eyes and your ears and your sense of smell and your taste and your touch all report the same thing, then you have a reasonable probability of surviving if you assume that it's true. Now, that's not perfect, because the reason we talk is that I don't want to just rely on my own senses, even though there's 5 of them. So I've got a quintangulation happening, which is a pretty decent way of specifying truth. I want to know if your perception shows concordance, right?
Sure.
We want this converging evidence. Now, it's trickier with textual interpretation. Partly it's trickier too, because mere consensus is not sufficient. You need deep expertise. Okay, so why would I say that? Well, we have these large language models, for example, and they're doing statistical analysis of textual interrelationship at every level, right? Billions of parameters. So the letter conjunctions, the word conjunctions, the phrase conjunctions, the sentence conjunctions, the whole bloody thing. But even they're prone to go astray. And the reason for that is that they're overweighted to the present. Like, So we have the alignment problem as a consequence, which is, well, how do we trust the AI interpretations? Well, the same problem obtains for human beings, the alignment problem. How do we align ourselves? Well, that's what a classical education did. Right. And that was steeping in the ancient texts. Why? Because the ancient texts are distillations of patterns that have existed over thousands of years. And if you know the patterns, you orient yourself properly. And that also makes you immune to. See, the problem with the convergence notion is it can produce a false consensus. Like all the Nazis agree.
Yeah.
Well, that's a problem because they were wrong.
Do you think we should be sending ChatGPT to Bible school?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I have a colleague, we've been training AI systems on classic texts. They're way more useful.
Yeah.
I use one all the time. We haven't released it.
How is it more useful? Do you like?
It's not woke. Seriously, it's not ideologically adult.
Right, but surely it is. It's. I mean, it's ideologically. It's ideologically.
He's training an AI chatbot to be a Christian bigot.
Controlled and confined, just in a different way.
No, I don't think it's ideologically confined.
An ideology,
typical postmodern
ideology
response.
doesn't need to be bad, especially given that, like, as a non-believer in Christianity, I see Christianity as an ideology, right?
That's a good objection. This goes back to the point that you made. This goes back to the point you made about
the Predator. Oh wait, sorry. Grand Dam donated $2. Did you see Terrence Howard at Oxford? Yeah. Yeah. Holy fuck. He went on for an hour.
Tendency of wanting to own you. I'm here not to show you. Now, whether you guys are able to create their own systems. Do you know the square root of 2? Do you think that's a loop? Do you believe that the square root of 2 is the square root of 2? Yes or no? Hands up, no? Hello? Oh, I want y'all to take out your phone for a minute then.
Together, and Terrence has showed me a lot of this, and
everything comes down oxygen, multicolor, spectral vision.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Terrence Howard's insane ramblings. That guy is an unhinged whack job, and I wouldn't be surprised if you end up hearing a news story where he killed his family and like committed suicide or something. Thanks for the donation, Grand Dam.
Did you see Troy Parfit claims Jordan plagiarized Hitler in Maps of Meaning?
No, I did. Let me take a look.
I'm in conversation with an author named Troy Parfit. So Troy has a new book. And I'll be honest with you, Troy, I couldn't get the date of publication for this book. Is this book only a few months old or is it a few years old? You seem to have a brand new book, but I don't know quite when it came out, dealing with the intellectual oddities of Jordan Peterson, we'll say, to be put. When did the book come out, Troy?
The book came out on December 21st, 2020. But if you buy the book, I dated it ahead a few days, so it says publication copyright 2021, which is a kind of trade practice.
So that's interesting. And the book is referred to as Volume 1. So I presume, having seen your YouTube channel, I take it you have a Volume 2 that's going to deal with Jordan Peterson's more recent work, an assessment of...
He claims Jordan Peterson plagiarized Hitler in Maps of Meaning. We might watch that next, because that sounds interesting. Thanks for the donation, The Predator.
People taking the right to themselves to define the moral order, let's say, in the garden.
Love is Endless. June W donated $2. Is this statistic true? If it is, then number of actual lifelong vegans much lower than 4% in US. The stat isn't true. They're getting this from the Phonolytics survey, which didn't actually look at whether people were vegan or not. They looked at people who claim to be eating a vegetarian or purely plant-based diet, and they were looking at how long people were on the given diet and at what point did they quit. And if you look at the total amount of people claiming to be on a purely plant-based diet, 84% of them quit in all categories. But if you look at the people who are on the diet for I think the shortest time period that they looked at by a category was under 4 months, something like that. Something like 40, 50, something like that. 50% of people quit. If you looked at people who are on the diet for more than 5 years, it was a very small percentage. It was somewhere closer to like 10%. So it's the Funalytics survey had nothing to do with veganism, and you only get that statistic if you include all categories. And let me see. I bet you Pugman pays for something since he gives money to you. Pugman hasn't donated to me in quite a while. I think he still lurks around and watches my streams, but he hasn't really paid me in quite a while. Thanks for that donation, though. Love is endless. God damn it.
Okay, so what's the problem with that? The problem is that the proper interpretation is bounded by the actuality of the cosmic order, right? So it isn't, the postmodernists say, well, it's just one ideology. It's either this one or this one. But then that's all grounded in power, as it turns out. So they've got something at the bloody pinnacle anyways. That philosophy either degenerates into a kind of incoherent nihilism or it turns into a power play. It's like, no, there are canonical interpretations. Well, what are they? Well, that's what's encapsulated in the religious text is canonical interpretations. Okay, why are they canonical? Okay, I'll give you an example. You tell me what you think about this. This is a good rejoinder to Dawkins' selfish gene.
Right.
Okay, so God is conceptualized in the story of Abraham as the call to adventure.
Yeah.
Okay, so Abraham is privileged. He's rich. He's in a state of infantile security. He doesn't have to do a damn thing till he's like 70. He has rich parents. He doesn't have to lift a finger. Okay. And then a voice comes to him that says, get the hell away from your zone of comfort. Leave your family, leave your tent, leave your community. Go out in the world. Okay. Well, so what is that? Well, that's the same impulse that drives a child to develop. It's the impulse that drives a man to continue to mature, right? So you can think about it as an instinct if you want, the instinct to growth. Okay, God makes Abraham a deal. It's such a stellar deal. He says, look, if you listen to this voice of adventure, if you commit to it, if you live by its dictates, and you make the proper sacrifices along the way, this is what will happen to you. You'll be a blessing to yourself. Okay, so that's a good deal. That's a nice start, right? So you don't have to be miserable and self-conscious, right? Aware of your own nakedness. You can start to walk with God again. Okay, but more, you'll do that in a way that will ensure your valid reputation. So that's a good deal because you want to have a reputation that's distributed in the social community, obviously. And if it's based on something real, so much the better. Then you're not a charlatan or a fake or a psychopath. Okay, but that's not all. He says, you'll do that in a way that will enable you to establish a permanent dynasty that will cascade down the generations. And that's not all either. You'll do all that in a way that's beneficial to everyone else. So this is so cool because it speaks of, it's something like the tree of life. It speaks of a concordance, right, between the instinct to mature and develop, that calling of adventure, the pathway that actually works best for you, the pathway that works best for you and establishes something permanent in a manner that enhances your reputation, that cascades down the generations. Okay, now Abraham is offered, if he follows this pathway, God says, well, you'll be the father of nations. Okay, so now imagine this. This is contra the selfish gene, let's say. The human pattern of reproduction. Dawkins' mistake was that he thought reproduction and sex were the same thing. And they're not. They're not, especially not in the human case, because human beings are high investment, long-term maters, right?
Sure.
So we have very few offspring and we invest like mad in them. Pair bond, You live long enough to be grandparents. You put okay, so that means that to be the proper father, you have to act out a sacrificial ethos. Okay, the idea in the story of Abraham is that if you act out that sacrificial ethos properly, which aligns the spirit of adventure with the harmony of the community, you will act in a manner that best ensures the long-term survival of your offspring, right? So you can imagine it's not just the contribution of sperm to egg, it's the development of an ethos of paternal care that increases the probability that your children will be successful, but also in a way that increases the probability that their children will be successful. All right, so that's an alignment with a genuine cosmic order. It's not arbitrary. And so there are interpretations, we'll say.
By the way, lobsters mate for life. Birds mate for life. What the fuck is he talking about when this is in alignment with a higher cosmic order? Lobsters are part of a higher cosmic order?
JBP brings up some bigger philosophical points, but badly. Alex Malpass et al. Need to deal with him. I love anti-JBP material BTW. Caceres is good for it too. JBP does not remotely understand AI to comment on it. Keep up the good work for the animals.
Jordan Peterson is a fucking joke, dude. Alex could have done a better job in this conversation by just not wasting time with Jordan Peterson and just keep asking him very direct questions that he can't weasel out of. I don't even know why he does it. I think he's just a manipulative jackass. That's really all there is to it. But thanks for that donation, Nadia Vet Chambers.
They're not just ideologies. They're not just arbitrary interpretations of the way the world lays itself out. They are in harmony with the cosmic order. And that's what makes them deep, sacred, fundamental, and in the truest possible sense. That is the proper rejoinder to the postmodernists. It's like, see, this is why they insist. This is why they're so anti-science in their ethos too. And this is where Sam Harris has got a point, because Harris likes to make a case for objective morality. Objective. It's like transcendent is the right word, not objective.
But did it actually happen? I'm kidding. What I was really interested thinking about that, and I just had 3 hours with Sam Harris where we sort of went around on that question, and I agree that I think his system fails, essentially, for what it's worth.
He's got a point. He wants to ground morality in something that isn't a mere postmodern illusion. And there's something to be said for that.
I want to know how much, the story of the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible, the story of Abraham. Okay, train a large language model on that because it's integrated into the cosmic order, however you want to say it. How far do you go with this? I mean, do you train this model on the New Testament? Know. Do you train it on the epistles?
We're playing with that. I don't know.
Do you train on John Milton?
Good question. Dante. So imagine, that's a very good question. So imagine that at the foundation, you have the biblical library, okay? But then you have, like you said, the secondary literatures.
What about the Quran?
We want to train a separate one on the Quran.
Keep them
and then we want to have them debate. Well, what's really interesting in the case of Islam, because there's an insistence in the Islamic world that the entire epistemology is actually contained in the text and nothing else.
I think the mistake that people make in comparative religion between Islam and Christianity is that they think that the Bible in Christianity is what the Quran is in Islam.
Right. That's just not the case.
In Islam, the word becomes a book, and in Christianity, the word becomes a person. I think Jesus is to Christianity what the Quran is to Islam, right?
Absolutely.
And that's probably
that's a big difference.
I think that's a mistake that people make, partly because, the Quran is infallible.
Right.
You can't think that any word of the Quran is wrong because it's the literal and altered word of God. Whereas with the Bible, you've got a bit more leeway, say it's mythology, or maybe there's a historical contradiction, but it's not actually that much of a problem. However, if you had Jesus in front of you, you can't contradict him, right? I think that's an important distinction for people to keep in mind.
That also makes the logos the living word.
Yeah,
right. Which is very important.
It makes it more difficult to put forward the somewhat naive criticism that I think people often make of the Gospels as contradicting each other. Because again, we're talking historically here, was Herod on the throne at the same time Quirinius was the governor of Syria as Lucius.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like, in a sense, who cares? I mean, one of the points that my friend John Nelson has made brilliantly is, have you ever come across the concept of the what do they call it, the Churchillian drift, where a bunch of quotes that Churchill never said just get attributed to him? You know, I find that
that's
the best
part of the
breakfast is
that's part of the pattern of mythologization.
If someone says, I think
they fall into his orbit because they're of his type.
I think the best breakfast in the morning is a glass of champagne, a hearty glass of champagne, right? He never said that, but people sort of think maybe he said that.
Sounds like something Churchill might have said.
Same thing happens with C.S. Lewis. Now, the point that my friend John pointed out to me was that, well, if all you had, the only information you had about Winston Churchill was a book of apocryphal quotes that people had attributed to him and agreed that he'd said, you'd still probably get a pretty good idea about who Winston Churchill was.
It might be easy to just toss all of your discipline to the side for the summer, but a life of greatness doesn't happen by taking the easy route. The Hallow app offers an incredible range of guided meditations and prayers that are designed to help you deepen your spirituality and strengthen your different themes and types of experience, sparking your curiosity to fit your schedule. Hundreds of guided spiritual Jordan, formative and more at hallow.jordan.
Yeah, well,
and that's something you can do with the Bible.
Well, that's partly because
or the Gospels.
You put something. You see, let's.
Jace Endless donated tellers, what's your largest sum of money you've given to somebody? Well, I guess it would have to be Jasmine. I've given her quite a bit of money on different occasions. Like what I guess the most expensive thing I've ever bought her was a car. So I know I've given her a few $1,000s for shit here and there. Bought her a computer, stuff like that. How much did Jason Blaha spend on prostitutes? I think it was calculated that he spent somewhere around $30,000 over the course of 2 years. Thoughts on Elon pedo lawsuit? He spent $50K to private investigator to investigate Unsworth. Elon Musk is insane, and he's a fucked up, crazy narcissist. I know about that whole story. He did that because he was pissed off a guy didn't want to take one of his submarines. That's basically all that was. But yeah, Elon Musk is a fucking jackass. Yeah, it's too bad you can't just shoot these people. If you shoot them, they wouldn't do it. Well, okay then. Thanks for that donation, dude.
Let's say that there's a shape, there's a three-dimensional shape on the wall, and you want to...
Yeah, Elon Musk has a trans daughter, and he treated her like shit. Elon Musk is a fucking just human trash.
The wall's like flat white, so you can't really see it. So what you want to do is you want to throw a bunch of like garbage at the wall, so to speak. And the outline, despite the fact that everything you throw at the wall is garbage and it lands in many different places, if you throw enough of it at the wall, you'll get the shape.
Yeah.
Well, it's partly because you could imagine that there's a set of there's a set of sayings that have been misremembered, but a fairly comprehensive set. You're still going to be able to extract signal, right? There's going to be noise, but there's going to be signal there.
Yeah,
that's partly because the truth will be encoded in the panoply of the...
That's why it's a bigger problem if somebody points out like some flat historical... if there was discovered just like a flat historical contradiction in the Quran, That'd be a big problem because the Quran is the literal word of God. If someone points out a flat historical contradiction in the Gospels, it kind of doesn't matter as much because you're able to accept that maybe that is just a contradiction, but the thing that matters is the word of God. And the word of God is not the Gospel of Luke or the Gospel of John, but the person that they were sort of writing about.
Well, that's also partly, you see, that you just pointed to another reason why I don't like the over-concretized questions.
Yeah.
It's like, you're looking for truth in the wrong place there, buddy.
I understand that, but it also depends on what kind of truth you're looking for, right? Because for me, as an interested third party,
everything depends on that.
I'd really like to know if Jesus actually rose from the dead as a historical fact. I'd love to know if there was a real Exodus. You know, that's really interesting and important to me. Now, as somebody who doesn't believe that those things did happen, I still have access to the meaning of the story of something like a resurrection.
Well, let's assume, just for the sake
But I'm not a Christian. It's not enough for me to say, well, you know, do I believe that, you know, self-sacrifice is at the basis of a meaningful life? Oh, maybe. But that's not enough to make me a Christian because I don't believe it's the case. I'm quite interested, actually, how, I mean, you're obviously quite attracted to Christianity and the Christian story. I mean, you've Jesus on your jacket, but I'm interested how that dovetails with your insistence on personal responsibility as the way to live a proper and meaningful life, given that the story of Jesus is one of vicarious redemption. I sort of throw my sins on him, you know. He takes responsibility for the sins that I've committed.
Yeah, well, I
wonder how those go together.
What would you say?
No, Jesus.
Look,
Jesus
it's really good.
Clean up
It's
your
really
room for
good
you,
to
you know?
have a divine ally.
Mm.
And I think the more unerringly you aim upward, the more you walk with God.
Mm-hmm.
And that does mean that Christ is beside you.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is a reflection of the truth of vicarious redemption. But that doesn't mean you have nothing to do.
Mm.
Right. And Christ makes that very clear in the Gospels. Not everyone who says, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, right? Only those who do the will of my Father.
You must be willing to hate your brother and your father.
There's a tension there because the vicarious redemption idea is a reflection of the mercy of God.
Mm.
It's like if you, and I believe this to be the case, as I said, if your aim is upward, then God is your ally, right? And so he's there with you, bearing the cross, but you're still obliged to carry it, right? And you see that in the story too. That's embedded in the Passion story because there's an insistence in traditional Christianity that the suffering and the death that a man would experience in that situation were real, despite the fact that God was also experiencing it, right? So there's this duality. And I think that's reflected in the idea of vicarious redemption when it's understood properly. It's like, yes, you'll have, here's another way of thinking about it, is that if you aim upward unerringly, you have the spirit of what's good. What are you saying? You've established a relationship with the spirit of what's the highest good. Well, then that's with you. And that's not just a reality. It's like the ultimate reality. It's partly, it's Nietzsche even alluded to that when he said, if you have a why, you can bear any how.
Yeah.
Well, what why? Well, the ultimate why. Well, what does that enable you to do? To bear the ultimate how. And that's exactly what the Passion story is. And so there is a vicarious redemption there because if you do it properly, you don't have to do it alone. But that doesn't mean that there's nothing on you. You know, and you see that too. There's an insistence in the entire biblical library that what humans are called to do is real. Like we're
Give me 1 second here. Here we go. Posted this 3 days ago.
made in the image of God. We're participating in the process by which possibility is transformed in order. We're building, as far as I'm concerned, we're either building the city of God or we're building its alternative, right? With the domain of hell. Actually, right? Actually, really, as well as metaphysics.
I mean, it's interesting you say hell and actually in the same sentence because...
Well, it's easier to believe in hell than heaven.
Well, one of the other criticisms that I made of you in this video was that I felt like you were appropriating religious language illegitimately to apply a sense of the sacred to profane things, to mundane things.
Mhm.
And that's
Like
perhaps,
what?
perhaps one example. So I can give you a few examples. I mean, one is implied in what you just said there, but you said it, I think, explicitly to Matt Fradd recently on Pints with Aquinas, where you said, if you have studied any amount of history and you don't believe that hell is real,
Right.
then you're an idiot.
Yeah,
Now,
definitely.
I understand, I think, what you mean by that, because hell, like, hell is a place on earth in many respects, right? Like, if you study history and you look at just like what levels of depravity humanity can sink to, like, and you could quite poetically say, well, if hell isn't the right word to describe that, then I don't know what is.
Right.
Say something like that, right? But clearly, a theological conception of hell does not exist on planet Earth. It's somewhere you go after you die.
It's not so clear. I wouldn't say it's so clear.
Well, certainly not in the Jewish tradition. And okay,
Dante?
maybe not in the maybe not, but like, I mean, like a modern Christian who asks you, for example, do you believe in hell? And you know that what they mean.
They mean the place you go after you die.
The place you go after you die.
Yeah.
If you look at the top 100 richest people in the world, only one is vegetarian. Vegans don't even come on the top 150. No one cares, ? If I have a 90 IQ, is it possible to raise it to at least 130 after age 22? Impossible. 6'1", 230, down to 185 in 6 months. 90 to 130, that sounds like it's impossible. The thing with IQ, by the way, is if you practice taking IQ tests, you can artificially increase your IQ score. One dude famously did that. He's that fucking idiot who can bench press 500 pounds. He brags about that endlessly. He's the guy who claims to have the highest IQ score ever recorded in history, and he has this theory of everything. He would practice taking IQ tests, and then when he was actually tested, he was able to get a super ridiculously high score because he practiced beforehand. So, I mean, if you're talking about just taking a standardized test, yeah, you can go from a 90 to 130 IQ just by practicing over and over again and just artificially inflating your numbers that way. If what you're talking about by going from an IQ of 90 to 130, like, if what you mean by that is actually increasing your intelligence to a degree where you would actually be able to measure that on an IQ test, no, I don't think so. So, yeah. You can definitely obtain more knowledge, and I think you can practice to make your brain just work better and learn more efficiently, but in terms of actually increasing your intelligence to that degree, no. And I can't tell you why exactly the top richest people in the world aren't vegan or vegetarian. I would imagine one of the reasons is because in order to be that rich, you have to be a selfish dickhead. So selfish dickheads are probably not going to be vegan or vegetarian. But thanks for the donation, Mestawera, and congratulations on the weight loss.
And when you respond and say sort of, well, of course hell is real. Well, you don't believe in hell? Have you studied any amount of history? If it's sort of, it feels like you're sort of describing two different things. There's a simplification. The other area where this largely happens, I think, is when you've said that.
Oh, that's funny. He actually pointed out that Jordan Peterson is equivocating.
The very act of doing science.
See, there's a concordance there between that concept of eternal punishment in the afterlife and the hell that unites all totalitarian states. But I don't know what the concordance is. Like I don't understand.
Like, do you think
and I don't speculate generally on anything that's, let's say, beyond death. I mean, what the hell can you say about that? I don't have anything to say about that.
But that's another I don't know point, right? So if I ask you, for example, do you think that Hitler is being punished now? I mean, he's dead, but is he being punished? Or did he ever get punished?
The answer to that question is something like, what is the relationship between the evanescent consciousness of man and eternity? And the answer is, we don't know.
Yeah, when Matt Fradd asked you, do you believe in an afterlife, you said that something like your behaviors or your actions resonate through eternity.
There's that, which is, in a way, an evasive answer too. But the thing is, we don't understand. We exist in relationship to the infinite, obviously. What that relationship is, no one knows how to conceptualize that in the final analysis. I don't understand the relationship between our binding temporally and eternity. Like, is there something permanent about our conscious experience? I don't know.
I think you excite your Christian listenership when you say, like, not only, do I believe in hell, but you can't not believe in hell. I mean, are you serious? You seriously don't believe in hell? And they think, here's a strong sort of warrior.
Well, and you go, the other
but then
thing
they realize that what you mean by hell is just
it's so...
lots of human suffering and catastrophe, on planet Earth.
But it's more than that, because because it is the case that the invitation to hell is offered by the eternal usurper of the moral order. That's true. You end up in hell because you lie. That's also true. And so...
But when you say that's true, you end up in hell because you lie.
Oh, buddy, if you end up in hell because you lie, Jordan Peterson is fucking going there for sure.
Lie.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
The totalitarian
you're not allowed to use the word
state,
hell, right? Like, what is the thing you're describing? You end up where? In a totalitarian state.
Yes.
And that's fine.
A state of ultimate misery.
But I think this is where somebody might be prone to confusion. And you could say that's their fault, maybe it is. But if somebody's listening to you and do you believe in hell? And you say, of course I believe in hell. How can you not believe in hell? And they go, thank goodness, because that of course is my worldview. I'd love to know how I can defend my vision of hell. And then they realize that when you say hell, what you actually mean is something like totalitarian human regimes.
I guess I mean at least that.
Sure.
Right? And so
fine.
I'm often trying to make a minimal case, right? If I'm trying to elaborate on the meaning of a religious text. What I'm trying to say in all humility is it means at least this. Now, does that cover the entire territory of the meaning? That's very unlikely. You're going to give an exhaustive account? I don't think so. What does that mean in eternity? It's the same question, and then we should draw this part to a close. It's the same question in some sense as the reality of the resurrection of Christ. So the Christian interpretation is Christ defeats death and hell. Okay, well, the logical objection to that is, well, where's the evidence for the defeat? Since death still exists, and so does malevolence.
Yeah, sure.
Well, the Christians then will escape, so to speak, into something like a symbolic interpretation and say, well, it's true in eternity. And I think fair enough. I do believe that the idea that Christ defeated death and hell is true, but I don't know what that means. And that does that bother me? Well, I'd rather know, and I'm continuing to investigate it. But I do know, for example,
Ayaan Hirsi Ali, who recently became a Christian, she just had a conversation with Richard Dawkins.
Yeah,
it hasn't gone out yet. I was there. I had the privilege of being. I've already heard.
Ayaan Hirsi Ali has gone completely insane. I don't understand how you can go from ex-Muslim, realizing religion is all bullshit, and then to becoming Christian. It's so fucking bizarre.
I know what they spoke about, but one of the things that Ayaan does is, and I've described it as sort of almost comical, the way that Ayaan talks about her struggle with depression, suicidality, total hopelessness, and then finds that by praying.
Oh, there you go. She had mental health issues, and she used religion as like a last resort, and she probably had some religious organization take advantage of her and suck her into a cult.
Praying, she's able to sort of elevate her life. And then comes to Richard Dawkins, sort of, but do you believe that Mary was a virgin when she gave birth? It was funny. It was, I couldn't...
Level of analysis problem.
At the same time, I sort of understood it. And Dawkins says, but surely when you go to church and you're having these feelings, Ian, you must recognize that the things he's saying at the pulpit are nonsense. And Ian said that that she chooses to believe it. She says that I no longer find it to be nonsense because what she implied, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, I can't remember, but it was something like, look, I've been so captured by this meaning that although I don't really understand what it means to say that, you know, Jesus was born of a virgin, I just choose to believe it.
Well,
now that's fine.
Well,
but what she does, what I was going to say is what she does is says that this to me is like a mystery. I don't really know exactly what it means, but I choose to believe that it's true. And I wonder if that's something like what you're doing here when you say that you believe it's true.
Well, I can just tell you what my experience has been in this sort of thing. So I've spent a lot of time digging into the substructure of mythological accounts, right, in many different cultures.
Yeah.
Now, and my experience continually is the deeper I look, the more that's there. And then I see things come together that make sense that I thought were disparate. And that there doesn't seem to be any limit to that. And so now when I see things that are disparate or even contradictory, I think, well, as you already pointed out, given the nature of the biblical library, there's room for some contradiction. But more than that, I think, well, that might be illogical or irrational, or I might just not understand it. And my experience has been that presumption turns out to be the case far more often than not. And so, you know, you can imagine that you can get the apprehension of a pattern, and you can think the pattern is compelling. And then there are details within the pattern that you don't know how to reconcile. But this is what Ian is doing in accordance with your account. It's like, well, I'm not willing to forego my view of the pattern because of some lack of concordance with details, especially given that I'm ignorant.
Yeah.
No, like, well, I can only tell you what has been the pattern of my investigations. It's like the more deeply this is knocking and asking, the more I seek, the more is present.
And I guess, you know, to conclude, I suppose here, like, so suppose I'm somebody, and broadly this is true. You know, I think the gospel stories are fascinating and resonant. You know, I like the idea of the resurrection of Christ. The way that it's criticized as this evil human sacrifice, I think is misleading. You know, I have all of those parts.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm not a Christian. And I suppose the question...
In what way are you not?
Well, that's what I mean. To help me understand what you mean by this, you know, what is the difference between someone who's not a Christian and not...
That's a good question.
They're not some new atheist type. They're not like, I wouldn't worship God even though... They're just not a Christian, and someone who is. What's the difference between those two people?
Is like 90% Christian.
That's what people keep saying about him, and I think...
Well, I think partly because I do believe that he is committed to the truth. He does believe that the truth will set you free. He does believe that there's an intelligible order.
Yeah.
He believes that the investigation of the intelligible order is redeeming.
This is...
Right,
it's a shame we don't have a bit more time to do the science thing. Perhaps that'll have to be another conversation.
Yeah.
That's,
so, you know, who is and who isn't a Christian? That's not an easy question. And that's, again, why I started our conversation.
Well, I think...
Oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Ugh. So, as long as you care about truth, you're a Christian. That is a baffling fucking statement.
I think it's inappropriate for you to try to say who is and who isn't, but just abstractly, like, what you think the difference is. Like, what is it that, you know, under what conditions...
Christians hoist their cross and walk uphill.
Right. Okay. So I've heard you say that before as well, right? But like,
that is what I think. That's the difference.
Not to sort of try to be too left-brained about it.
You know, it's funny how he says that. It's funny that he says that. Like, I wonder if Kentora Miura was using Jesus as kind of he might have done this unintentionally too, But I wonder if he was using Jesus as part of an inspiration for Guts, because Jesus would bear his cross, and he was walking with this like really heavy, large cross. And then you see Guts walking with this like really huge, big sword. And, you know, you could say the Dragon Slayer, the sword that Guts carries, that's his burden to bear. I wonder. I don't know if Kentaro Miura, or Kentaro Miura. I wonder if he deliberately like thought of that sort of religious symbolism, or if that is maybe just, you know, one of these themes that you see in many of these stories.
Yeah. But like in practice.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Or like perhaps two sort of symmetrical questions. What are the conditions under which somebody can say...
How careful are you with your words?
Well, I try to be careful.
Okay. Well, that's a good approximation to Christian conduct, right? Because that's worship of the Logos.
Fine, but
right,
I mean,
but that's really a serious part of it.
I don't know if that will be enough. I certainly don't know if the word worship there is particularly appropriate.
How profoundly do you value it?
To the extent that it helps me to convey my ideas properly. I don't worship the words that I'm using themselves.
No,
I
understand
don't care for the words, but the words are a tool, and the reason that I'm precise as I can be is in service of trying to communicate my ideas to you.
For what purpose?
So that whatever it is that I'm feeling or thinking in my head, if I could somehow take a medical instrument and prod your brain to make the same thought arise, that would be really helpful to me, because you'd see the world how I see it.
Mm-hmm.
That is what language is. It's that tool, except instead of prodding your brain with a physical bit of metal, I'm prodding your ears with vibrations in the air. But I'm trying to do the same thing. I'm
to what end?
Trying to make that thought arise so that you can see the world as I do, and so that I can see the world as you do.
To what end?
Well, I don't know.
Well, how about productive harmonization of vision?
But fine, yeah, it depends on the conversation, right? So like in this instance, it will be, I mean, I came into this conversation, I suppose, with a goal to more thoroughly understand your worldview, which is more specific than usually with these conversations. It would be, let's try to learn something from each other and convince each other of something. And in this case, I really was just fascinated to sit down and try to understand, what does Jordan Peterson think about religion? Mm-hmm. Like, that's probably the goal, which maybe is a slightly inappropriate goal to come into a conversation with, but that's really what I've been trying to understand. So I suppose that's the goal.
So it's the idea. Well, we can wrap this up with let's say a Christian observation is that there's a notion, a classical Christian notion, that wherever two or more are together in Christ's name.
Cosmic Skeptic and Jordan Peterson are both fucking insufferable. Hold up while I find the nearest bridge to jump off real quick.
Jordan Peterson is a bigger idiot than Cosmic Skeptic. He's, at the very least, you could say he's more dishonest. Cosmic Skeptic is a fucking jackass, though. They're both fucking jackasses. I think the way Alex conducts interviews, too, it kind of shows a bit of his dumbness. Like again, he should have gotten the hint that Jordan Peterson is a lying, dishonest, manipulative moron pretty quickly in this whole conversation. Especially, like, since Jordan Peterson is such a public figure and you can see so much of what he posts online. Like, it's just so weird the way he's navigated this conversation. And he's still acting like Jordan Peterson is trying to be honest and have, like, an actual conversation with the guy. But thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. There's a lot of Christian symbolism in Berserk, like the Inquisitors. Yeah. He may have actually deliberately designed the Dragon Slayer to kind of symbolize, like, the cross that, Jesus bore. Like, that's a burden that he has to bear, and then the Dragon Slayer's so huge like that, and it's like always, you know, across his back as like his burden to bear.
The Spirit of God is there.
Yep.
Right. Okay. So, well, what does that mean? Well, as far as I'm concerned, what it means is that if you're unerring in your choice of words, if you're seeking with them and exploring, and I'm doing the same, and then we do that together, that's a mutually redemptive process that spirals upward.
So
and that's a Christian endeavor.
One of the conditions under which somebody can say they're a Christian and be either lying or wrong, and the condition under which someone can say, I'm not a Christian, and be either lying or wrong, if you see what I mean.
That's a very good question. Well, something came to mind right away when you asked that question, like pretty much instantly. It said, the redemptive, there's a reason that Christ is represented as the person who took the sins of the world onto himself. Well, that's the essence. It's like the world is.
Which one of these two has the tighter dick hole, would you say? What's your analysis?
I feel like Jordan Peterson probably has the tighter dick hole. I guess he kind of reminds me of Hank Hill, who had narrow urethra. So, I think probably Jordan Peterson. Thanks for the donation, though, Humphrey.
A fallen place. And you have the responsibility to do something about that. And the degree to which you take that responsibility onto yourself, that's the degree to which you are a Christian follower of Christ.
I
right?
suppose it's not an on and off switch. That was it's unfair to frame it as such. I suppose it's not like you either are an on or off switch. It's not like you're.
Well, I think you want to make a
Christian or you're not.
Well,
it's like you're more or less.
When Jacob decides to be a good person instead of a bad person, he builds an altar and it signifies his willingness to sacrifice his past self. I think that people decide in many ways, and maybe multiple times, whether they're going to aim up or not. Now, that's that initial commitment. It's like a baptism in a sense, that you've decided that you're going to aim up. Okay, well, now you can do that badly, because you will. And you see this in the Old Testament accounts of the prophets all the time. A lot of them are pretty reprehensible when they first find their feet. But you can stumble your way uphill. And that is the essence of Christian belief, is to stumble your way uphill with the maximum load you can bear. And the thing that's so fascinating about that is that that's also the pathway of maximal meaning. And that meaning is exactly what enables you to bear the load. So it's a very paradoxical, what would you say? It's a very paradoxical reality. And I think the essence of the Christian faith is the imitation of Christ. It's not the mouthing of the words. Now, that doesn't mean the words shouldn't be in accordance with the commitment. They should be. But the commitment can't be reduced to the utterance. The commitment is the carrying.
Yeah.
Right. And the carrying in relationship to a goal.
In the imitation of Christ.
It's in the imitation.
The text, the book, the imitation of Christ. You won't be judged on what you say, but what you've done.
Yeah, well, and I don't mean, that also doesn't mean that the treasure that you stack up on earth is an indication of your transcendent value, right? You shouldn't fall into the justification by works heresy.
Right.
But with that coda firmly in mind, I don't think there's anything in that proposition that isn't in accordance with the gospel accounts. Like Christ calls on his disciples to be followers, right? To walk the same path. And they're given the power to do the same things because of that. And Christ says himself that the people who come after him, which means us, will be capable of more than he managed. Right. Well, that doesn't mean that there's no redemption by proxy, let's say. because we already covered that, is that if you aim up, you have the spirit that's inviting you up. You've invited it to take residence in you. And that's true. That's true, as far as I can see. I think it's the most accurate way of construing the situation. That does give you a form of, it gives you what Ian found, right? It gives you a spine. But that doesn't mean you don't have a cross, right? And that you see that insistence in the gospel accounts. As I said, the insistence that Christ suffered as a man despite having God, being God. Those are both true at the same time. So the Christian pathway is the pathway of maximal self-sacrificial responsibility. Right.
Well, I hope those who have been wondering whether you should be legitimately called a Christian in their worldview, in their version of Christianity, will be helped by this conversation. I mean, I suppose that's in part what I'm trying to do too here, is for people who say to you, just say what you think. It's complicated, but hopefully.
Well, I am trying to say what I think. It's just that the world's a complicated place.
Yeah. Well, that was a lot of nonsense. Let's see. Yes, good old Sv3rige. So Sv3rige did a video reaction to the Militant vegan.
Hi everyone, there's this vegan YouTuber called the Militant Veganer, or the Militant Vegan. She only used to create content in German, which is why I didn't review her videos, except for the one where she was in Berlin together with Vegan Booty. But now she has a channel where she uploads English content. We will look at some videos of her interviewing or confronting people about veganism, which is really just her abusing people. She really made...
this is coming from the guy who tried to murder his ex-girlfriend with fucking acid, by the way. Exactly. So, Sv3rige is calling the Militant Vegan an abuser when... Where's the fucking video she showed? Wait, wasn't this in the fucking video? That's weird. So, anyway. Yeah, he thinks it's abusive to argue with people, doesn't think it's abusive to try to murder your ex-girlfriend with acid.
Maybe the most unhinged vegan out there. I know that a lot of people say that the vegan teacher is the most unhinged one, but I'm not sure. You can be the judge.
Hi, do you belong to this? Do you belong to this?
Yes.
I think it's very beautiful that you are against all kinds of killing.
Yes.
Yes.
This one is the who executed is Adam. They executed this one.
Oui.
Yes.
Yes. I'm also against execution, but are you still executing animals?
No.
Are you vegan?
No, it's an animal.
Yeah, animal.
No.
It says against all kinds of killing.
These are people.
Animals are people. They can feel just like us.
Animals are not people, obviously. You can say that animals can be compared to people because they feel pain. A lot of them can fall in love. Absolutely. Everybody will agree with that because that's just how it is. We can sense that when we look at how animals react to getting hit, dying, whatever. Of course they feel pain, but they are not actually people. We are all animals, but pigs and cows are not people. You could maybe think that it's her English, but it's not her English. She really just means that. Her English is fine.
No.
Yes, they are animal people. They feel.
Animal people. Animal people. Oh, cool. Is there a new kind of being out there?
Yes.
So personhood is usually like people usually, when people say people, they mean humans. But personhood is something that any sentient being can have. So yeah, it's not linguistically incorrect to say animal people. Like, we also say black people, white people, Asian people. people is not restrictive to just humans or a particular racial group. You can claim that animals also have personhood.
Iran is the right is for Iran.
Yeah.
Iran, there are a lot of people this
Yes, I understand that's terrible. I am also against execution. But you're being a hypocrite if you execute animals.
Oh, yes, no.
Yes.
No.
She doesn't care about human beings at all. None of the vegans do. If you should care about any animals, then it should be your own species in the first place. Everybody would agree with that. A cow is also only going to care about a cow in the first place. A dog is only going to care about the well-being of other dogs in the first place, and then they...
That is not true at all.
What happened to your Postal 2 streams? Is there archive of it somewhere? Will you ever play Postal 4 or Postal Brain Damaged? Also, new YouTube layout sucks. You haven't got it yet, but it looks like Twitch layout everywhere.
Huh. Okay, well, I will go back to the old layout if they force me to use the new layout. I don't think I'm going to bother playing any of the new Postal games because they're not good. I deleted the Postal streams because I was worried about community guideline issues. But yeah, the Postal games aren't very good. Let me see. Postal 3, Postal Brain Damage, very positive. I don't know. Can be a bit boring if you just roam around killing people instead of doing the missions, killing people. I don't know. Maybe I'll play it, maybe, but I don't know. Thanks for that donation, Proud Lolicon.
May help other animals, but why would they even? That doesn't even happen in nature, but that's already a little bit off topic. Point being, it's clear that she doesn't care about human beings. She doesn't even care about herself, her own well-being, her health. She doesn't care about the health of humans. She doesn't care about any of the ex-vegans who complain about health issues, who have a destroyed gut, eczema everywhere, depression, which they can't get rid of because of veganism. She doesn't care whatsoever. She just says, don't kill cows and pigs, instead of caring about humans.
I have not played Poppy Playtime, no.
No.
Yes.
I don't believe in executed, but I like it animal.
But you eat the animal.
No.
You eat meat?
No.
You eat milk?
No.
Dairy?
Yes.
This is
Okay.
Yeah, I need to show you. You are also showing the truth here. We have to show the truth.
No, I know true. I know.
Then it's even worse that you're not vegan.
I know. Today is in my country is a lot of situation.
So how is that a justification to and enslave cows?
Yes.
Oh my god, it's not related. Nobody wants to hear.
I wish I was born with a tighter dick hole, Rashad. It's a damn shame. It's just not fucking fair.
I don't know, I don't think I'd want a tight dick hole. Kind of like having a wider dick hole so I can just jizz easier, but thanks for the donation, ARJ.
Hear that, man. She's here for a completely different reason. It's so insanely disrespectful what she's doing.
Dolly.
Again, this is coming from the guy who tried to murder his ex-girlfriend with acid.
This time is in my country is in very bad situation.
And why do you put cows in an even worse situation?
No, darling. In my country, every day people executed.
Yeah, you're executing cows every day. Okay. You're a hypocrite murderer. You can't be against...
Man, du dumme Kuh. She has no compassion whatsoever, no empathy in any way at all. Literally zero. Because if she would, then she would... It's not as if you have to care about some random woman who you don't know. That's not what I mean. But if you get engaged and you talk about this specific topic, then if anything, you should care about her suffering, what's happening in her country. She doesn't want people to get executed. Maybe somebody in her family suffered. How can you come there and talk about cows with your stupid cow costume? Oh my god.
You can't be against executions, against And do the same thing to cows, but she's fleeing from her responsibility. Hypocrites.
Oh my God, no! It's because you're absolutely nuts. She's so nuts that she doesn't understand how nuts she is, and that's why people go away. She literally has lost all connection to reality.
What do you think about?
Look at the sign. Not all men. Fuck. But enough for all of us to be scared.
I'm trying to understand it. Non-vegans rape and enslave animal persons. Well,
Wait, she wrote animal persons? What the hell?
I'm not vegan. Between this and this.
So this is slavery because they look different. That's what they based this on. And this is slavery because they look different. This is what non-vegans base it on.
Non-vegan. So I'm non-vegan. Can you tell me a little bit more about what you're saying?
Yeah, so I used to be non-vegan too, so I understand where you're coming from. Yeah. And I turned vegan because I understood I'm against discrimination.
Non-vegan. It's as if there's only veganism, which is the absolute truth. And then there's all the non-vegans, which she clearly hates. She most definitely doesn't respect any of them.
I'm against using somebody's body to my advantage without their consent.
Sure.
And that's in effect what we do to animals when we send them.
But that's not even true. Vegan plant farming kills way more animals than any slaughterhouse.
Nope, that is false.
How can you then consume any of the grains and vegetables if they kill all of the rabbits, foxes, rodents? Way more animals die to create a vegan diet.
Into these concentration camps, when we deport them into slaughterhouses,
oh my God, I've heard this so much and I've debunked it so many times. It's all a cope, dude. All of them just cope.
Saying you're just a slave, like my taste is worth more than your entire life.
That's true.
And I am against that. I wouldn't do it to humans. I wouldn't do it to women.
I wouldn't do it to humans or women, I agree.
But this is exactly what...
I wouldn't do it to humans. I wouldn't do it to women. Why humans and women? What about men? Why women specifically?
Do you want my honest answer?
Yeah, sure.
I think that humans are the most important species, and I don't feel that human lives are at all equal to animal lives.
It's not relevant if they are equal, but it is relevant if an animal is worth more than your taste buds.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and to be honest, yeah.
Absolutely. You could actually make a somewhat good argument for veganism if it was for your taste buds, but it isn't. Plants don't have over 15 micronutrients. They are...
Yeah, so the way Sv3rige justifies this by saying you can't get enough nutrition as a vegan, yet there are vegans who live for decades not eating any animal products, is he actually believes that vegans who have claimed to be vegan for a prolonged period of time are lying and they're eating meat. He's actually said that I'm not actually vegan and I'm eating meat behind the camera. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
It consists of 18 headless mechanical figures made of straw, each trying to claim a single head rolling on top while balancing a table on their backs. Whenever one of the figures lifts itself up to try to claim the head, the table tilts, causing the head to roll further away, ensuring the struggle continues. While the figures endlessly suffer, 3 large blackbirds circle above, representing the upper class watching the struggles of the working class below. This is an artwork from South Korea called The Round Table. It consists...
That's interesting. Cool artwork piece.
Well, imagine this. Flying from Tampa to China, Australia, or anywhere else in less than an hour. Flight engineers at the University of Central Florida are figuring out the secret to safe hypersonic travel. And Fox 13's Craig Patrick explains their discovery in tonight's edition of Breakthroughs in Science.
NASA developed the X-59 to break the speed barrier without emitting the deafening supersonic boom on people below. And right now, commercial airlines are producing a new generation of supersonic jets to cut passenger flight times in half. But while that's all drawing a great deal of excitement, as it should, these students at the University of Central Florida have already taken a much greater leap.
10 minutes by air from Tampa to California.
Yes. Now, they've not yet built such a jet, but they did figure out how to stabilize a hypersonic engine in this lab. That's hypersonic as opposed to supersonic. NASA's X-59 supersonic aircraft is designed to fly 925 miles per hour. UCF's hypersonic design could lead up to air travel 14 times faster, up to 13,000 miles per hour.
The first reaction was actually denial. So from not believing it's actually...
Hopefully Boeing doesn't make one of these jets.
As I sit here, chewing on a warm spoonful of melted poop I microwaved on high for 2 minutes, I can't help but think of your turd-shaped slave penis and its bright purple tip. Maybe you should microwave the turd cock and share it with Jasmine. It's brown.
Okay, first of all, the tip of my penis is pink. And I've been told it's a very pretty pink. But sure, I'll share my poop. Thanks for the donation, microwave poop.
Actually real.
Now, for context, we powered engines through internal combustion for more than 200 years.
When you have like a fuel injector on a car, it sprays mist into your combustor.
The fuel mist burns, which releases energy, which drives motion. And so we currently ride or fly on comparatively slow, controlled reactions like a burning candle flame. But with hypersonic engines, instead of a slow burn, they set off a chain of powerful explosions, which drives much more motion with much less fuel.
That controlled explosion is highly efficient at releasing that energy compared to your typical candle flame, which you fly on today. That is not an efficient process.
But while hypersonic engines are far more powerful and efficient, they can also be unstable.
The problem with the detonation process is that it's unsteady and very hard to control.
And that's where Dr. Karim Ahmed and his students broke new ground. They developed and tested the world's first hypersonic engine that can stabilize the detonation.
So what were you thinking? Holy smoke, we did it.
Yes, we were able to stabilize it repeatedly. It was exciting that now we've got the world first stabilized oblique detonation wave.
Here's their first experiment that drew attention around the world. It's basically a tube split into 3 parts. The first part ignites an injection of hydrogen and oxygen, and the second part injects more hydrogen. And as the burst shoots into the third section, it hits this 30-degree ramp. And that ramp holds and stabilizes the shockwave reaction.
Fascinating. I'm sure if there's like a malfunction on a jet like that, it would be fucking catastrophic.
Only found in animal foods. That's why we eat them. We will become malnourished if we don't. And she's one of the people who I believe is definitely actually vegan. She wouldn't cheat. And she looks very starved. She's pretty much underweight. You can see it right now in the costume, but
she does not look underweight. How in the fuck does she look underweight? She looks like she's fit and exercises. Right.
when you see her without the clothes, and you can see that in a lot of videos because she tries to get attention by only wearing underwear, then you can see that she's most definitely suffering, and her brain suffering. When you lose your body fat, your body starts eating the organs, and that's where you have a lot of fat. Her brain is most definitely malnourished and damaged already, which is why she's not living in this reality anymore. She's obsessed with the animals because she actually wants to eat them. That's the truth about veganism. I get it. If a vegan is watching this, they will completely deny it. They won't get it. A few years later, when you will quit veganism, and you will quit veganism, she will also quit veganism, then you will get back to your senses, except if you, of course, pass away because of veganism, which does also happen if you're that hardcore. And then you will realize, wow, it was the veganism all of the time which was causing this brain fog. That's why I couldn't see clearly. But right now, she's in this bubble. It's completely fogged. She cannot see anything.
I don't feel bad for cows. I think that if we killed 1 million monkeys but found a cure to cancer, that would be worth it.
But where's the ethically significant difference between a monkey and a human monkey that justifies enslaving and
What is a human monkey?
them without consent for these trials?
I suppose the difference is that as the human race, we value our lives more than the other.
Yeah, but that's
that's literally how it is naturally, and that's how it is for all animals.
not an ethically significant difference. I can value, I don't know, birds more than your life. Can I then send you to the slaughterhouse?
If all the humans agree.
But if you would value the lives of birds more than the lives of humans, then there would be something wrong with you. That's his whole point. We naturally care about humans more than about any other animals. Obviously, we care about our family more than about random people, but overall, that's how it is.
Yeah.
That would be an appeal to popularity. That would be fascism.
That would be fascism.
Just because everybody agrees on something that's violent doesn't make the violent act moral.
If these rules are man-made that you follow, then you can call it fascism or whatever, but it's not. You're talking about how we feel naturally. We naturally care about humans more.
You don't naturally care about humans more. And I mean, like that's brought about through socialization. And I mean, okay, supposing if somebody naturally cares about animals more, Sv3rige doesn't really understand anything about metaethics, so nothing he's saying really makes any sense.
It's not as if somebody brainwashed us to be like this. You're the one who's brainwashed, and she doesn't get it.
For me, humans are the most important race.
We understood that. You're repeating yourself. I already debunked that. That's not a reason to slaughter. If I say women are more important...
You didn't debunk anything. You simply shared your delusional beliefs. That's it. But if humans naturally care about humans more than about pigs, then how can you debunk that? You cannot debunk nature. It's just the way you feel. That's why you can't get through these people. It's just impossible because you're trying to get through.
Not to my own race. That's what I'm saying.
But you're doing
I understand the principle.
But that's just racism then, towards animals.
Toward animals, yes.
And do you want to be that way?
Yes, because I want to keep eating meat.
So your
I love this guy.
pleasure of eating meat
is more important than the animal's life. Yes.
Are you listening to yourself? Yeah. That's disgusting, right? You're disgusting.
That's normal. Right on.
Be vegan and eat a plant-based diet because more plants are fed to your animal slaves that you commodify for your taste buds because you seem to be like a man-child who says yummy yummy is more important than a fucking body and a life and a soul.
I'm sorry that I offended you.
You're offending the animals. You're murdering them. You're sending them to slaughterhouse even though you cannot be an animal. I don't believe that. But you're a hypocrite.
Okay.
Will you not change that?
No.
That makes you disgusting, doesn't it? Imagine I treated your family the way that you treat animals.
Yeah, that would be awful. I would not like that.
And the animal families don't like that either.
I'm sure they don't.
So don't do unto others what you don't want done unto you. Thank you. Have a great vegan life, hypocrites.
Oh my god, she's so mad. That's not how nature works whatsoever. You kill an animal, but the animal doesn't want to die. And when other animals kill animals, and most animals kill animals, then they also do something which, of course, they don't want other animals to do to them. They don't want to die themselves. That's how hunting and being a predator works. That's nature. Animals consume each other, they rot in the ground, and then new plants grow, new animals are created, and it happens all over again. It's the circle of life. She's completely removed from reality.
Pause today.
So anything that happens naturally is morally good or acceptable according to Sv3rige. He's even okay with child rape. So, like, debating Sv3rige on the ethics of veganism is pretty much pointless because he doesn't even believe in the idea of universal human rights.
So we work at 84th Roads, an anti-poverty charity, and we see that women's voices, when it comes to poverty, they're not talked about.
Amazing. So you're raising your voice for the voiceless.
Yes.
That's great. I'm doing the same thing for the animal voices. So we're all against right? So why are we still paying for the and torture of animals?
Yeah.
Are you vegan?
I'm vegetarian.
Okay, so you're cows, right?
She is obviously not doing that. It's just so crazy to say that to somebody.
It doesn't really fit your agenda.
No, yeah.
Shouldn't you cease your fire to animals from now on?
Yeah.
So let's be vegan, right?
Yeah.
From now on. Great, have a great vegan life, and I wish you all the best here. And please tell all the feminists here, if you want to be a feminist, you have to be a vegan.
If you want to be a feminist, you have to be a vegan.
Otherwise, you're and enslaving cows and other animals. Have a great vegan day. Goodbye.
Makes a lot of sense in your crazy head. Oh my god, I also feel like people are really afraid of her because she has very crazy eyes. The brain is connected to the eyes. If somebody is actually nuts, then you can see it in their eyes, and you can see it in her eyes.
This is coming from the guy who, again, tried to kill his ex-girlfriend with acid. He also is in support of child rape. He also said that he was hallucinating and wanted to kill and eat people, right?
More difficult for us. Sorry, but I speak English so and so.
Okay, which language?
Italian.
Ah, bad. Okay, a little. You're against cow fisting? Or for cow fisting?
No, I against.
Against. Good that you understand. But what will you do about it? Vegan?
Maybe.
Not maybe. You don't say.
In Italy, it was made illegal, from what I understand, a few years ago to feed your children a vegan diet. Pretty cool from the
Italy didn't make it illegal to feed your kid a vegan diet. They made it illegal to have your kid be malnourished.
Maybe bad. No, you say bad, not maybe bad. Bad.
Maybe vegan, not.
But if you say maybe vegan, you say maybe bad. Maybe bad. No, it's bad.
Maybe bad. How she's imitating the Italian accent.
Yes.
So if something is bad, I should not pay for more bad.
Yes.
I can eat fruits, beans, seeds, grains, nuts, pasta with tomato sauce, pizza.
You can eat the pizza.
But to be honest, you don't have to see anything anymore because you are a wise man.
Yes.
You wear glasses. Wise men wear glasses.
Yes.
You understand that slavery is wrong.
No, humans with deformed skulls wear glasses. The eyeball couldn't properly form, and the ones who had a
That is not how eye issues occur.
Vitamin A deficiency as a baby and a child. That's just the truth.
And that this is slavery.
Yes, I understand. I understood.
Yes. Not only think, but doing. That's what we judge people on. It's not enough to only understand. Have a great vegan life. So, is it enough to just be vegan? No.
What does she mean? Would you love me or eat me? How would you love a pig exactly? What is going on?
How could you not love a pig? Like, if you saw this pig, how could you not fall in love with a pig? That is such an adorable animal.
Here. There's also this video of her talking to a Muslim girl.
I have done it in the name of God for him to fill my belly up. I know you disagree with it, but I'm coming to you from a religious perspective and telling you...
Delusion.
Why the... Please be very respectful.
I'm not respectful of your delusional. You cannot justify...
about religion.
I can argue with you about everything. God told me I should slit your throat open and say Bismillah before that.
You're being stubborn. I wasn't stubborn when you were telling...
She always talks about cutting open people's throats and doing something to human beings. You hear this incredibly much.
It's not stubborn, you're delusional.
I've tried to respectfully explain to her that us humans fill our bellies in the name of God. We don't do it for fun.
You can put plants in your bellies. God has given you vegan products.
I've just given you a day called...
But God, if you believe in God, literally didn't do that. It's man-made plants and man-made vegan products. The vegan diet is man-made. It's ungodly, it's sinful. No Muslim on earth should, and no Muslim does, eat a vegan diet. There's a few who will...
Did this Jurassic forehead-looking motherfucker really just say that all people with glasses have deformed skulls? How does this man exist in reality? What the fuck?
Oh yeah, Sv3rige is just a fucking crazy whack job, dude. Just totally insane. I don't know where he even gets his ideas. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Ninja.
Say that they are Muslim and vegan, but that's delusional. It's completely sinful. You're completely going against Allah.
eat.
Yeah.
We
And I told you that there are vegan Muslims.
Like
Why are there vegan Muslims then? I could say the same to you. There are vegan Muslims.
That's fine. That's
Why?
There are no vegan Muslims. There are vegans who are fake Muslims. A real Muslim eats meat. There's no way around it.
So if you have the choice to be vegan, what's your justification for this violence?
I'm not fighting. I'm not fighting.
You're fighting for slaughtering animals. You can be...
How are they telling her that she's fighting or being aggressive, which is what I assume they are implying, when they are completely aggressive attacking her?
Vegan, wouldn't that be more courageous and just?
Can I just speak, please? You asked me a question. I'm not fine with her today. I'm not fine. I'm very curious as to hear the other side of people.
I didn't show the full video, but she was very respectful towards the crazy vegan. Still, she always attacks anybody she talks to if they are not vegan. She just hates most human beings on Earth.
Opinions in regards to vegetation. I just wanted to hear her opinion. But
violence is not an opinion.
I'm not promoting violence. I don't
You
condone
are
violence.
justifying cutting throats open
I don't
of
condone
animals.
Violence. I never said that.
You are
Technically, the vegan is right in the sense that she's not necessarily promoting violence, but of course, killing an animal is violent. Whether you do it in the halal way or not doesn't matter. Obviously, if the throat gets cut, it's a violent act by definition. Nothing wrong with it though. That's the thing here. The vegan believes that it's wrong to do that, and the girl, I assume, also kind of does. She doesn't want to hear her say that she's being violent, which is why she denies it. But of course, she's not promoting the violence necessarily directly, but she does accept it. It's how she gets the meat. Nothing wrong with it though. Violence is part of nature.
for violence.
I said there's a specific respectful way in Islam. I've said my religious...
That's literally violence. God gave you the choice to be vegan.
This is God's word. This is God's word, excuse me.
My God says I should eat humans. It's God's word.
I can't have this conversation with you because you can't see things from outside the box.
Yeah, that's just
I'm
delusional.
wasting my time.
Yeah.
If you want to have an adult conversation...
It's true, they can't see anything outside of their box, but they are not even necessarily in a box which is based on man-made beliefs, even though that's part of it. They are really in a box because they have very severe brain fog, which is really a mental illness. That's the box that vegans are in. They are severely...
Would you call it mentally ill to try to kill your girlfriend with acid?
Delusional.
That I'm allowed to slaughter animals in a respectful
violence.
way, then
Wouldn't it be more respectful to not cut their throats?
Cows get smoked and fainted in chambers. Yeah. The last thing the animal hears when we kill them is God's name. Now, if
I don't think that the animal cares because they don't understand the religion.
What?
The animal does not understand your
religion. And the
religion.
animal doesn't understand its purpose in life as well, but you don't have...
So that's not a justification to cut open.
That's true, of course. Animals don't understand man-made language. They have no idea what they are saying. It's the only somewhat good point she made.
Answer my question. How does it know it's got an interest to live?
Yeah, just in the same way that a dog...
I beg you, babe. When you hit the animal, what is the animal going to do? No, answer my question now. How does
I love how she calls her babe.
Why are we allowed to eat cows but not dogs? That's speciesism. Of course they can. People live with...
They can't be a pet.
They can be a pet. And even if the dog cannot be a pet, I cannot go and kill... Yes, you...
How can a cow be a pet? A cow needs to eat grass all day. Are you gonna put a huge ball of grass in front of her and refill it all day long, and then she's gonna...
That's what you have to do with grass grazing animals. You usually don't have enough paddock space for them to just graze on grass. He doesn't even know how animals are like actually kept.
Well, like I mentioned in the last video, finishing up the feed.
So there you go. You do, in fact, feed cows hay.
Shit all over your living room? Like, what are you talking about?
They can, but so yeah.
Tell you.
Yeah, the Indians, they're cows.
They had outside land. You're in a city of light.
Just because
big ass cow.
Ooh, the cows in India actually kill people. There's tons of videos out there. They injure people, they break their bones. The cows in India are completely disrespecting the Indians, and that's because the Indians let them do it. The cows know that they can bully them.
Do you get him?
Look at that!
Cows in India seem pretty peaceful on the whole.
In India, cows are sacred animals. They are worshipped, not slaughtered, resulting in a massive number of free-ranging cows.
Scared and was like,
if India's cattle were counted as a human population, completely homeless. That's like the population of Arizona wandering the street accidents, destroying fields, and even worse, spreading diseases because they eat garbage which contaminate their milk. So why are there so many cows and beef?
Yeah, they seem pretty peaceful to me.
With these freely mob because 40,000 on their own.
Since you like chickens so much, let's look at their wild ancestors, the wild jungle fowl. We don't have to watch the second one, Amy the worst.
Let me take a look.
Jungle fowl. Being the ancestor of the domestic chicken, the red jungle fowl looks similar, but is smaller in size. The male manifests a colorful plumage with a metallic gloss.
That's a really good chicken.
Around while foraging for food. During family activities, the male usually stands guard.
Those are some good goddamn chickens.
Pay attention to it. It's just there. There's gonna be... You love deer.
Oh,
Do you understand
yes.
empathy? Do you understand? So because people need to eat.
Oh, okay. Well, you can eat an apple.
Richard, I'm eating a really nice juice.
Yeah, I really hated that bitch. Holy fuck, I hated her. Thanks for the donation, Axel.
Because you cannot keep someone as a pet. So that's a reason to cut their throat open. If I see a squirrel, can I cut their throat open? So is that okay? Can you answer the question? You're just dodging. No. Can I just do that to a? Can I do that to a squirrel? That was the question. Okay, you're just dodging the question now. Thank you. Have a great vegan life. Halal is not a justification for violence. Yeah, that's.
I love the girl. That was great. One of the best interviews I've seen.
About that's yeah. No. Post this. Did you give me your Instagram? No, thank you. Goodbye. You don't deserve to be famous for your delusion and so open. And now stupidity and the
aggressive towards everybody.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I assume you're now going to go after Peterson's Beyond Order, yes?
Yeah, that's something like that. But the framework and most of the content.
Isel is such a fucking moron, dude. I don't know why he doesn't, like, edit his fucking videos so that the audio is, like, can be heard. All right, let's wait for that to download. 50 minutes. God damn it. Let's play some Call of Duty. We're almost halfway to the banning Kristi goal. If anybody wants to pony up, it's $573, or sorry, 67. It's hard for me to see. Yeah, $567 to ban Kristi. Here's a better video. Let me see.
Hi, my name is Troy Parfit, and I'm the author of The Devil and His Due,
good.
How Jordan Peterson Plagiarizes Adolf Hitler. In this video, I'm going to provide you with examples of Jordan Peterson plagiarizing Adolf Hitler and explain
Give me one moment. There we are.
what he's saying through his plagiarized speech, which doubles as crypto-fascism. You will see and hear only a smattering of examples, although I'll drip out more in subsequent videos. In my book, I offer more than 3,100 examples of Peterson copying from Hitler, plus another 1,000 or so of him filching from others, especially Friedrich Nietzsche, Carl Jung, and the necromancer Aleister Crowley. And no, this is not in any way a joke. To the charge made by Peterson's followers that I've taken his language out of context, my awareness of Peterson's rampant academic theft supplies me with plenty of context. And to help supply you with context, in videos like Jordan Peterson Praising Hitler Part 1 and Lunchtime with Jordan Peterson, I show how Peterson has heaped praise on Hitler while coming to the dictator's defense. Peterson has defended and praised other Nazis, an infamous neo-Nazi, and associates with white supremacists and ethno-nationalists. He routinely lectures on Hitler and has read Mein Kampf and Nazi propaganda pamphlets. He has repeatedly quoted Hitler in class and tells his followers they should read Hitler's Table Talk, Eichmann in Jerusalem by Hannah Arendt, and Ordinary Men by Christopher Browning, books that were written during the Holocaust or are about the Holocaust. Peterson claims his first book, Maps of Meaning, is largely about the Holocaust, and has admitted that his second book, 12 Rules for Life, is essentially a Maps of Meaning rewrite, implying that it too has to do with the Holocaust. Rather strange for a self-help book that barely mentions the Holocaust. A couple of things before we start the analysis. Peterson and Hitler can be wordy, so when you see an ellipsis, it indicates that I've cut 2 or 3 unnecessary words while remaining faithful to the original meaning. As for sources, they're in The Devil and His Due. Feel free to pause the video and read the examples quietly to yourself. Finally, have patience. In this case, recognizing plagiarism involves comprehending a wider pattern, hence my book. Let's begin. Hitler. Cultural products, which had evolved through thousands of years, would disappear. Peterson. Products of culture, which evolved in the social environment characteristic of Homo sapiens, and later disappeared. Here we have too many distinctive...
Whoa. Of all people to plagiarize, why Hitler?
markers for the overlap to be happenstance. AH says cultural products which had been evolved would disappear, and JP says products of culture which evolved later disappeared. Carrying on with the theme of that which evolves, Peterson, evolution is a never-ending series of linear improvements. The still powerful Victorian idea of evolutionary progress, with man at the pinnacle. Hitler, the pinnacle reached by an evolution towards gradual racial improvement. Here we see Peterson plagiarizing Hitler's statement twice. Peterson's linear improvement is like Hitler's racial improvement, because linear implies singularity, and Hitler is talking about a single type of racial improvement, the purity of the Aryans. Peterson frequently copies Hitler on the subject of race. For instance, as a stand-in for ethnicities or members of an ethnic group, Hitler uses the word elements. He speaks of the German element, the Slav element, the Jewish element, etc. Hitler, the best elements of its racial stock. Peterson, the best elements of that culture. So here, the best elements are the best people, the ones with the most desirable racial characteristics. Hitler, primordial racial elements. Peterson, 2 antithetical primordial elements. Peterson's antithetical elements are white people and non-white people. Again, he's a crypto-fascist attempting to communicate a latent ideology, mostly via plagiarized speech.
Wow. That is fucked.
Hitler, we recognize the race as the fundamental element on which all life is based. Peterson, the most fundamental elements of human life. Hitler, the constituent elements belonging to the same blood. Peterson, the constituent elements of your being. Peterson's being, capitalized, means white society, or your home country. He says he got it from Martin Heidegger, who was a committed Nazi. but he probably got it from Hitler's national being, also capitalized. The constituent elements of your being means the racial elements or ethnicities in your white society or home country, or again, it means whites and non-whites. This helps explain why Peterson's worldview is so Western-centric. He has much to say about society in Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, but almost never talks about, say, Japan or South Korea. Hitler, introduction of a foreign element into our lives. Peterson, introduce a foreign element into your house. To provide context, Hitler's foreign element is what he called the Jew, and the Jew Hitler hated most was Karl Marx. Peterson made his foreign element remark while lecturing about a Nazi propaganda film called The Eternal Jew. When Peterson discusses Hitler, he tends to orally plagiarize Hitler. Also, you might have heard Peterson slamming liberals and the reprehensible Marxist element. This is what Hitler referred to as the communist elements. Have you ever noticed that Peterson overuses the word struggle? He does this because Mein Kampf means
struggle.
My struggle. The word struggle is an alt-right signal. Hitler. I was a member of the German Wehrmacht, a frontline soldier among millions of others, and that gave me my faith. My dogged struggle. Peterson. Someone like Hitler, at least this is the way I look at it, he was sort of on the front lines of the authoritarian struggle. 1. Peterson is praising Hitler while teaching at Harvard. 2. He says Hitler was on the front lines of the authoritarian struggle, whereas Hitler describes himself as a frontline soldier before reminding his listeners of his dogged struggle. Hitler, race and will in the struggle for power. Peterson, willingness to end the struggle for power. Hitler, this struggle will end in victory. Peterson, struggle with an eventual victory. Hitler, great ideological struggle. Peterson, great ideological struggle. Before I discovered Peterson was plagiarizing Mein Kampf, I thought his speech sounded old-fashioned, stilted, and mechanical. A great ideological struggle. In the 21st century, why would someone employ such an outmoded way of speaking? Hitler, the difficult struggle for the survival of our Volk. Peterson, it's a struggle for survival and reproduction. Hitler, nature preserves the strength of the race and the species. Peterson, clearly defines the nature and race of a species. Hitler, the nature of an eternal retribution. Peterson, the nature of the eternal relationship. Hitler, I considered this fact as a natural development. Peterson, I thought this was just a natural development. Hitler, the formidable forces of nature. Peterson, the terrible forces of nature. Hitler, by leaving the process of procreation unchecked, nature selects the best. Peterson, from a Darwinian perspective, nature is what selects. Hitler, the process...
Dodo, donate $2. Let me see. Why can't China leave Taiwan alone? People who say this shit are hopelessly naive. Taiwan plays a critical role in determining 1. The end of U.S. hegemony, 2. China's survival, 3. The global South's fade. Let's examine this pivotal moment in the century. Lai Ching-te sent a clear message to Beijing. No more strategic ambiguities of maintaining the status quo. Taiwan is headed for independence. The island was under Japan's rule, then under Chiang Kai-shek's dictatorship, and under U.S. control since. Never democracy. Yeah, even though they have democratic elections. Taiwan is a problem for 1.4 billion Chinese. The West should let us figure it out. The U.S., however, is master at exploiting countries' internal conflicts, divide and conquer. Taiwan will be the U.S.'s launch pad to invade the mainland. China may lose. Let's find out why. Right. Yeah. Okay. Oh my God, this is fucking retarded. The West views 1.4 billion Chinese as one single bot controlled by Xi Jinping. The truth is, managing China is an incredibly complex task. Chinese leaders must navigate many cultures, local cultures, diverse public opinions, and various social structures. Look at the following map. Those so-called China experts won't understand this map. Southern Chinese live in big families. Many are rich and opportunistic. Northerners are individualistic, innovative, patriotic. It's a helpful map for marketers, but save it for another day. Back to our topic. Southern Chinese care less about Taiwan and more about business. If reunification failed, Beijing could lose support from the wealthiest province in the country. It will create a huge vulnerability for the U.S. to exploit. China's military faces another enormous challenge. Beijing's leaders are well-versed in many of China's 4,000 ancient military texts. The art of war, the worst policy of all, is to besiege walled cities. Taking Taiwan is costly and risky operation. However, the following approach would be adopted if China had no choice. China's military needs to take a few steps. 1, test the blockade, revise the plan, test again, and test again. 2nd, round revision, execute. Step 1 is done. Another radical move by Lai Ching-te will lead to step 3. Why does the military need to take so long? China has to anticipate attacks from Australia, US, and Japan, and South Korea, and it must ensure minimal damage to Taiwan. There is no point in destroying families on the island and turning them all into enemies of the mainland. Beijing knows that. Reunification has no worst-case scenario. Beijing cannot afford to fail, as doing so would lead to catastrophic consequences. The RMB will fall off the cliff. Many strategic partners will cancel cooperation agreements. It will set China back 20 years. I am a Southerner with a Northern heart. Of course, I want reunification to happen. It will mark the end of U.S. hegemony. Oh yeah, here we go. We will have a more balanced world, and the global South will rise with China. Yeah, okay, so this guy's just a crazy whack job. Beijing's peaceful reunification strategy is working. 95% of Taiwanese are Chinese. Well, no shit, they are Chinese. They're coming to the mainland more often and are proud of its achievements. The U.S. is desperate and willing to fight China to the last Taiwanese. Beijing had no choice but to respond. Typo should be blah, blah, blah. This guy is a fucking whack job. When libertarians and Republicans want no negotiation, this is what they get. Let me see. Vietnam, Tarjati, something. What the fuck is this? Whoa. Okay, well that guy's dead. Yep. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Process of natural selection, the breeding of the fittest. Peterson, nature selects. The idea of selects contains within it the idea of fitness. Hitler is talking about eugenics, which hinges on the idea of fitness. You see, the fit, or the Aryan Übermenschen, would be naturally selected to live, whereas the unfit, or Untermenschen, would be naturally selected to die. What is Peterson talking about? And why would he go on about natural selection in a self-help book meant to improve the lives of young men? Hitler typically engaged in eugenics speak by discussing nature, biology, and trees. He used trees, branches, leaves, roots, fruits, etc. as metaphors for ethnic groups. During the late 19th century and first half of the 20th century, this was distressingly common, especially in North America. Here's a famous image from the eugenics movement. You can see it says, "Eugenics is the self-direction of human evolution. Like a tree, eugenics draws its materials from many sources and organizes them into an harmonious entity." Far from being harmonious, eugenics was quackery that allowed for abductions, forced sterilizations, the murder of the unfit, and was readily adopted by the Third Reich. Peterson knows this because he has spoken about it when lecturing at the University of Toronto. Peterson, and then the Nazis began their campaign of forced euthanasia, and the rationale for that was compassion, by the way. Just so you all know, it's merciful to put these people who are burdensome to themselves and their families and the state who are living second-rate lives, it's merciful to euthanize them. Even here, Peterson was likely channeling Hitler, who wrote, "Incurably sick persons should be granted a mercy death." The tree in the eugenics image looks like an elm, or maybe an oak. And here's a 1933 poster of Hitler watering an oak. It's called German acorns. The oak was a symbol of the Third Reich. During the 1936 Olympics, gold medal winners received what was known as a Hitler oak. Jesse Owens won 4 golds and therefore 4 Hitler Oaks. He must have been ecstatic. At the good old U of T, Canada's foremost university, Peterson has shown and commented on this PowerPoint slide featuring 5 Nazi propaganda posters. The one in the top left corner is a cropped version of a poster called Es lebe Deutschland, or Long Live Germany, which looks like this. Note how the image of heroic Hitler is surrounded by oak leaves. Hitler once said, "Is the German oak ever destined to see another springtime?" Hitler believed that the German tree had been contaminated by the Jewish tree. Hitler, unfortunately, the disease, he means of Jewishness, slowly spread to all branches of public life. Many of our German simpletons perch on these branches, which the Jews have limed to capture them. Peterson, but something new and radical, he means the so-called radical left, who he says have been contaminated by Karl Marx, is still almost always wrong. You need good, even great reasons to ignore or defy general public opinion. He's urging his followers to rebel against the radical leftists and their stifling democracy. That's your culture. It's a mighty oak. You perch on one of its branches.
Wow.
Ah, the German simpletons who were okay with what Hitler called...
Dude, that is so strange. Yeah, Peterson's like an actual Nazi.
Jew-ridden universities perch on these branches, and Peterson's fans, 30% of whom, according to Peterson, are, quote, rough working-class guys, end quote, perch on one of the branches of the mighty oak. Just to be clear, when Peterson says you need good, even great, reasons to ignore or defy general public opinion, he's encouraging people to wreak havoc and break the law. One of his aims is to turn society on its head. Only the demographic that he's trying to reach seems to have no idea what he's actually saying, because they don't understand that he's a crypto-fascist. Hitler, fixing their attention on the trees and failing to see the forest. Peterson, the leaf, when perceived, might blind the observer to the tree can blind him to the forest. As much as Peterson's fans would like to, they do backflips to defend their leader. They can't explain this example away by saying Peterson is employing a common phrase, because he isn't. The common phrase is, can't see the forest for the trees. However, that isn't to say you can't plagiarize a common phrase, because you can plagiarize anything. Again, Peterson is speaking in metaphor. The leaf, the tree, and the forest represent foreign elements. The leaf is a single foreign element, the tree a community of foreign elements in your being or home country, and the forest represents the foreign elements abroad who may immigrate to your being and spread disease or racial contamination to all branches of your mighty oak. Hitler, parliamentary corruption came together in the hope that they would cut the German resistance off at the root. Peterson, we fail to notice that things are changing or that corruption is taking root. By things changing, he means that the racial composition of countries like Canada are changing. The corruption taking root is racial corruption, because when Hitler spoke of corruption, he meant racial corruption, or what he called negrification, or bastardization. Hitler said that the parliament was corrupt because he wanted his followers to believe the Weimar Republic was being run by a cabal of scheming Jews. Hitler, bourgeois pride and stupidity are fruits of the same tree. Peterson, the fruits of the tree. Hitler, the Social Democratic Party's purpose was to see it that our movement should not grow, but should be immediately hewn down, root and branch. Peterson, citing the Bible, every tree that bringeth not forth good fruit is hewn down and cast into the fire. Think about how Hitler cut down the Jewish tree and cast it into the fire. Hitler often paraphrased and cited the Bible. So does Peterson. In fact, more than 100 of Peterson's biblical citations are similar to, or the same as, Hitler's. Hitler, by your fruits shall ye too be known. He's paraphrasing Matthew. Peterson, along with all manner of fruit-bearing trees, 2 of which were marked out. He's paraphrasing Revelation. Hitler, I now realize that the Jews were the leaders of social democracy. In the face of that revelation, the scales fell from my eyes. Peterson, the scales fell from his eyes. He became self-conscious, and he developed the knowledge of good and evil. Note that Hitler often called the Jews evil. The good are the white people, the evil the non-white people. Hitler, seeing a camel pass through the eye of a needle. Peterson, for a camel to go through the eye of a needle. Hitler, to play traitor like Judas for 30 pieces of silver and betray whatever secrets they can discover. He's talking about the traitorous Jews. Peterson, then Judas, who had betrayed him, and brought again the 30 pieces of silver. So if we were to read, say, 2 400-page books by Friedrich Nietzsche and 2 400-page books by Carl Jung, we might find 1 or 2 or even a handful of similar biblical references, maybe, but we certainly wouldn't find more than 100. Most likely, we wouldn't find any. Moreover, like Adolf Hitler, Jordan Peterson is not really a Christian, although he does a public biblical lecture series wherein he discusses Christian stories and themes sometimes touched on by Hitler. I document this in my book. He's been mocking and criticizing Christianity for decades. He pretends to be Christian partly to enlist converts to his cause. And why not? It worked for Hitler. Let's return to the PowerPoint slide with the Nazi propaganda posters.
I think I'm going to order this guy's book. I'd love to know more about how Jordan Peterson is a Nazi scumbag. This is fucking crazy. I didn't know Jordan Peterson was fucking plagiarizing Hitler of all people.
In the top right corner, we see Hitler as a knight in shining armor. Peterson really likes this poster and shows it often. Here he is showing it at a TEDx talk. It's called the Standard Bearer. This is how Peterson manically described the Standard Bearer as he displayed this slide. Look at the imagery, you know? He's the knight. He's the knight of nationalism. Well, that's God the Father too, you know. He just said Hitler is God the Father. And who does he urge his acolytes to worship? God the Father. It's a bit one-sided, right? Because there's more to the Father than the state. That's the thing. And that's the problem with nationalism and its totalitarian variants. And we're moving in that direction fast, right? You see Europe right now fragmenting again because the European Union is too amorphous and maybe not well enough bordered. And everyone is getting nervous. And they're saying, back to the state, back to the state. Hitler. These men and women knew but a single yearning. Back to the Reich. It's fair enough. Fair enough. You need to be around people who are like you, so to speak.
So this is like the Shoshan the Elegant clip we saw from Whitest Kids You Know. I'm not saying like what Hitler did was right, but he had a point. Like that's literally what Jordan Peterson's doing.
That you have built a consensus with. Yes, you need to be around people who are like you, whose culture is a mighty oak. You perch on one of its branches and must defend it from racial corruption. Once more, Peterson loves showing the Standard Bearer because Hitler is his knight in shining armor. Here are 2 more statements Peterson has made about the propaganda picture. Peterson, but that's Hitler as knight of the blood, roughly speaking. Knight of the blood. He means pure Aryan blood. I like these pictures of Hitler quite a bit. So, there's Hitler as, you know, knight of the faith. Hitler, in earlier times, German knights set out for distant lands in order to fight for the ideals of their faith. When Peterson talks about faith, he doesn't mean Christian faith. He means faith in National Socialism. In my book, I've got a whole section on him copying Hitler using the word faith. Also, Peterson likes these pictures of Hitler quite a bit. Who would say that? Imagine taking a history class at a supposedly prestigious university and the professor saying, you know, I really like these pictures of Hitler. Doesn't he look dashing? In The Standard Bearer and Es liebe Deutschland, Hitler is portrayed as heroic, and Peterson has boasted about Hitler to his students, saying, Hitler won a medal for heroism. Peterson calls himself a hero and encourages his followers to be heroes who explore and slay the dragon. Here's a Nazi propaganda poster of a soldier slaying the Bolshevik dragon. Note the Star of David hanging from the beast's neck. Keeping with the theme of The Standard Bearer, be aware that in an interview with Christina Hoff Sommers and Daniel Crittenden, Jordan Peterson referred to his wife Tammy as, quote, a fairly harsh standard bearer, end quote. Why would a professor who shows and raves about a propaganda portrait of Hitler called the Standard Bearer?
Dude, Jordan Peterson's wife is kind of jacked. Dude, look at her fucking muscles. What the fuck? I think she's actually more jacked than fucking Jordan Peterson. What the fuck, dude?
Describe his wife as a fairly harsh standard bearer. The answer may be found in Mein Kampf, where Hitler writes of standard bearers of the Aryan race 9 times, usually hyphenating the term. Hitler, whenever Aryans have mingled their blood with that of an inferior race, the result has been the downfall of the people who were the standard bearers of a higher culture. Peterson, when the rite is successfully completed, the initiated are no longer children, dependent upon their mothers, but are dependent upon the tribe of men, active standard bearers of their particular culture.
Jesus.
Again, Hitler says, standard bearers of a higher culture, and Peterson says standard bearers of their particular culture. Jordan Peterson routinely implies that one day his career will come to a shuddering halt, that he will say something.
Really don't know why people think it's a good idea to post this stupid shit. Like Bri. What the fuck is this?
That is some of the worst benching I have ever seen in my life. So not only does the guy have double elbow wraps on, he's not holding the bar properly, but he's bouncing it off his chest and his ass is lifting way off the fucking bench. It's fucking retarded. 0. Well, there's a lot of people who don't know how to fucking lift, dude. Thanks for that donation, Killing Titan.
Which will bring everything to an abrupt end. That the cultural Marxists, who are pathological and reprehensible, will discover the quote-unquote smoking pistol. That one day he will look out his window to find an angry mob. Why would he say that? Isn't it a bit strange? What the media has dubbed the Jordan Peterson phenomenon is in fact a massive, mainstream, online, neo-Nazi cult. And the smoking pistol is the devil in his due how Jordan Peterson plagiarizes Adolf Hitler. Thank you for listening and viewing. Feel free to hit like and subscribe.
Dude, that's fucked. Well, I know a hell of a lot more about JP now. I hate the new layout for Premiere. It's so stupid. They ruined the whole UI. Compressor, I think it's expander, right?
I'm in conversation with an author named Troy Parfit. A young Canadian man who grew up reading books.
You know, so the
Um.
in the book, and I knew who from, and sure enough, what a shock. You know, so the pattern continues.
Right.
In fact, it's
Wait, it's makeup, right? Threshold, attack, makeup, yeah. That's what it is.
from, and sure enough, what a shock. You know, so the pattern continues.
Right.
In fact, it's recycled plagiarism. What a shock. You know, so the pattern continues.
Right.
In fact, it's recycled plagiarism in many instances. So he,
Well,
sure enough, what a shock.
Okay, for fuck's sakes, dude. Do I have to do this 7 fucking times until it does what I want it to do? There we fucking go. Jesus. I'm gonna go take a pee-pee while this exports, but I'll be right back. Just like gig edit my videos. That might be a good idea. ODST, $6. Halo 3 sucked. I don't know how anybody could have enjoyed Halo 3. Halo 3 was just god-awful. Just a total piece of garbage. Alright.
I'm in conversation with
Wrong one.
I'm in conversation with an author named Troy Parfit. So Troy has a new book, and I'll be honest with you, Troy, I couldn't get the date of publication for this book. Is this book only a few months old, or is it a few years old?
It says publication copyright 2021, which is a kind of trade practice.
So that's interesting, and the book is referred to as Volume 1. So I presume, having seen your YouTube channel, I take it you have a Volume 2 that's going to deal with work, an assessment of, correct me if I'm wrong, but I assume you're now going to go after Peterson's Beyond Order, yes?
Goddamn, I love me some potato chips. Nothing wrong with eating potato chips. Give me my potato chips, potato chips.
Potato chips are pretty goddamn fantastic. They are a wonderful, satisfying snack. There's also nothing wrong with some good old-fashioned popcorn either. Thanks for the donation, potato chips.
Yeah, it's something like that. But the framework and most of the content for Volume 2 was already written before Beyond Order came out. So I'll probably just be dealing with Beyond Order in one section called Beyond Order.
Okay.
And,
so I'm surprised just because on your YouTube channel, it did seem to me that you had done an in-depth reading of Beyond Order within days of that book being published. Yes, so you had a quick turnaround on applying your analysis of Peterson's work to his new book when it came out just a few months ago. Yeah.
Yeah, incredibly, I knew that I'd find plagiarism in the book, and I knew who from, and sure enough, what a shock. So the pattern continues.
Right.
In fact, it's recycled plagiarism in many instances. So
Well, let's introduce the audience to this one step at a time. I'm going to start the shower into the pool. Now, I just say to describe myself as a Jordan Peterson skeptic would be an understatement, but that skepticism can lead off in several different possible directions. One view of Dr. Peterson would be that he is a totally normal, somewhat stupid, young Canadian man who grew up reading books such as Aleister Crowley and especially the Necronomicon.
You know what? I think we'll react to this next stream. I'm gonna go nighty-night now because it's 3 a.m. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Should be streaming tomorrow night around the same time. Hold on, I will finish it after a few more donations. Okay, fine. All right, we can do that. Okay, let's play some COD matches, because usually I get some donos during COD matches. We'll react to that interview tomorrow, I think. What? We are requiring users to register a unique mobile phone number to play Call of Duty. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Okay, give me a second. Okay, that should... This is Modern Warfare 3. I am gonna get Black Ops 6 when it comes out. Team deathmatch. Rather do DOS House. Damn it. Why did you hate Halo 3? it was just a bad game. The weapons all sucked, felt very unsatisfying to use. The map sucked. The enemy AI was shit. The story was like, it felt non-existent. Graphics were terrible for the time. Just everything about it was awful.
Hardcore team deathmatch. Eliminate the enemy. We have taken the lead. Took a shot. Hold it. Stun grenade.
What the fuck? That made no sense. Damn it. I have a problem with my right wrist. It hurts to bend it in one direction. Yeah, Jesus, fuck, dude. Holy fuck. God damn. Shit. Oh, shit, my bad. That was a teammate. Bro, the speed at which these fuckers, like, move is just crazy. Damn it! Fuck you, dude. Why? You fucking asshole. It was a mistake, you fucking idiot. Oh my god. Oh, great. Okay. Oh boy, this fucking map. Ah! So fucking stupid! Wow, just... the amount of stupid shit. God damn it.
I can do it tomorrow as well if you don't reset the goal.
I'd have to reset the goal for tomorrow. I streamed twice today, so I'd have to reset the goal. Thanks for the donation though, dude. Fuck you. Fuck! Damn it! Shit! That was a lame match. That was just lame. I'm having trouble bending my wrist in this direction, and it's kind of fucking up my aim. You ever play any of the Xenoblade Chronicles games? No, did not. Yeah, that was a bad match. I don't know why the fuck people wouldn't vote for Rust. It's a much better map. Ow.
Hardcore team deathmatch. You're clear to engage any and all hostiles until we've taken the lead.
Changing max. Enemy KIA.
Oh yeah, dude.
Loading fresh mag. Hostile eliminated.
Ready to service target.
Reloading.
Damn it. Alright. Got a gunship.
All stations, you are clear to engage. Good hit on target.
Friendly UAV online.
40mm ready. Got a hostile in the open. 40 ready. Direct hit. Missile loaded. Clear to fire. Good hit on target. Warlock 1-1 is bingo fuel for RTB.
Here comes the pain. Fuck you. God damn it. Yes, this makes perfect sense. Oh my god!
Enemy squad. The sniper's down.
Jesus Christ, that's fucking stupid. Oh my god! Game's like deliberately trying to fuck me over with the stupid respawns. Oh my god.
Fuck it, I am going to give the last $3 I have to get the ball rolling. You guys really want this girl to remain here?
Let me see. Yeah, she is a disgusting, nasty whore with a stinky hole. Thanks for the donation, though, Axel. Appreciate you contributing. I've already played Insurgency Sandstorm. I don't really like the game. There's something weird with the hit detection or netcode or something, and it just doesn't work half the time.
Hardcore domination. Capture all objectives. Keep them secure.
Stun grenade out.
Secured the lead.
How? How would he have shot me? He didn't even turn the fucking corner. Oh my god, here we go. Yeah. Jesus Christ, dude. Fuck you.
Securing objective Bravo.
Almost came to a sticky end.
We control Bravo.
Got your 6 men.
Ah, damn it.
We've taken the lead.
Thought that was a teammate turning the corner. Thank you, dipshit.
Enemies taking Bravo.
Oh boy.
Enemies securing Bravo. We control 2 objectives.
Who the fuck was shooting me?
Enemies taking Bravo.
Hostile eliminated. Loading fresh mag.
Fuck.
Enemies securing Bravo. We're losing Alpha.
Revenge isn't used. Flash grenade.
Enemy UAV active. Hostile cluster mine detected. Enemies taking Alpha.
a stun grenade! Flash incoming!
Damn it.
Securing Bravo.
Enemy AIA!
Enemies taking Bravo.
Damn it.
Got contact! Flash grenade! Enemy AIA!
What in the fuck? I'll look at those 3 links after the match. Thanks for the donation, 3 links, faggot. I really want to destroy that sentry turret they have. God damn it. Let me go around the other way, see how that goes.
Reloading! Enemy remote turret offline!
Friendly remote turret deployed. Friendly UAV online. Friendly
Revenge
depot
isn't
inbound.
usually my thing.
Damn it! Oh, fuck. Shit. Dude, these guys actually suck dick.
Friendly UAV on station. Friendly UAV online. Friendly
I'll take a look at those links after the match. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
Hostile eliminated.
Haha, get dominated, motherfuckers.
Friendly UAV on station. Friendly UAV online.
Dude, they were getting dominated for so long. That's hilarious.
Friendly care package in the AO. Friendly cruise missile deployed.
Enemy KIA.
Ready for attack.
Oh shit, I got a Wilson. Oh fuck yes. Oh dude. Oh dude.
Friendly SAE on the way.
Here comes the fucking pain.
Friendly UAV on station.
Okay, great. Here we go. Yay, lag. I fucking love that. Yeah, it's sick, bro. Why is my teammate shooting my fucking Wilson? Well, I guess that's it for the game.
We've secured 2 objectives.
I'm either gonna lose connection or something. Bruh. 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 Okay, well, that's fucking stupid. Let me see. 3 links faggot.
have someone in the group that's holding everyone accountable, saying, okay, how long has it been since you nutted?
What the fuck?
And then once after that, let me check. Go ahead and give them a little squeeze. Make sure you get the right end sort of right and left. Because I've messed up before. You know, one of my friends said he was retenting, and I said, okay, well, let me check. I gave him a quick check, and it seemed like he was lying. It seemed there was a little bit too much give there.
Yeah.
But what actually happened, and this is
Your balls do not become more squishy if you ejaculate.
just a tip for anyone at home, go ahead and check both. Because when I started realizing this one I allowed to give to it, this one was full. He was holding
some people favor a ball.
He was holding a live left sack.
Yeah, no. Maybe
Right.
he needs to get that checked out too.
Now, sometimes I'll just hold it and just be like, wow, I'm just proud of you. Thank you for going on this journey with me, brother. You need to have someone.
That has to be a joke.
Classic example. There's a chicken, and the farmer goes out every day and fucks the chicken. And the chicken thinks, man, I've got a good friend in this farmer. Classic example. There's a chicken, and the farmer goes out every day and fucks the chicken. And the chicken thinks, man, I've got a good friend in this farmer.
I can't tell if that's a deep fake or not.
Young black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word computer is. They don't know. They don't know these things. And I want the world to open up to all of them, because when you have their diverse voices innovating solutions through technology, then you're really addressing society's broader challenges. Young
Fucking racist ass. Fucking politicians. Dodo donate $2.
爱的回声有期待，天会晴，阳光在手指间。
Wow, that cat can sing. That's definitely me.
If you had $86,400 and someone stole $10 from you, would you throw the rest of it away? No, of course you wouldn't. We have 86,400 seconds in every day. So if someone upsets you or annoys you for 10 seconds, don't let them ruin the rest. If you had 80...
True. There's no need to get upset about things. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Hard point. All right.
Hardcore, hard point. Secure the target area.
Damn it.
Target area located. Secure the hard point.
Fucking gay.
We've secured the lead. Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area.
Damn it. Fuck. God damn it.
Inside the perimeter. Hostile remote turret is active.
What the fuck?
Target area updated. Move to the hard point. Enemy UAV active.
Oh my god.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Damn it. Damn it.
Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area.
Enemy remote turret offline. Changing max.
Fuck.
Confirming next hardpoint. Stand by.
Great.
Hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area.
Hostile eliminated. Took out their trophy system. Reloading. Taking fire.
Hostiles deployed a remote turret.
Enemy KIA.
Fuck.
Loading fresh mag.
Shit.
Secure the area. Hardpoint relocating. Stand by.
They shouldn't be able to fucking do that.
Our counter UAV is active.
Enemy trophies down.
Fuck.
Target area updated. Move to the hardpoint.
Oh my god. Oh boy.
Hostile counter UAV overhead. Enemy UAV active. Hostile UAV in the area.
Bro. The amount of spawn kills. Holy shit.
Took out their trophy system. Reloading.
How's that thing not dead yet?
Turret offline.
Crap.
Confirming next hardpoint. Stand by. We've lost the lead. Friendly UAV online.
Ah!
Enemy trophies down.
Oh my god.
Point relocated. Secure the target area.
Hostile eliminated.
Enemy Overwatch helo inbound. Hostile remote turret is active.
Okay, we're my team isn't even playing. Yeah. They're not even playing.
Enemy remote turret offline. Loading fresh mag.
Hardpoint relocating. Stand by.
Wow, dude.
Target area updated. Move to the hardpoint. Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area.
Hostile eliminated.
Deployed a counter UAV. Enemies inside the perimeter.
Oh, dude.
Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area. UAV active.
I'm literally the only one who has any fucking time on the objective. Bullshit. Oh my god.
Check out the trophy system. Stun grenade up. Changing max.
Dude, just move the fuck up. There's like 5 of you behind me.
Enemy trophies down.
This is just stupid. Holy fuck, this is stupid.
Enemy KIA.
God damn it.
Target area updated. Move to the hard point.
Oh my god.
Confirming next hard point. Stand by. Hostile UAV in the area.
This is the most spawn killy fucking game I've ever fucking been in. Oh my fucking god. It's just constant.
Hostile eliminated.
Yeah, okay, eat shit.
Loading fresh mag. Semtex incoming.
Hostile Overwatch helo in the area. Hardpoint compromised.
Changing max.
Secure the area. Hostile UAV in the area. Hardpoint relocating. Stand by. Enemy UAV active. Target area updated. Move to the hardpoint. Hostile counter UAV overhead.
Enemy KIA.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Enemy trophies down. Hostile eliminated.
What the fuck? Dude, why are they just staring at the fucking objective? It's right in front of you. Just like, oh my god, I'm literally the only one with any time. They're just sitting there in front of the fucking thing when they could just move.
Enemy UAV active. Enemies deployed a counter UAV. Enemies inside the
Enemy
perimeter.
KIA.
Hostile UAV in the area. Hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area. 1 minute remaining. Enemy UAV active.
Check out the trophy system.
Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area.
Damn it. Bro, we could win if our team like moves.
Draw yourself tied to a bed while Jasmine pours hot boiling yogurt all over your body. And Gig is for some reason jerking off in the corner.
Okay, I will do that for you. Just give me a minute. I'll do it after this match. Thanks for the donation, less is more. Dude, we're just 10 points down. Just go for the fucking objective. Holy fuck. Bro, just go for it. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Ah! Okay, we lose. My team just fucking sucks dick. You're all fucking losers. Holy shit, you're all pathetic. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're just fucking useless pieces of garbage.
Enemy KIA. Reloading.
Fuck one, marry one, kill one. Milk jar. Sv3rige Frank Tofano.
I definitely have to kill Sv3rige. Then I'd fuck Milk Jar and then marry Sv3rige because, marry Frank Tofano. So I guess he'd at least be able to suck dick pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Carlos Sukip. Bro, they did nothing. Absolutely nothing. I had 140 seconds. I carried the entire team. What a bunch of useless fucking scumbags. Holy shit, they literally did zero. Alright, let me do this drawing request. Oh, my webcam's a bit large, didn't realize. Actually. I drew my arm like a penis for some reason. Um... Actually, I have to... Oh wait, Jasmine wears glasses.
You have to understand Hitler was very attractive.
Right, you know, one of the things I've always thought about Hitler is that, you know, people, you have to admire Hitler. That's the thing.
Oh, Jesus. Lay down and rot, donate $2. Let me take a look.
How true it was when Akira Toriyama said, "Move well, study well, play well, eat well, rest well. That is the Turtle Master way. Tackle life with as much energy as Goku. I'll try to do the same. There's only one certainty in life. A strong man stands above and conquers all. Nightmares never last. One day you wake up and they're gone. I am the hope of the universe. I am the answer to all living things that cry out for peace. I am protector of the innocent. I am the light in the darkness. I am truth. Ally to good. Nightmare to you. On the path of Buddha, one does not strive for victory over an opponent. One strives to avoid defeat.
VG, rank your top 10 favorite British people. Also rate the top 10 in the line of succession to yours and my humble King Charles III. Include Elizabeth as well as an 11th bonus. Does Elizabeth go at the top? 800 decillion 888 decillion 888 nonillion 888 octillion 887 septillion 564 sextillion 545 quintillion 656 quadrillion 565 trillion 554 billion 354 million 545,455.
Well, Queen Elizabeth was pretty fucking hot when she was younger, so, like, I mean, I'd fuck her face, totally. She has a nice big mouth for taking a nice thick cock. So, I guess I'd say Queen Elizabeth. I don't know, all the other British people are kind of lame. But thanks for the donation, Riley Jones.
Defeat by one's own self. You are an incredible being. You gave your best, and that's why I admire you.
All right. Oh.
What? What? Are you tired?
Oh. Oh.
No. What do you think?
That's a really cute kitty. Jesus.
I just feel so lonely all the time because I have no friends.
The supreme gentleman.
Yeah, that's weird and creepy. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Because he was an organizational genius. You know, the thing that doesn't stop people from being Hitler, the thing people don't refuse the ambition to become Hitler because they don't have the genocidal motivation. They don't follow that pathway because they don't have the organizational genius. You know, at Nuremberg, which was the prime place where the Nazis staged their celebrations, was the biggest gathering field ever made in human history. People arranged themselves, hundreds of thousands of people, into perfect squares. Everything, and you remember the jackboot goose step march and Hail Hitler. It's like it's all done in absolutely perfect sequence. And Hitler was a great admirer of willpower. He was very happy that he could stand in the back of his car for 8 hours and keep his hand out like this. And he bathed 4 times a day. Hitler washed his hands a lot. He bathed 4 times a day. And he was also a real worshiper of willpower. One of the things you might say about the Germans, for example, is that they're orderly.
And you could certainly say that about Hitler, because he was damn orderly. So, and after the war, after World War I, of course, Germany descended into utter chaos. And so what happens when you descend into chaos? And the answer is there's a corresponding call for order. And that was answered by Hitler and the National Socialists. And Hitler was very good at listening to the German population, and what they were demanding in a period of chaos was order. And so that was exactly what he decided to provide. Spectacles of order, which is exactly what you'd expect from someone who is really high in openness and high in orderliness, right? Spectacles of order. And Hitler was also extremely interested in art. So there's some more examples of order, right? Look at that. Everything geometric, everything regular, the borders completely well defined. Everything here is squares, everyone's lined up perfectly, everything is uniform, right? Look at, there's pathways between the rows of people. This is again at Nuremberg. Perfect order. That's Nuremberg at night. So what Hitler did, because he was very good at using fire and light as display as well. So you see there's the Nuremberg buildings that we saw in the last photograph. Those are the searchlights from the Nazi Air Force. So they had them arrayed all the way.
Okay, so there's the drawing request. There's Jasmine pouring hot yogurt on me while I'm tied to a bed and Gigliardo is jerking off in the corner. So hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Way around the grounds there and pointed straight up so that the nighttime rallies were illuminated by a cube of light. Very effective, display, artistic display of orderliness. National Socialism has made our people, and therefore the Reich, immune from a Bolshevik infection. Table 7 is...
Did you hear that Princess Anne wanted to sell horse meat even though she was the top of the welfare for horses organizations? Also, what would you think of an elected monarchy, so that we can keep with tradition? Did you watch the Coro? Watch Jerusalem.
She sounds like a stupid bitch. You, by definition, cannot have an elected monarchy. So it wouldn't be a monarchy. Oh, damn it. But, yeah, that idea is stupid. We shouldn't have a monarchy. And I have not watched either show. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Is called the national body is being consumed. The Jew is and remains the typical parasite, a sponger who, like a noxious bacillus, keeps spreading as soon as a favorable medium invites him. All right, now I want to show you a brief film. And you can look here at the what would you call it, artistic and propagandistic transformation of the idea of order into a politicized message. And the thing that's so interesting about Hitler's particular brand of fascism, it wasn't precisely it wasn't precisely a movement that was predicated on ideas. You know, it wasn't a well-developed intellectual movement. It was an embodied movement. And Hitler was extraordinarily good at using the metaphors and the images, and then his incredible capacity for propagandistic display to fire people up at a level of analysis that they weren't really even aware of. So, now let's look at this from a sociocultural perspective. So, I've spent a lot of time studying Hitler because I'm interested in ideological possession. You know, and Hitler's a great example of that because his ideology was so harsh, but it was also so attractive to people. It was so unbelievably attractive. You know, and you got to ask how the hell you account for something like that. So, I'm going to dim the lights a little bit here because you guys have to be able to see this. So, all right, so you look on the right there, eh? That's the Nuremberg parade ground. So I hope you can see this a little bit. The left there, that's all people, right? So the Nazis built this parade ground in Nuremberg that was like the biggest parade ground ever built on the planet. And they'd have hundreds of thousands of people at these rallies, right? And so you look at the order. There's a line down the middle there where the leaders walk. And that's at Nuremberg. And then it's just surrounded by these masses and masses and masses of people in lines and all these orderly displays of power. And then there's Hitler there like this. And one of the things Hitler was really proud of was the fact that he could stand like that for like 8 hours. And that was willpower as far as he was concerned. And he was a worshiper of willpower. And he bathed 4 times a day. So he's also somebody who was very much obsessed with cleanliness. Cleanliness and willpower and order. So that's Hitler. So Now look at that. That's something. That's Nuremberg again. So this is called the Cathedral of Lights, and so that's the parade ground there at the bottom that I just showed you that was full of people. So you get some idea of how big that is. Now all those lights around that, which they called the Cathedral of Lights, was the Luftwaffe gave the Nazis all their...
Yeah, Jordan Peterson, like, actually admires Hitler. This is fucking weird. This is like that Sam Hyde skit.
I'm Hitler's top guy. What am I gonna do? Adolf Hitler chose me to lead the revolution. If Alexander the Great tells you you're his top guy, you're his top guy. You're now in a position where you have no choice but to go, oh, I'm Alexander the Great's top guy, dude. Oh, Adolf Hitler needs me? Okay, I'll do it. I'm going to bat for you, Hitler. I got your back, Hitler. Okay? That's my point. That's my point. And I say that with the most respect for your ancestors.
Their anti-aircraft lights, and then they arrayed them around the parade ground, so the whole thing was enclosed by this perfectly orderly cathedral of lights, and that was part of the spectacle that went along with the Nazi Party rallies at Nuremberg. And then, so, you know, you look at the top left one there, those are soldiers, I can't remember. At the Nuremberg rallies, they had all sorts of people there. They had like the shovel brigade, and they were all standing there with their shovels ready to, you know, shovel for Germany, and athletes and all sorts of people arrayed so that, you know, there's this massive display of order and power. And so you look at the top left-hand corner, see how those people are lined up. It's absolutely perfect. And then you see the same thing on the right here. Eh? Look, you look at the organization of that. Everything's square and perfect, and everybody's in line, and you know they're all in uniforms, and they're all going like this the same way. And then when they march, the soldiers, they're in perfect lines, in perfect squares, and they're all going like this. You know, it's absolutely rigid, orderly perfection. Now, Hitler, he's kind of a chaotic guy, you know. He's very angry. He's angry in part because he was a frustrated art student. He tried to get into art school like 4 times, so really the person to blame for World War II was the 4-person committee that wouldn't let poor Hitler into the, I believe it was the Viennese School of Art, because he really wanted to go. You know, and he had some artistic talent. He was a little on the conventional side, by all appearances, but, you know, I've seen some of his sketches, and you know, he wasn't a complete piker, and he kind of felt maybe it would be okay for him to go to university because he'd just been through World War I, you know, and that wasn't much fun. There's a story about...
I mean, we still have a monarch, but we elect them. It's possible? Can we listen to American and British anthems, as well as Anthem Jerusalem, and then rank them? 23 Trigintillion 243 Novum Gintillion 645 Octovigintillion 454 Septvigintillion 535 Sexvigintillion 343 Quinvigintillion 547 Quartervigintillion 877 Trevigintillion 887 Duovigintillion 645 Unvigintillion 463 Vigintillion 535 Novemdecillion 343 Octodecillion 532 Septendecillion 224 Sexdecillion 455 Quindecillion 656 Quatuordecillion 657 Tridecillion 676 Duodecillion 666 Undecillion 566 Decillion 566 Nonillion 666 Octillion 554 Septillion 545 Sextillion 454 Quintillion 500
Okay, I'm gonna skip that. By definition, it wouldn't be a monarchy, and even if you had some weird pseudo-monarchy that's elected, no. Why would you want to have a monarchy? It's stupid. And no, I don't think we're going to listen to the American and British anthems. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Non-vegans have to be stopped.
Goddamn right they do. Thanks for the donation, Volkert.
About Hitler, where he was out in the trenches and he was there with all his buddies, and he wandered off to do whatever he wandered off to do, and when he came back they were all dead because a bomb had landed right in the middle of them. And you know, you might think that would do a little something to your psyche, because after an experience like that you're either going to think, oh man, things are pretty damn random and horrible, or there's something pretty damn special about me because I wasn't killed by the bomb, you know. Maybe God has saved me for a higher purpose. I mean, you can be absolutely sure that if you went through an experience like that, that something like that would be rattling around in your mind. And he won a medal for bravery, you know. So and then after World War I, he kind of wandered around like a lot of men, unemployed and sort of like a tramp, you know. So he wasn't very happy about that, and you know, no wonder. So anyways, he didn't get into art school. Now, he didn't really have a fully developed political theory, you know, but he was pretty good at speaking. So, and there were lots of people who would come...
Get your champagne ready.
Well, thank you for the donation, Volkert. Hopefully we can reach the goal tonight. Appreciate it, dude.
Just to hear him speak, because people were sort of trying to figure out what the hell to do about all the chaos, you know. So then you think, well, what was Hitler good at?
I haven't jerked off in 2 weeks till last night. As I orgasmed, I opened my mouth in ecstasy and let out a big moan, and the power of my ejaculation was so strong it shot my load into my mouth. My question is, does that make me gay?
No, if you're eating your own cum, it's not gay. Thanks for the donation, less is more.
That. You know, in the 1930s, the Germans were starting to get back on their feet, and when Hitler came to power, he started not only to rearm, but to reindustrialize the economy, and he was actually pretty damn good at that. So now, Hitler was a good orator, but it isn't exactly clear that he was a coherent philosophical theorizer, although to think of him as stupid is completely missing the point. He was by no means stupid. I wouldn't say that he was particularly educated, but he had a very powerfully developed aesthetic sense.
He was stupid.
And he spent a lot of his time designing the cities that would be built after World War II was over, and those cities were generally conceptualized by him as places where the arts, or at least the Nazi version of the arts, could flourish. You know, so there's no real evidence that what was wrong with the Nazis was that they weren't civilized. There's more evidence, actually, I think, that they were too civilized. So now, I'm speaking to you all, and you're all irritated because your life has been really awful for 15 years. And I'm saying this, and I'm saying that, and I'm saying this, and I'm saying that. You know, and then I say something, maybe I say something initially dismissive of Jews. And you're all mad, and there's 2 or 3 people who go, yeah! And then I think, oh, you know, that's kind of an interesting response. And then, you know, I lay out a couple more ideas, and some of them don't get any response, and others, you know, people perk right up. And I'm not stupid, and I'm trying to get the bloody attention of the crowd. Well, whatever epithet they can... Well, I think the other reason that the left, the radical lefties have been going after me constantly is, well, there's... One reason is if you stand up against the radical left, you're in a group that also has Nazis in it. Because the Nazis also stand up against the radical left. So it's perfectly reasonable from a strategic perspective for the radical leftists to say, well, you're against us, how do we know you're not a Nazi? It's like, well, statistically, I'm probably not. You know, so there's that. But you could say at least the question is open. And don't do that. Set your life up so you're not inclined to do that. And think about it, and be aware that you are like that, even though you don't want to think you are. Right? Because no one wants to think they're a Nazi, but everybody is one. So, look, it was 95%.
Dude, this is psychotic.
Participation in Germany, and like the only thing that distinguishes, you know, the average person from Hitler is that Hitler was an organizational genius. That's the distinction. It's not the bloody motivation. It's the ability.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson is an absolute fucking whack job. Holy fuck. my god. Oh my god.
Kristi had to be stopped.
Goddamn, dude. Thanks for the huge donation. Really appreciate that. We just need $12 more, and then, well, technically less, but thanks for the huge donation, dude. Really appreciate that.
I'm a junk food vegan, and I'm just going to take supplements such as vitamin and C and anything else lacking anything you should be cautious of. Is my diet even possible? Also, is iPhone vegan? What about parmo and bone char or pest reduction meat?
So, you can live as a junk food vegan and supplement with vitamins and minerals and live. I wouldn't recommend that, and my recommendation to you is if you are going to have junk food, so let's say you're going to snack on a pack of Oreos, as we all like to do, at least make sure you're eating like a mix of vegetables or some fruit or something throughout the day. Like, it's not that hard to just kind of force yourself to eat a bit of vegetables or a bit of fruit or a bit of something good. So yeah, you can eat French fries and stuff all day and potato chips and stuff like that, but just add in some healthy things that you like to eat. Otherwise, like, yeah, having a vitamin and mineral supplement is a good idea. Make sure you get B12 and vitamin D. That's probably the two biggest things that a lot of people are lacking, but a good multivitamin should suit you well. What you might also want to do is have like a green smoothie. So if you really, really hate eating vegetables, get a green smoothie supplement so that you can get in your vegetables throughout the day. That's also a good idea. The iPhone is vegan. It doesn't contain any leather or animal products. And what about bone char? They don't use bone char for sugar manufacturing anymore. Pest reduction meat. I don't know what that is, but thanks for the donation, dude. Hope that answers your question. Oh, thanks for the donation, dude. Sweet, we finally banned Kristi. Alright, next time she pops up on stream, I'm gonna ban her. Thanks for the donations, guys. Really appreciate it. We finally excised Kristi. What the fuck? God damn it. Fuck.
Contact.
Damn it.
Swapping max.
Yay. Wilson.
Shotting stuck. I don't forget. Almost running low. Counter UAV overhead.
Oh god. No! Oh, dude, I would have had a fucking, I would have had a, swarm in just like 2 seconds. Ah, damn it. Why is my teammate shooting my fucking Wilson? Fuck sakes. Yes. Haha. Based. Can you twerk now for us? Sure. I think you've all earned a twerk. Let's do a celebratory twerk to celebrate banning Kristi.
Father of lies, come in disguise. Your cum won't last. There's a snake in my ass. The cum father's secret stash. Come stomp me flat. I'm going to fuck your dad. Coming high into the morning sky. Vape come from my bum till I die. Watching Arthur with a cock in my ass. Riding hard, eating ass masterclass, sacred cum blade, fuckling crusade, fatal cum theft, give me cum or give me death. Elon's Musk, Jesus crust, stealing donations from the cum czar's trust. A cum smoothie, gulp smoothly, consume the cum chalice, fuck everyone named Alex. David Hayter, cum crusader, the holy cum wars, razor blade masturbator, Margaret Thatcher, the cum snatcher, father drown, going down on the cum clown.
Alrighty. Well, we finally banned the bitch Kristi, so, thank you all. Really appreciate it. Glad we've come together as a community to hate on a carnist. But I'm going to get to bed now. Should be streaming tomorrow night around the same time, so we'll see you all then. Big thanks to everybody who donated. Really appreciate it, especially Volk, who made the big bulk donation. Really appreciate that, dude. And sweet dreams. I'll see you all tomorrow.